down, concentrating, tongue between his teeth, maybe wetting the paper with a drop of water, scraping the old numbers off with the tip of a dinner knife, blotting the damp patch, waiting for it to dry, finding the right pen, calculating, practicing, and then drawing in the new numbers. The numbers that would get him through Kellam's gate. The numbers that would get him accepted. All on my dime. I started walking back towards the road. Devereaux came after me. I told her, I need a gun. She said, why? I stopped again and turned and looked east and scoped it out. Fort Kellam was a giant rectangle north of the road, and its fence ran through a broad belt of trees that extended a couple of 100 yards each side of the wire. It looked like the whole place had been hacked out of the same kind of old forest that lay south of the road. But I guess the opposite was true. I guessed Kellam had been laid out on open ground 50 years before, and then farmers had stopped plowing short of the fence, so the trees had come afterwards, like new weeds. Not like the old woods to the south. The new trees thinned here and there, but mostly they provided deep cover wherever it was needed. Easy enough for a small force to stay concealed among them, slipping outward into the open belt of scrub when necessary, then slipping back inward and on through the fence for rest or resupply. I started walking again. I said, I'm going to find this quarantine squad that everyone claims doesn't exist.
Suppose you do, Devereaux said. It'll be your word against theirs. Your word against the Pentagon's, basically. You'll say the squad existed, they'll say it didn't, and the Pentagon has the bigger microphone.
They can't argue with physical evidence. I'll bring back enough body parts to convince anyone.
I can't let you do that.
They shouldn't have shot the kid, Elizabeth. That was way out of line, whoever they are. They opened the wrong door there, that's for damn sure. What lies on the other side is their problem, not ours.
You don't even know where they are.
They're in the woods.
In camouflage with binoculars. How would you even get near them?
They have a blind spot.
Where?
Close to Kellam's gate. They're looking for the kind of intruder who already knows he can't get through the gate. So they're not looking there. They're looking farther afield.
The guardhouse watches the gate.
No, the guardhouse watches what approaches the gate. I'm not going to approach the gate. I'm going to find the gap. Too far in the rear of the mobile force, too far in advance of the guardhouse.
They're shooting people, Reacher.
They're shooting the people they see. They won't see me.
I'll give you a ride back to town.
I'm not going back to town. I want to ride in the other direction, and a firearm. She didn't answer. I said, I'm prepared to do it without either thing if necessary, slower and harder, but I'll get it done. She said,
Get in the car, Reacher.
No indication where she planned to take me. We got in the car, and Devereaux backed it away from Butler's cruiser, and then she took off forward, east, towards Kellam. The right direction as far as I was concerned. We covered most of the last mile, and I said, now head off across the grass, to the edge of the woods, like you just saw something. She said,
Straight at them?
They're not here. They're north and west of here, and they wouldn't shoot at a police vehicle anyway.
You sure about that?
Only one way to find out. She slowed and turned the wheel and thumped down off the road onto hard-packed dirt. The road was in a gap shaped like an hourglass. 200 yards north of it, Kellam's new trees ran away from us in a gentle curve, and 200 yards south of it, the old woods ran away from us in a symmetrical pattern. Devereaux headed north and east, at an angle of 45 degrees relative to the pavement, bucking and bouncing, and then she steered through a wide turn across the dirt and came to a stop with the flank of the car right next to the woods. My door was 6 feet from the nearest tree. I said, Gun?
Jesus,
she said.
This whole thing is illegal on so many different levels.
But like you told me, it's their word against mine. If there's anyone to shoot, they'll say there wasn't. The more shooting, the more denying. She took a breath and let it out and pulled the shotgun from its scabbard between our seats. It was an old Winchester Model 12, 40 inches long, 7 pounds in weight. It was nicked and worn, but dewy with oil and polish. It could have been 50 years old, but it seemed well looked after. Even so, I worry about guns I've never fired. Nothing worse than pulling a trigger and having nothing happen. Or missing. I asked her, "Does it work?" She said,
"It works perfectly."
"When did you last fire it?"
2 weeks ago.
"At what?"
At a target. I make the whole department requalify every year, and I need to be able to kick their butts, so I practice.
"Did you hit the target?"
I destroyed the target.
I asked, "Did you reload?" She smiled and said,
"There are 6 in the magazine and 1 in the breech. I have spares in the trunk. I'll give you as many as you can carry."
"Thank you."
It was my father's gun. Take care of it.
"I will."
Take care of yourself, too.
"Always." We got out of the car and she stepped around to the trunk and opened the lid. It was a messy trunk. There was dirt in it, some kind of earth. But I spent no time worrying about tidiness because there was a metal box bolted to the floor behind the seat-back bulkhead. For a woman built like Devereaux, it was a long way forward. She went up on tiptoes and bent forward at the waist and leaned in, which maneuver looked fabulous from behind. Absolutely, truly spectacular. She flipped up the lid of the box and scrabbled with her fingernails and came back out with a carton of 12-gauge shells. She straightened up and handed it to me. 15 rounds remaining. I put 5 in each pants pocket and 5 in my shirt pocket. She watched me do it. Then her eyes went wide and she said,
"You washed your shirt."
I said, "No, I bought a new one."
"Why?"
It seemed polite.
"No. Why did you buy a new one instead of washing the old one?"
"I went through this already with the guy in the store. It seemed logical to me."
"Okay,"
she said. "You have a great ass, by the way."
"Okay,"
she said again. "I just thought I'd mention it."
"Thank you."
"We good now, you and me?" She smiled.
"We always were,"
she said.
"I was just yanking your chain, that's all. If she'd said she was your girlfriend, I might have taken it seriously. But fiancé? That's ridiculous."
"Why?"
"No woman would agree to marry you."
"Why not?"
"Because you're not marriage material."
"Why not?"
"How long you got? The laundry issue alone could take an hour."
"How do you do yours?"
"There's a pay laundrette in the next alley past the hardware store."
"With detergent and stuff?"
"It's not rocket science."
"I'll think about it," I said. "I'll see you later."
"Make sure you do, okay? We have a train to catch tonight."
I smiled and nodded once and took a last look around, and then I stepped into the trees. Chapter 49. At 40 inches, the Winchester was too long for easy transport through a forest. I had to carry it two-handed, upright in front of me. But I was glad to have it. It was a fine old piece, and fairly definitive. 12-gauge lead shot settles most disputes at the first time of asking. It was March in Mississippi, and there were enough new leaves on the trees to deny me a clear view of the sky. So I navigated by guesswork, or dead reckoning, as some people prefer to call it, which is hard to do in a forest. Most right-handed people end up walking wide counterclockwise circles, because most right-handed people have left legs fractionally shorter than their right legs. Basic biology and geometry. I avoided that particular peril by stepping to the right of every 10th tree I came to, whether I thought I needed to or not. The vegetation was dense, but not impossible. There was some underbrush and a lot of leaf litter. The trees were deciduous. I have no idea what kind they were. I don't know much about trees. The trunks were of various thicknesses and mostly 3 or 4 feet apart. Most of their lower limbs had died back in the gloom. There wasn't much light down there. There were no paths, no sign of recent disturbance. I had one circumstance working in my favor, and 2 against. The negatives were that I was making a lot of noise, and I was wearing a bright white shirt. I was far from inconspicuous. No camouflage, no silent approach. The positive was that I had to be approaching them from their rear. They had to be hunkered down just inside the edge of the woods. They had to be looking outward. They were looking for journalists and busybodies and other unexplained strangers. Anyone walking purposefully towards them was fair game. But I would be coming up on them from behind. And I figured I wouldn't be dealing with too many guys all at once. They would be split into small units, minimum of 2, maximum of 4 men in each. They would be mobile. No hides or bivouacs. They would be sitting on fallen logs or leaning on trees or squatting on the floor, looking out past the last of the growth into the bright daylight, always ready to move left or right to change their angle, always ready to range outward to meet a threat. And I figured the small mobile units would be widely scattered. 30 miles of fence is a lot of ground to defend. You could put a full-strength company in those woods, and one 4-man unit would end up 1,000 yards from its nearest neighbor. And 1,000 yards in a wood is the same thing as 1,000 miles. No possibility of immediate support or reinforcement. No covering fire. Basic rule of thumb: rifles and artillery are useless in a wood. Too many trees in the way. I slowed down after advancing 200 paces roughly north and west. I figured I must be approaching the first obvious viewpoint, at about 9 o'clock on a notional dial, well above the road funnel, just inside a bulge that commanded a sweeping view west and south. Almost certainly it was the viewpoint that Bruce Lindsay had been seen from. He would have been on their left, easily visible from more than a mile away. They had stepped out and advanced and stood off maybe a couple of 100 yards from him. Maybe they had shouted a warning or an instruction. Maybe his response had been slow or confused or contradictory. So they had shot him. I looped away wide to my right and then crept in on what I hoped was a straight line behind where I thought the first viewpoint would be. I moved through the trees like I was slipping through a crowd, easing left, easing right, leading with one shoulder and then the other. I kept my eyes moving, side to side and up and down. I watched the floor pretty carefully. Nothing I could do to avoid most of the stuff down there, but I didn't want to trip, and I didn't want to step on anything thicker than a broom handle. Dry wood can crack very loud when it breaks. I kept on going until I sensed daylight ahead, almost the edge of the wood. I looked left, looked right, and moved a cautious pace onward, and found myself to be partly right and partly wrong. Right, because where I was standing was indeed an excellent viewpoint, and wrong, because it was unoccupied. I stood a yard back from the last of the trees and found myself looking southwest. The field of view was wide and wedge-shaped. The road to Carter Crossing ran diagonally across it at a distance. Nothing was moving on it, but if something had been, I would have seen it very clearly. Likewise, I would have seen anything in the fields up to a quarter-mile either side of the road. It was a great viewpoint, no question about that. I couldn't understand why it was abandoned. It made no tactical sense. There were many hours of daylight left. And as far as I knew, nothing had changed at Kellam. No new strategic imperative had presented itself. If anything, the situation was worse than ever for Bravo Company. The state of the ground betrayed deep unseriousness, too. There were cigarette butts stamped into the earth. There was a candy bar wrapper balled up and tossed. There were clear footprints, similar to the ones I had seen alongside the bled-out journalist on Old Man Clancy's land. I wasn't impressed. Army Rangers are trained to leave no sign behind. They're supposed to move through landscapes like ghosts, especially when tasked to a sensitive mission of dubious legality. I backed away, deep into the trees again, and I got myself all lined up and moved on north. I stuck to a route maybe 50 yards inside the edge of the wood. I watched for lateral paths leading back in towards Kellam's fence. I didn't see any. No real surprise. Covert entry and exit was probably arranged way to the north, at a remote spot at the tip of the reservation, far from any location in regular use. I detoured again 200 yards later, back to where the trees thinned, to a spot with a worse view of the road but a better view of the fields. Again, an excellent vantage point. Again, unoccupied. And never occupied as far as I could tell. No cigarette butts, no candy wrappers, no footprints. I backed away once more to my original line and tried again 200 yards later. Still nothing. I began to wonder if I was dealing with less than a full company. But to put fewer men on a 30-mile perimeter made no sense to me. I would want more. 2 full companies or 3, and I'm a cheapskate compared to the Pentagon. If I wanted 500 men, the brass would want 5,000. Any kind of normal planning, that wood should have been crowded, like Times Square. I should have been shot in the back long ago. Then I began to wonder about watch changes and meal times. Possibly the apparent undermanning left certain spots unoccupied at certain times. But I was sure those spots would be occupied most of the time. They were too good to waste. If the mission was to detect potential hostiles approaching Kellam's perimeter, then the full 360 would have to be broken down into useful vantage points, and any of the 3 I had seen would qualify. So I guess sooner or later I'd find someone coming or going. I turned around and moved deeper into the woods again. I got halfway back to my original line and stopped walking. I just stood still and waited. For 10 whole minutes, I heard nothing at all. Then 20. Then 30. The breeze rattled leaves, and tree branches moved and groaned, and tiny animals scuttled. Nothing else. Then I heard footsteps and voices, far ahead and on my left. Chapter 50. I moved west and got behind an inadequate tree about as wide as my leg. I leaned my left shoulder on it. I leveled the shotgun. I aimed down the barrel at the approaching sounds. I kept both eyes open. I went completely quiet and still. There were 3 men coming, I thought. Slow, relaxed, undisciplined. They were strolling. They were shooting the shit. I heard ragged scuffling from their feet in the leaves. I heard their voices, low and conversational and bored. I couldn't make out their words, but their tone betrayed no stress and no caution. I heard brambles wrenching and tearing, and twigs crunching and snapping. And I heard hollow clunks that I took to be plastic M16 stocks hitting trunks as the guys squeezed themselves through narrow gaps between trees. This was no kind of an orderly advance. These were not first-rate infantry soldiers. My mind ran on like it does at times, and I saw myself writing an after-action memo criticizing their demeanor. I saw myself in a meeting at Benning, enumerating their deficiencies to a panel of senior officers. The 3 men seemed to be tracking south, staying parallel to the edge of the wood, maybe 20 yards from it. No question that they were heading back to one of the viewpoints I had already scoped out. I couldn't see the men, too many trees, but I could hear them pretty well. They were reasonably close. They were coming level with me, about 30 yards away to my left. I rolled around the skinny tree I was leaning on and kept myself behind them. I didn't follow them. Not immediately. I wanted to be sure there were no more of them coming. I didn't want to insert myself into a moving column. I didn't want to be the 4th guy in a big procession with 3 guys ahead of me and an unknown number behind. So I stayed where I was, standing still and listening hard. But I was hearing nothing except the 3 guys wandering south. Nothing in the north, nothing at all. Just natural sounds. Wind, leaves, insects. The 3 guys were on their own. I let their sound get about 30 yards down the track, and then I moved after them. I picked up their physical trail easily enough. They were on an informal route that had been beaten through the underbrush by the passage of feet, back and forth, over a couple of days. There were damp, turned-over leaves and broken twigs. There was a general wash of organic matter to the margins of a meandering path about 12 inches wide. Faint, but noticeable. Very noticeable, in fact, compared to the rest of the forest floor. Compared to what I had seen elsewhere, that path looked like I-95. I followed them all the way. I matched their pace easily enough. I didn't worry about making noise, as a matter of logic. As long as I was quieter than any 2 of them, then none of the 3 would hear me. And it was easy to be quieter than any 2 of them. It would have been hard to be noisier, in fact, short of firing the Winchester a couple of times and singing the national anthem. I let myself get a little closer. I put a spurt on and got within 20 yards of him. Still no visual contact, except for one fleeting glimpse of a narrow back and camouflage BDUs, and a black glint of what I took to be an M16 barrel. But I could hear them clearly. There were definitely 3 of them. One was older than the others by the sound of it, and possibly in command. One wasn't saying much, but the third was nasal and hyped up. I still couldn't make out words, but I knew they weren't saying anything worth listening to. The tenor and rhythm of their conversation told me so. There were low sarcastic murmurs and rejoinders and occasional barks of cheap laughter. Just 3 guys passing the time. They did not detour over to the third of the 3 viewpoints I had seen. They kept on going right past it, ambling, almost certainly in single file. I heard the first guy's voice louder as he tossed comments back over his shoulder to the next 2 in line behind him, whose replies I could hardly hear at all as they were projected forward and away from me. But I still sensed that nothing of importance was being said. They were bored, possibly tired, and mired in a routine task they were already familiar with. They anticipated no danger and no hazard. They passed the second viewpoint, too. They strolled on south, and I followed them, 200 yards along the trail, and then I heard them turn right and crash onward towards the first viewpoint, 9 o'clock on the notional dial. The place where Bruce Lindsay's killers had been hiding out, almost certainly. I made it to the turn they had taken, and I waited there, on the main track. I heard them stop 20 yards west of me, which was exactly where I'd been before, just inside the edge of the wood, where the candy wrapper and the footprints and the cigarette butts were. I moved towards them, 3 yards, 5, and then I stopped again. I heard one of them belch, which produced laughter and general hilarity, and I guess they had indeed moved north for their scheduled meal, and were now back on station again. I heard one of them take a leak behind a tree. I heard splashing against the kind of leathery, hairy leaves that grew down on the forest floor. I heard rifle barrels parting thin eye-level branches as they peered out west at the open land ahead of them. I heard the scratch and clunk of a Zippo lighter, and a moment later I smelled tobacco smoke. I took a breath and moved on, closer and closer, left and right through the trees. 5 more yards, then 6, then 7, leading with my left elbow, then my right, swimming through the crowded space, the Winchester shotgun held up right in front of me. The 3 guys had no idea I was there. I could sense them ahead of me, unaware, standing still, looking outward, going quiet, settling in, their lunch-hour excitement over. I held my breath and moved up 1 tree closer to them, silently, then another tree, then another, and then, finally, I got my first clear sight of them. And I had no clue what I was looking at. Chapter 51. There were 3 men, as I had thought. They were 15 feet from me, the width of a room. They all had their backs to me. One was gray-haired and heavy. He was wearing Vietnam-era olive-drab fatigues. They were too tight on him. He was carrying an M16 rifle, and I could see the butt of a Beretta M9 semi-automatic pistol in a webbing holster on his belt. A 9mm handgun, standard U.S. Army issue, as was the M16. The guy had old paratrooper boots on his feet, and no hat on his head. The second guy was younger and a little taller, but not much thinner. He was sandy-haired, and he was wearing what I was sure were Italian Army combat fatigues, similar to ours, but different, better cut. He was carrying an M16 by its top handle, right-handed, no sidearm. He was wearing black athletic sneakers, no hat. He had a small backpack and non-matching camouflage. The third guy was wearing 1980s issue U.S. Army woodland pattern camouflage BDUs. He wasn't fat, far from it. He was a runt, maybe 5'6", maybe 140 pounds. Lean and wiry and hardscrabble and nervous. He was carrying an M16 too. Civilian shoes on his feet, no hat, no sidearm. He was a smoker. There was a lit cigarette between the first two fingers of his left hand. At first, the Italian battle dress made me wonder if they were some kind of a weird NATO force. But the first guy's Vietnam fatigues didn't fit with any current 1997 scenario, however screwed up international politics might have been by then. And neither did the third guy's street shoes, nor did their collective lack of combat headgear, or their lack of portable lunch rations, or their completely unprofessional behavior. I didn't know what they were. My mind ran through random possibilities, like a departures board runs through flights at an airport. I was surprised they didn't hear the clacking and ticking from inside my head. I looked at him again, left to right, and then right to left. I couldn't figure it out. Then I finally understood. They were amateurs. The Mississippi backwoods, next to Tennessee and Alabama. Civilian militias. Pretend soldiers. Men who like to run around in the woods with guns, but like to say they're defending some vital thing or other. Men who like to shoot the shit in the surplus store, right after their bulk purchase of old fatigues and Italian battle dress. And men who like to buy their guns at country gun stores. At certain country gun stores in particular. Because certain country gun stores are near military bases, and therefore some of them have something special for sale under the counter. All it takes is someone on the inside, and believe me, there is always someone on the inside. A steady stream of M16s and Berettas and worse is written off every year as lost or damaged or otherwise unusable, whereupon it is destroyed. Except it isn't. It's hustled out the back door in the dead of night, and an hour later it's under the counter at the gun shop. I have arrested many people, often in groups larger than the one in front of me, but I've never been very good at it. The best arrests run on pure bluster, and I get self-conscious if I have to rant and rave. Better for me to land an early sucker punch, to shut 'em down right at the very beginning. Except that shouting freeze, freeze, freeze makes me a little self-conscious too. The words come out a little tentative, almost like a request. But I had with me the greatest conversation stopper ever made, a pump-action shotgun. At the cost of one unfired shell, I could make the kind of sound that would freeze any 3 men to any 3 spots in the world. The most intimidating noise ever heard. Crunch, crunch. My ejected shell hit the leaves at my feet, and the 3 guys froze solid. I said, "Now the rifles hit the deck." Normal voice, normal pitch, normal tone. The sandy-haired guy dropped his rifle first. He was pretty damn quick about it. Then went the older guy, and last of the 3 came the wiry one. "Stand still now," I said. "Don't give me a reason." Normal voice, normal pitch, normal tone. They stood reasonably still. Their arms came up a little, out from their sides, slowly, and they ended up a small distance from their bodies, where they held them. They spread their fingers. No doubt they spread their toes inside their boots and sneakers and shoes. Anything to appear unarmed and undangerous. I said, "And now you take 3 big paces backward." They complied, all 3 guys, all 3 taking exaggerated, stumbling steps, and all 3 ending up more than a body's length from their rifles. I said, "And now you turn around." Chapter 52. I'd never seen any of them before. After the slow spin, the older guy had ended up facing me on my left. He was completely unknown to me. He was just a guy, not very significant, a little pouchy and worn. The guy in the middle was the sandy-haired one. He was like the older man would have been had he grown up 20 years later and in better circumstances. Just a guy, a little soft and civilized. The third guy was different. He was what you get when you eat squirrels for 4 generations. Smarter than a rat and tougher than a goat and jumpier than either one. I tucked the Winchester's stock up in my right armpit and pulled my elbow back and held the gun one-handed. I aimed it less than perfectly at the guys on the right. But then it was a 12-gauge shotgun. My aim didn't need to be perfect. I used my left arm as a communications aid and looked at the older guy and said, "Now comes the part where you take out your sidearm and hand it to me." He didn't respond. I said, "And here's how you're going to do it. You're going to pull it out of the holster with one finger and one thumb, and then you're going to juggle it around and reverse it in your hand, and you're going to point it at yourself. Okay?" No response. I said, "Second prize is I shoot you in the legs." Normal voice, normal pitch, normal tone. No response. Not at first. I thought about wasting another shell and pumping the gun again, but in the end I didn't need to. The old guy wasn't a hero. He hopped right to it after a second's thought. He did the finger and thumb thing, and he got the gun reversed in his hand, and he pressed its muzzle to his belly. I said, "Now find the safety and set it to fire." It was hard to do backwards, but the guy succeeded. I said, "Hold the barrel with your thumb and first two fingers. Get your ring finger loose. Now get it back there in the trigger guard. Right back there. Pressing backward on the trigger." The guy did it. I asked, "Now, what do you know?" He didn't answer. I said, "Any kind of struggle, you get a bullet in the gut. That's what you know. Any kind of struggle at all. We clear on that? You understand?" The guy nodded. I said, "Now move your arm and bring the gun out towards me. Slowly and carefully. Keep it on the same line all the way. Keep it pointing right at yourself. Keep your ring finger hard on the trigger." The guy did it. He got the gun a couple of feet out from his center mass, and I stepped in and took it from him. Just pulled it right out of his hand, as smooth as you like. I stepped back and he dropped his arm and I swapped hands. The Winchester went to my left and I held the Beretta in my right. And breathed out. And smiled. 3 prisoners taken and disarmed, all without a shot being fired. I looked at the old guy and asked, "Who are you people?" He swallowed twice, and then he got some kind of backbone back, and he said, "We're on a mission, and it's the kind of mission civilians should stay away from if they know what's good for them." Civilians as opposed to what? As opposed to military personnel. Are you military personnel? The old guy said, "Yes, we are." I said, "No, you're not. You're a shower of make-believe shit." He said, "It's an authorized mission." Authorized by who? By our commander. Who authorized him? The guy started to hem and haw and bluster. He started talking and stopped again a couple of times. I crossed the Winchester's barrel with the Beretta and pointed the handgun straight at the guy. I wasn't sure it worked. I never trust a gun I haven't fired myself. But it felt right, and it weighed right. The safety catch was off, I knew that for sure. And the guy was flinching pretty good. And he should know better than anyone whether the piece worked, because it was his. I laid my finger hard on the trigger. The guy saw me do it. But still he didn't say anything. Then the sandy-haired guy spoke up, the soft one. He said, "He doesn't know who authorized the mission, and he's too embarrassed to admit it. That's why he isn't saying anything. Can't you see that?" He'd rather get shot than be embarrassed? None of us knows who authorized anything. Why would we? I asked, "Where you from?" "First tell me who you are." "I'm a commissioned officer in the United States Army," I said. "Which means that if your so-called mission was authorized by the military, then you must currently be under my command as the senior officer present. Right? That'd be logical, wouldn't it?" "Yes, sir." "Where are you from?" "Tennessee," the guy said. "We're the Tennessee Free Citizens." "You don't look very free to me," I said. "Right now you look kind of detained." No answer. I asked, "Why did you come down here?" "We got word." "What word?" "That we were needed here." "How many of you came?" "There's 60 of us." 20 teams for 30 miles? "Yes, sir." I asked, "What instructions did you get when you got here?" "We were told to keep people away." "Why?"
Because it was a time to step up and help the nation's military, which is every patriot's duty.
Why did the nation's military need your help?
We weren't told why.
Rules of engagement?
We were supposed to keep people away however we had to do it.
Did you kill that kid this morning?
Silence for a long, long moment.
Then the runt on my right spoke up.
He said, "You mean a black boy?"
The old guy said, "This mission is fully authorized." I said, "I mean the African-American teenage male, yes." The guy with the sandy hair glanced urgently at his buddies. First one, then the other. Rapid movements of his head. He said,
"None of us should answer questions about that."
I said, "At least one of you should." The old guy said,
"This mission is fully authorized at the very highest level possible. There is no higher level than the level that authorized this mission. Whoever you are, mister, you are making a very big mistake."
I said, "Shut up." The guy with the sandy hair looked straight at the runt and said,
"Don't say anything."
I looked at the runt and said, "Say what you like. No one will believe you anyway. Everyone knows a pussy like you is just there for the ride." I turned away, back to the old guy. The runt said,
"I shot the black boy."
I turned back. I asked him, "Why?"
"He was acting aggressive."
I shook my head. "I saw the corpse," I said. "The bullet hit high under his arm. No damage to the arm itself. I think he had his hands up. I think he was surrendering." The runt sniffed and said,
"I supposed it could look that way."
I uncrossed the Winchester and the Beretta. I raised the handgun. I pointed it at the little guy's face. I said, "Tell me about yesterday." He looked straight at me. Calculation in his little rat eyes. He decided I wasn't going to shoot. He said,
"We were north of here yesterday."
"And?"
"I guess you could say I'm 2 for 2 this season."
"Who applied the field dressing?" The sandy-haired guy said,
"I did. It was an accident. We were just following orders."
I turned back to the runt and said, "Tell me again about sighting in on a 16-year-old boy with his hands up." I moved my aim half an inch upward, the exact center of his forehead. The guy grinned and said,
"I suppose he might have been waving."
I pulled the trigger. The gun worked fine, just fine, exactly as it should. The sound of the shot cracked and hissed and rolled. Birds flew up in the sky. The spent case ejected and bounced off a tree and hit me hard in the thigh. The runt's head blew apart and wet-slapped the leaves behind him, and he went down vertically, his skinny butt to his heels, and then he bounced slackly and spilled over in the kind of boneless tangle only the recently and violently dead can achieve. I waited for the sound to die away and for my hearing to come back, and I looked at the 2 survivors and I said, "Your alleged mission has just been terminated, as of right now, and the Tennessee Free Citizens has just been disbanded, as of this moment. You're totally out of business now. You 2 run along and spread that news. You got 30 minutes to haul your sorry asses out of my woods. You got an hour to get out of this state altogether, all 59 of you. Any slower than that and I'll send a ranger company after you. Now beat it." The 2 survivors just stood there for a second, completely still, pale and shocked and afraid. Then they came to, and they ran. They really hustled. I listened to them go until their noise faded away to nothing. It took a long time, but then they were gone, and I knew they wouldn't be back. They'd taken a casualty, and they had no appetite for that kind of thing. I was sure they would make a martyr of the guy, but I was equally sure they would take great pains to avoid sharing his glorious fate. Blood and brains are realities, and realities are unwelcome visitors in the world of make-believe. I clicked the safety on the Beretta and put it in my pants pocket. I untucked my shirt and let the tails hide it. Then I headed back the way I had come, leading with one shoulder and then the other, as I slipped between the trees with the Winchester upright in front of me. Chapter 53. Elizabeth Devereaux was waiting exactly where she had left me, right next to her car, 6 feet from the tree line. I stepped out of the woods right in front of her, and she jumped a little, but then she gathered herself pretty quickly. I guess she didn't want to insult me by being surprised I'd made it, or she didn't want to show that she'd been anxious, or both. I kissed her on the lips and handed her back the Winchester, and she asked, "What happened?" I said, "There's some kind of a citizens council from Tennessee, some kind of half-assed amateur backwoods militia. They're leaving now."
I heard a handgun.
One of them was so overcome with regret he committed suicide.
Did he have things to regret?
More than most.
Who brought him here?
I said, "That's the big question, isn't it?" I returned her spare shotgun ammunition from my pockets. She made me put it in the trunk myself. Then we drove back to town. My new Beretta dug into my thigh and my stomach all the way. We passed through the black half of Carter Crossing, and then we thumped over the railroad track, and then we pulled into the sheriff's department's lot. Home base for Devereaux. Safety. She said,
"Go get a cup of coffee. I'll be back soon."
"Where are you going?"
"I have to give Mrs. Lindsay the news about her son."
"That won't be easy."
"No, it won't."
"Want me to come with you?"
"No,"
she said.
"That wouldn't be appropriate."
I watched her drive away, and then I headed to the diner for coffee, and for the phone. I kept my mug close at hand on the hostess station and dialed Stan Lowry's office. He picked up himself. I said, "You're still there, you still got a job, I don't believe it." He said,
"That stuff is getting old, Reacher."
"You'll look back on it like the dying embers of a happy time."
"What do you want?"
"From life in general? That's a big question."
"From me."
"I want many things from you," I said. "Specifically, I want you to check some names for me, in every database you can find. Mostly civilian if you can, including government stuff. Call the D.C. police and try to get them to help. The FBI, too, if there's anyone over there still speaking to you."
"On the up and up or on the quiet?"
"On the very quiet."
"What names?"
"Janice May Chapman," I said.
"That's a dead woman, right?"
"One of several."
"And?"
"Audrey Shaw," I said.
"Who's she?"
"I don't know. That's why I want you to check her out."
"In connection with what?"
"She's a loose end connected to another loose end."
"Audrey Shaw,"
he said slowly, as if he was writing it down. Then he said, "What else?" I asked, "How far away is Garber's office from yours?"
"It's on the other side of the stairwell."
"I need him on the line, so go get him and drag him over by the scruff of his raggedy old neck."
"Why not just call him direct?"
"Because I want him on your line, not his." No answer, except a plastic thump as he laid down the phone on his desk, and a grunt as he stood up, and a hiss as his chair cushion recovered its shape. Then silence, which was expensive, because I was on a payphone. I fed it another quarter and waited. Whole minutes passed. I started to think Garber was sitting tight, refusing to come. But then I heard the phone lift up off the desk, and the familiar voice asked, "What the hell do you want now?" "I want to talk to you," I said. "So call me. We have switchboards now and extensions." "They're listening to your line. I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? You're a pawn here, the same as me. Therefore someone else's line is safer." Garber was quiet for a beat. "Possible," he said. "What do you got for me?" "The boots on the ground outside of Kellam were an unofficial force, a local citizens' militia. Evidently part of some weirdo network of true patriots. Apparently they were here to defend the army from unjustified harassment." "Well, Mississippi," he said. "What do you expect?" "They were from Tennessee, actually," I said. "And you're missing the point. They didn't just happen to be here. They weren't just passing by on a whim. They weren't here for a vacation. They were deployed here. They have a contact somewhere who knew exactly when and exactly where and exactly how and exactly why they would be needed. Who would have that kind of information?" "Someone who had all the facts from the get-go." "And where would we find such a person?" "Somewhere high up." "I agree," I said. "Any idea who?" "None at all." "You sure? You need to put me in the loop here if you can." I'm sure. You're already in the loop as much as I am. Okay, go back to your office. 5 minutes from now I'm going to call you. You can ignore what I say because it won't mean much, but stay on the line long enough to let the tape recorders roll. Wait, Garber said. There's something I have to tell you. Like what? News from the Marine Corps. What kind of news? There's some kind of issue with Elizabeth Devereaux. What kind of issue? I don't know yet. They're playing hard to get. They're making a real big deal about access. The file she's in is apparently some super toxic thing. Highest category, biggest deal in the world, and similar bullshit. But word is there was some big scandal about 5 years ago. The story is Devereaux got some other Marine MP fired for no good reason. Rumors say it was personal jealousy. 5 years ago is 3 years before she quit. Was she honorably discharged? Yes, she was. Voluntary separation or involuntary? Voluntary. Then there's nothing there, I said. Don't worry about it. You're thinking with the wrong part of your body, Reacher. 5 minutes, I said. Be back at your desk. The waitress freshened my cup, and I drank most of the new brew while I counted 300 seconds in my head. Then I stepped back to the phone and dialed Garber direct. He answered, and I said, "Sir, this is Major Reacher reporting from Mississippi. Can you hear me?" Garber said, "Loud and clear." I said, "I have the name of the individual who ordered the Tennessee Free Citizens to kill him. That order became part of a criminal conspiracy in that it resulted in 2 homicides and 2 felony assaults. I have an appointment I need to keep at the Pentagon the day after tomorrow, and then I'll return to base immediately afterwards, and I'll get JAG Corps involved at that point in time." Garber was on the ball. He caught on fast and played his part well. He asked, "Who was the individual?" I said, "I'll keep that strictly to myself for the next 48 hours if you don't mind." Garber said, "Understood." I dabbed the cradle to end the call, and then I dialed a new number. Colonel John James Fraser's billet, deep inside the Pentagon. The Senate liaison guy. I got his scheduler and made a 12 o'clock appointment with him in his office for the day after next. I didn't say why, because I couldn't. I didn't have a real reason. I just needed to be somewhere in the giant building, as bait in a trap. Then I sat at a table and waited for Devereaux. A woman who ate like she did wouldn't be long. Chapter 54. Devereaux came in 30 minutes later, looking pale and drawn. Death messages are never pleasant, especially when lightning strikes twice against a mother who was already angry. But it's all part of the job. Bereaved relatives are always angry. Why wouldn't they be? Devereaux sat down and blew a long, sad breath at me. "Bad?" I asked. She nodded.
"Terrible," she said. "She's not going to vote for me ever again, that's for sure. I think if I had a house, she'd burn it down. If I had a dog, she'd poison it."
"Can't blame her," I said. 2 for 2.
"It'll be 3 for 3 soon. That woman's going to take a midnight stroll on the railroad tracks. I guarantee it. Within a week, probably."
"Has that happened before?"
"Not often. But the train's always there, once a night. Like a reminder that there's a way out if you need one."
I said nothing. I wanted to remember the midnight train in a happier context. She said,
"I'm going to ask you a question. But I'm not going to."
"What question?"
"Who put those idiots in the woods?"
"Why aren't you going to ask it?"
"Because I'm assuming there's a whole bunch of things here, all interconnected. Some big crisis on the base. A part answer wouldn't make sense. You'd have to tell me everything. And I don't want to ask you to do that."
"I couldn't tell you everything even if I wanted to. I don't know everything. If I knew everything, I wouldn't be here anymore. The job would be done. I'd be back on post doing the next thing."
"Are you looking forward to that?"
"Are you fishing?"
"No, I'm just asking. I've been there myself, don't forget. Sooner or later, we all hit the moment when the light goes out. I'm wondering if it's happened to you yet, or if it's still to come."
I said, No, I don't really want to get back on post. But that's mostly because of the sex, not the work. She smiled.
So who put those idiots in the woods?
I don't know, I said. Could have been a number of people. Kill 'em is a pie, the same as any other pie, and there are lots of folks with their fingers in it. Lots of interests, lots of angles. Some of 'em are professional and some of 'em are personal. Maybe 5 or 6 of 'em pass the crazy test, which means there are 5 or 6 different chains of command terminating in 5 or 6 very senior officers somewhere. Any one of 'em could feel threatened in some way bad enough to pull a stunt like this. And any one of 'em would be quite capable of doing it. You don't get to be a very senior officer in this man's army by being a sweet guy.
Who are the 5 or 6?
I wouldn't have the faintest idea. That's not my world. From where they are, I'm just a grunt. I'm indistinguishable from a private first class.
But you're gonna nail him.
Of course I'm gonna nail him.
When?
Day after tomorrow, I hope. I have to go to D.C., just for a night, maybe.
Why?
I got on a line I knew to be tapped and said I knew a name. So now I have to go hang out up there and walk the walk and see what comes out of the woodwork.
You made yourself the bait in a trap?
It's like a theory of relativity. Same difference if I go to them or they come to me.
Especially when you don't even know who they are, let alone which one of them is guilty.
I said nothing. She said,
I agree. It's time to shake something loose. If you want to know if the stove is hot, sometimes the only way to find out is to touch it.
You must have been a pretty good cop.
I still am a pretty good cop.
So when did your light go out? With the Marines, I mean. When did you stop enjoying it?
About where you are now,
she said.
For years you've laughed off the small things. But they come so thick and fast that eventually you realize an avalanche is made up of small things. Snowflakes, right? Things don't get much smaller than that. Suddenly you realize that small things are big things.
No single specific thing?
No, I got through fine. I never had any trouble.
What, all 16 years?
I had some minor speed bumps here and there. I dated the wrong guy once or twice, but nothing worth talking about. I made it to CW05 after all, which is as high as it goes for some of us.
You did well.
Not bad for a country girl from Carter Crossing.
Not bad at all. She asked,
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow morning, I guess. It'll take me all day to get there.
I'll have Pellegrino drive you to Memphis.
No need, I said.
Agree for my sake, she said. I like to get Pellegrino out of the county as often as possible. Let him wreck his car and kill a pedestrian in some other jurisdiction.
Has he done that here?
Oh, we don't have pedestrians here. This is a very quiet town. Quieter than ever right now.
Because of Kellum?
This place is dying, Reacher. We need that base open, and fast.
Maybe I'll make some headway in D.C.
I hope you do,
she said. We should have lunch now.
That's why I came in.
Devereaux's lunch staple was chicken pie. We ordered a matched pair and were halfway through eating them when the old couple from the hotel came in. The woman had a book and the man had a newspaper. A routine pit stop, like dinner. Then the old guy saw me and detoured to our table. He told me my wife's brother had just called. Something very urgent. I looked blank for a second. The old guy must have thought my wife came from a very large family.
Your brother-in-law Stanley, he said.
Okay, I said. Thanks. The old guy shuffled off, and I said, Major Stan Lowry, a friend of mine. He and I have been TDY at the same place for a couple of weeks. Devereaux smiled.
I think the verdict is in. Marines were better comedians.
I started eating again, but she said,
You should call him back if it's very urgent, don't you think?
I put my fork down. Probably, I said. But don't eat my pie. I went back to the phone for the third time and dialed. Lowry answered on the first ring and asked, Are you sitting down? I said, No, I'm standing up. I'm on a payphone in a diner. Well, hold on tight. I have a story for you. About a girl called Audrey. Chapter 55. I leaned on the wall next to the phone. Not because I was necessarily worried about falling down with shock or surprise, but because Lowry's stories were usually very long. He fancied himself a raconteur, and he liked background and context, deep background and deep context. Normally, he liked to trace everything back to a seminal point just before random swirls of gas from the chartless wastes of the universe happen to get together and form the Earth itself. He said, "Audrey is a very ancient name, apparently." The only way to knock Lowry off his discursive stride was to get your retaliation in first. I said, "Audrey was an Anglo-Saxon name. It's a diminutive of Ethelthryth or Etheldreda. It means noble strength. There was a Saint Audrey in the 7th century. She's the patron saint of throat complaints." "How do you know shit like this? I had to look it up." "I know a guy whose mother is called Audrey. He told me." "My point is, it's no longer a very common name." "It was number 173 on the hit parade at the last census. It's slightly more popular in France, Belgium, and Canada, mostly because of Audrey Hepburn." "You know this because of a guy's mother?" "His grandmother, too, actually. They were both called Audrey." "So you got a double ration of knowledge?" "It felt like a double ration of something." "Audrey Hepburn wasn't from Europe." "Canada isn't in Europe." "They speak French there. I've heard them." "Of course Audrey Hepburn was from Europe. English father, Dutch mother, born in Belgium. She had a UK passport." "Whatever. What I'm saying is, if you would ever let a guy get a word in edgewise, if you search for Audrey's, you don't get too many hits." "So you found Audrey Shaw for me?" "I think so. That was fast." "I know a guy who works at a bank. Corporations have the best information." "Still fast." "Thank you. I'm a diligent worker. I'm going to be the most diligent unemployed guy in history." "So what do we know about Audrey Shaw?" "She's an American citizen," Lowry said. "Is that all we know?" "Caucasian female, born in Kansas City, Missouri, educated locally, went to college at Tulane in Louisiana, the Southern Ivy League. She was a liberal arts student and a party girl. Middling GPA, no health problems, which I imagine means slightly more than it says, for a party girl from Tulane. She graduated on schedule." "And?" "After graduation, she used family connections to get an intern's job in D.C. "What kind of intern's job?" "Political, in a Senate office, working for one of her home state Missouri guys. Probably just carrying coffee, but she was called an assistant to an assistant executive director of something or other." "And?" "She was beautiful, apparently. She made strong men weak at the knees. So guess what happened?" "She got laid," I said. "She had an affair," Lowry said, "with a married man. All those late nights, all that glamour, the thrill of working out the fine print and trade deals with Bolivia, you know how it is. I don't know how those people stand the excitement." "Who was the guy?" "The senator himself," Lowry said. "The big dog." The record gets a little hazy from that point onward because obviously the whole thing was covered up like crazy. But between the lines it was a tarred business. Between the sheets, too, probably. A real big thing. People say she was in love. "Where are you getting this from, if the record is hazy?" "The FBI," Lowry said. "Plenty of them still talk to me. And you better believe they keep track of things like this. For leverage. You notice how the FBI budget never goes down? They know too many things about too many politicians for that to ever happen." "How long did the affair last?" "Senators have to run for re-election every 6 years, so generally they spend the first 4 rolling around on the couch and the last 2 cleaning up their act. Young Miss Shaw got the last 2 of the good years, and then she was patted on the butt and sent on her way." "And where is she now?" "This is where it gets interesting," Lowry said. I pushed off the wall and looked over at Devereaux. She seemed okay. She was eating what was left of my pie. She was craning across the table and picking at it. Demolishing it, actually. In my ear, Lowry said, "I've got rumors and hard facts. The rumors come from the FBI and the hard facts come from the databases. Which do you want first?" I settled back against the wall again. "The rumors," I said. "Always much more interesting." "Okay,
The rumors say young Miss Shaw felt very unhappy about being discarded in the way she was. She felt used and cheap, like a Kleenex. She felt like a hooker leaving a hotel suite. She began to look like the kind of intern that could cause serious trouble. That was the FBI's opinion, anyway. They keep track of that stuff, too, for different reasons.
So what happened?
In the end, nothing happened. The parties must have reached some kind of mutual accommodation. Everything went quiet. The senator was duly re-elected, and Audrey Shaw was never heard from again.
Where is she now?
This is where you ask me what the hard facts say.
What do the hard facts say?
The hard facts say Audrey Shaw isn't anywhere anymore. The databases are completely blank. No records of anything. No transactions, no taxes, no purchases, no cars or houses or boats or trailers, no snowmobiles, no loans or liens or warrants or judgments or arrests or convictions. It's like she ceased to exist 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Even the bank agrees.
How old was she then?
She was 24 then. She'd be 27 now.
Did you check the other name for me? Janice May Chapman?
Oh, you just spoiled my surprise. You just ruined my story.
Let me guess, I said. Chapman is the exact reverse. There's nothing there more than 3 years old.
Correct.
They were the same person, I said. Shaw changed her identity. Part of the deal, presumably. A big bag of cash and a stack of new paperwork. Like a witness protection program. Maybe the real witness protection program. Those guys would help the senator out. It'd give them an IOU to put in their back pocket.
And now she's dead. End of story. Anything else?
Of course there's something else, I said. There was one last question. Big and obvious. But I hardly needed to ask it. I was sure I knew the answer. I felt it coming right at me, hissing through the air like an incoming mortar round. Like an artillery shell, aimed and ranged and fused for an airburst right next to my head. I asked, "Who was the senator?"
"Carlton Riley," Lowry said. "Mr. Riley of Missouri. The man himself. The chairman of the Armed Services Committee."
Chapter 56. I got back to the table just as the waitress was putting down 2 slices of peach pie and 2 cups of coffee. Devereaux started eating immediately. She was a whole chicken pie ahead of me, and she was still hungry. I gave her a lightly edited recap of Lowry's information. Everything, really, except for the words Missouri, Carlton, and Riley. She asked,
"What made you give Audrey Shaw's name in the first place?"
"Flip of a coin," I said. "A 50-50 chance. Either Butler's buddies screwed up her case numbers or she didn't. I didn't want to assume one way or the other."
"Does this stuff help us?"
Small words but big concepts. Help and us. It didn't help me. Not with Janice May Chapman, anyway. With Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay, I wasn't so sure anymore. Lowry's news cast a strange new light on them. But Lowry's news helped Devereaux, that was for damn sure. With Chapman, at least, it decreased the chances about 1 billion-fold that her local population was involved with her in any way at all, because it increased the chances about 1 billion-fold that mine was. I said, it might help us. It might narrow things down a little. I mean, if a senator has a problem, which of the 5 or 6 chains of command is going to react?
"Senate liaison," she said.
"That's where I'm going, the day after tomorrow."
"How did you know?"
"I didn't."
"You must have."
"It was just a random choice. I needed a reason to be there, that's all."
"Wait," she said. "This makes no sense. Why would the Army get involved if a senator had a problem with a girl? That's a civilian matter. I mean, Senate liaison doesn't get involved every time a politician loses his car keys. There would have to be a military connection. And there's no military connection between a civilian senator and a civilian ex-girlfriend, no matter where she lives."
I didn't answer. She looked at me.
"Are you saying there is a connection?"
I said, "I'm not saying anything. Literally. Watch my lips. They aren't moving.
There can't be a connection. Chapman wasn't in the Army, and there certainly aren't any senators in the Army.
I said nothing.
Did Chapman have a brother in the Army? Is that it? A cousin? A relative of some kind? Jesus, is her father in the Army? What would he be now, mid-50s? The only reason to stay in at that age is if you're having fun, and the only way to have fun at that age is to be a very senior officer. Is that what we're saying here? Chapman was a general's daughter? Or Shaw, or whatever her real name was?
I said nothing. She said,
Lowry told you she got the intern job because of family connections, right? So what else can that mean? We're talking about having an actual senator who owes you favors here. That's a big deal. Her father must be a 2-star at least.
I said nothing. She looked straight at me.
I can tell what you're thinking, she said.
I said nothing.
I didn't get it right, she said. That's what you're thinking. I'm on the wrong track. Chapman had no relatives in uniform. It's something else.
I said nothing. She said,
Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the senator is the one with the relative in uniform.
You're missing the point, I said. If Janice May Chapman was a sudden short-term problem who required a sudden short-term solution, why was she killed in exactly the same way as 2 other unconnected women 6 and 9 months previously?
Are you saying it's a coincidence? Nothing to do with the senator connection?
It could be that way, I said.
Then why the big panic?
Because they're worried about blowback, in general. They don't want any kind of taint coming near a particular unit.
The one with the senator's relative in it.
Let's not go there.
But they weren't worried about blowback before? 6 and 9 months ago?
They didn't know about 6 and 9 months ago. Why would they? But Chapman jumped out at them. She had 2 kinds of extra visibility. Her name was in the files, and she was white.
Suppose it wasn't a coincidence.
Then someone was very smart, I said. They took care of a sudden short-term problem by copycatting an MO that had been used before in 2 unconnected cases. Excellent camouflage.
So you're saying there could be 2 killers here?
Possible, I said. Maybe McClatchy and Lindsay were regular everyday homicides, and Chapman was made to look like them. By someone else. We finished our desserts and drank our cups of coffee. Devereaux told me she had work to do. I asked her if she would mind if I went to see Emmeline McClatchy one more time.
Why?
She asked. Boyfriends, I said. Apparently both Lindsay and Chapman were stepping out with a soldier who owned a blue car. I'm wondering if McClatchy is going to make it a trifecta.
That's a long walk.
I'll find a shortcut, I said. I was beginning to piece together the local geography in my head. No need to walk 3 sides of a square, first north to the Kellam Road, then east, then south again to the McClatchy shack. I was already roughly on the same latitude. I figured I could find a way across the railroad track well short of the official crossing. A straight shot east, one side of the square. Devereaux said,
Be gentle with her. She's still very upset.
I'm sure she always will be, I said. I imagine these things don't fade too fast.
And don't say anything about pregnancy.
I won't, I said. I headed south on Main Street in the general direction of Dr. Merriam's office, but I planned to turn east well before I got there. And I found a place to do just that within about 300 yards. I saw the mouth of a dirt road nested in the trees. It had a rusted fire hydrant 10 yards in, which meant there had to be houses somewhere farther on. I found the first one 100 feet later. It was a tumble-down, sway-backed affair, but it had people living in it. At first I thought they were the McKinney cousins, because it was that kind of a place, and because it had a black brush-painted pickup truck standing on a patch of dirt that might once have been a lawn. But it was a different make of truck. Different age, different size, but the same approach to maintenance. Clearly, northeastern Mississippi was not fertile ground for spray painting franchises. I passed 2 more places that were similar in every way. The 4th house I came to was worse. It was abandoned. It had a mailbox entirely hidden by tall grass. Its driveway was overgrown. It had bushes and brambles up against the door and the windows. It had weeds in the gutters and green slime on the walls and a cracked foundation pierced by creeper tendrils thicker than my wrists. It was standing alone in a couple of acres of what might once have been a meadow or pasture, but was now nothing more than a briar patch crowded with sapling trees about 6 feet tall. The place must have been empty for a long time, more than months, a couple of years maybe. But it had fresh tire tracks across its turn-in. Seasonal rains had washed dirt down various small slopes and left a mirror-smooth puddle of mud in the dip between the road and the driveway. Seasonal heat had baked the mud to powder, like cement straight from the bag. A four-wheeled vehicle had crossed it twice, in and out. Broad tires with treads designed for use on regular pavement. Not new, but well inflated. The tread pattern was exactly captured. The marks were recent, certainly put there after the last time it had rained. I detoured a couple of steps to avoid leaving footprints next to the tire marks. I jumped over the dip and fought through a tangle of waist-high crap until I got next to the driveway. I could see where the tires had crushed the weeds. There were broken stalks. They had bled dark green juice. Some of the stronger plants had not broken. They had whipped back upright, and some of them were smeared with oil from the underside of an engine. Whoever had rolled down the driveway had not entered the house. That was clear. None of the rampant growth around the doors of the windows had been disturbed. So I walked on, past the house, past a small tractor barn, out to the space behind. There was a belt of trees ahead of me, and another to my left, and another to my right. It was a lonely spot, not directly overlooked, except by birds, of which there were 2 in the air above me. They were turkey vultures. They were floating and looping endlessly. I moved on. There was a long-abandoned vegetable garden ringed by a rusted rabbit fence. An archaeologist might have been able to tell what had been grown there. I couldn't. Further on was a long, high mound of something green and vigorous. An old hedge, maybe, untrimmed for a decade and run to seed. Behind it were 2 utilitarian structures, placed there so as not to be visible from the house, presumably. The first structure was an old wooden shed, rotting and listing and down at one corner. The other structure was a deer trestle. Chapter 57. The deer trestle was a big thing, built in an old-fashioned A-frame style from solid timbers. It was at least 7 feet tall. I could have walked under the top rail with no trouble at all. I guessed the idea was to back up a pickup truck and dump a dead animal out of the bed onto the dirt between the A-frames, and then to tie ropes to the animal's hind legs, and then to flip the ropes up over the top rail, and then to use muscle power or the pickup itself to haul the animal up in the air so that it hung vertically and upside down, ready for the butcher's knife. Age-old technology, but not one I had ever used. If I wanted a steak, I went to the officers' club, much less work. The trestle could have been 50 years old or more. Its timbers were mature, seasoned, and solid. Some kind of native hardwood. There was a little green moss growing on its northern exposures, which faced me. Its top rail had been worn to a smooth polish over the years, by the ropes that had run over it. There was no way of knowing how long ago it had last been used, or how recently. But the dirt between its spread legs had been disturbed, and recently. That was clear. The top 2 or 3 inches had been dug up and removed. What should have been beaten and blackened earth as old as the frame itself was now a shallow pit about 3 feet square. There was no other useful evidence in the yard, none at all, except for the missing dirt and the tire marks that had not come from a pickup truck or any other kind of utilitarian vehicle. The shed next to the trestle was empty, and I checked the house again as I passed by on the trip back to the road just to be sure, but it had not been entered. The windows were filmed with gray organic scum, which also lay less visibly on the siding and the doors and the door handles. Nothing had been touched. No marks, no smears. There were misty spiderwebs everywhere, unbroken. There was vegetation of every kind, some of it thorned and brawny, some of it limp and delicate, all of it growing exactly where it wanted to, up stoops, across doorways, none of it pushed aside or cut back or otherwise disturbed. I stopped at the mouth of the driveway and parted the long grass around the mailbox with my hands. The mailbox was a standard postal service item, standard size, once painted gray, now no color at all, flecked with rust and fine lines where the curve of the sheet metal had stressed the enamel finish. It was set on a post that had started its service as a 6x6, but was now wizened away to a twisted bulk that retained only its core. There had been a name on the box, spelled out in stick-on letters printed in forward-leaning rectangles, in a style popular long ago. They had been peeled off, possibly as a last gesture when the home was abandoned, but they had left dry webs of adhesive residue behind, like fingerprints. There had been 8 letters on the box. I jumped the ditch again and continued east. I passed 2 more houses, widely spaced, occupied, but in no kind of good condition. After the last one, the road narrowed, and its surface went pitted and lumpy. It burrowed into a wall of trees and ran on straight. The trees crowded in from the sides and left a thoroughfare barely a yard wide. I pressed on regardless, whipped and clawed by branches. 50 paces later, I came out the other side and found the railroad track right there in front of me, running left to right, blocking my path. At that location, it was up on a raised earth berm about a yard high. The terrain in that part of Mississippi looked pretty flat to the human eye, but straining locomotives see things differently. They want every dip filled in and every peak shaved level. I scrambled up the yard of earth and crunched over the ballast stones and stood on a tie. To my right, the track ran straight all the way south to the Gulf. To my left, it ran straight north, all the way to wherever it went. I could see the road crossing far in the distance and the old water tower. The rails either side of me were burnished bright by the passage of iron wheels. Ahead of me were more low trees and bushes, and beyond them was a field, and beyond the field were houses. I heard a helicopter, somewhere east and a little north. I scanned the horizon and saw a Black Hawk in the air, about 3 miles away. Heading for Kellam, I assumed. I listened to the whap, whap, whap of its rotor and the whine of its turbine, and I watched it maintain direction but lose height as it came in to land. Then I scrambled down the far side of the earth berm and headed onward through the next belt of trees. I hiked across the field that came after that and stepped over a wire and found myself on a street I figured was parallel with Emmeline McClatchy's. In fact, I could see the back of the house with the beer signs in the windows, the ad hoc bar. But between it and me were other houses, all surrounded by yards. Private property. In the yard dead ahead of me, 2 guys were sitting in white plastic chairs. Old men. They were watching me. By the look of them, they were taking a break from some kind of hard physical labor. I stopped at their fence line and asked, "Would you do me a favor?" They didn't answer in words, but they cocked their chins up like they were listening. I said, "Would you let me walk through your yard? I need to get to the next street." The guy on the left asked, "Why?" He had a fringe of white beard, but no mustache. I said, "I'm visiting with a person who lives there." "Who?" "Emmeline McClatchy." "You with the army?" I said, "Yes, I am." "Then Emmeline doesn't want a visit from you, nor does anyone else around here." "Why not?" "Because of Bruce Lindsay most recently." "Was he a friend of yours?" "He surely was." "Bullshit," I said. "He told me he had no friends. You all called him deformed and shunned him and made his life a misery, so don't get up on your high horse now." "You got some mouth on you, son." "More than just a mouth." "You gonna shoot us, too?" "I'm sorely tempted." The old guy cracked a grin.
Come on through. But be nice to Emmeline. This thing with Bruce Lindsay's shook her up all over again.
I walked the depth of their yard and heard the Blackhawk again, taking off from Kelham, far in the distance. A short visit for somebody, or a delivery, or a pickup. I saw it rise above the treetops, a distant speck, nose down, accelerating north. I stepped over a wire fence at the end of the yard. Now I was in the bar's lot. Still private, technically, but in principle, bars welcome passers-by rather than run them off. And the place was deserted anyway. I looped past the building and made it out to the street unmolested. And saw an Army Humvee easing to a stop outside the McClatchy house. Chapter 58. A Humvee is a very wide vehicle, and it was on a very narrow dirt road. It almost filled it, ditch to ditch. It was painted in standard green and black camouflage colors, and it was very clean. Maybe brand new. I walked towards it, and it came to a stop, and the motor shut off. The driver's door opened, and a guy climbed down. He was in woodland-patterned BDUs and clean boots. Since before the start of my career, battle dress uniform had been worn with subdued name tapes and badges of rank, and like everything else in the Army, the definition of subdued had been specified within an inch of its life, to the point where names and ranks were unreadable from more than 3 or 4 feet away. An officer-led initiative for sure. Officers worried about snipers picking them off first. The result was, I had no idea who had just gotten out of the Humvee. Could have been a private first class, could have been a 2-star general. 3 stars and above don't drive themselves. Not usually. Not on business. Not off-duty either. They don't do much of anything themselves. But I had a clear premonition about who the guy was. An easy conclusion, actually. Who else was authorized to be out and about? He even looked like me. Same kind of height, same kind of build, similar coloring. It was like looking in a mirror, except he was 5 years my junior, and it showed in the way he moved. He was bouncing around with plenty of energy. An impartial judge would have said he looked young and over-exuberant. The same judge would have said I looked old and overtired. Such was the contrast between us. He watched me approach, curious about who I was, curious about a white man in a black neighborhood. I let him gawp until I was 6 feet away. My eyesight is as good as it ever was, and I can read subdued tapes from further than I should, especially on bright sunlit Mississippi afternoons. His tapes said, Monroe, U.S. Army. He had little black oak leaves on his collar, to show he was a major. He had a field cap on his head, the same camouflage pattern as his blouse and his pants. He had fine lines around his eyes, which were about the only evidence he wasn't born yesterday. I had the advantage, because my shirt was plain, civilian issue, no name tape. So I stood there for a moment in silence. I could smell diesel from his ride, and rubber from its tires. I could hear its engine tick as it cooled. I could hear the breeze in Emmeline McClatchy's shade tree. Then I stuck out my hand and said, Jack Reacher. He took it and said, Duncan Monroe. I asked, what brings you here? He said, let's sit in the truck a spell. A Humvee is equally wide inside, but most of the space is taken up by a gigantic transmission tunnel. The front seats are small and far apart. It was like sitting in adjacent traffic lanes. I think the separation suited both our moods. Monroe said, the situation is changing. I said, the situation is always changing. Get used to it. The officer in question has been relieved of his command. Reed Riley? We're not supposed to use that name. Who's gonna know? You think this truck is wired for sound? I'm just trying to maintain protocol. Was that him in the Blackhawk? Monroe nodded. He's on his way back to Benning. Then they're gonna move him on and hide him away somewhere. Why? There was some big panic 2 hours ago. The phone lines were burning up. I don't know why. Killam just lost its quarantine force, that's why. That again. There never was a quarantine force, I told you that. I just met them. Bunch of civilian yahoos. Like Ruby Ridge? But less professional. Why do people do stupid shit like that? They envy our glamorous lives. What happened to him? I chased him away. So then someone felt he had to withdraw Riley. Oh, you're not going to be popular. I don't want to be popular. I want to get the job done. This is the Army, not high school. He's a senator's son. He's making his name. Did you know the Marine Corps employs lobbyists? I said, I heard that. This was our version. I looked out my window at the McClatchy place, at its low roof, its mud-stained siding, its mean windows, its spreading tree. I asked, "Why did you come here?" "Same reason you chased the yahoos away," Monroe said. "I'm trying to get the job done." "In what way?" "I checked out the other two women you mentioned. There were FYI memos in the XO's files. Then I cross-referenced bits and pieces of information I picked up along the way. It seems like Captain Riley is something of a ladies' man. Since he got here, he's had a string of girlfriends longer than my dick. It's likely both Janice Chapman and Shauna Lindsay were on the list. I want to see if Rosemary McClatchy will make it 3 for 3. That's why I'm here, too. Great minds think alike, Monroe said. Or fools never differ. Did you bring his picture? He unbuttoned his right breast pocket, just below his name. He pulled out a slim black notebook and opened it and slid a photograph from between its pages. He handed it to me, arm's length across the transmission tunnel. Captain Reed Riley. The first time I'd seen his face. The photograph was in color, possibly taken for a passport or some other civilian document that prohibited headgear or other visual obstructions. He looked to be in his late 20s. He was broad but chiseled, somewhere halfway between bulky and slender. He was tanned and had very white teeth, some of which were on display behind an easy grin. He had brown hair buzzed short, and wise, empty eyes creased at the corners with webs of fine lines. He looked steady, competent, hard, and full of shit. He looked exactly like every infantry captain I'd ever seen. I handed the picture back, arm's length across the transmission tunnel. I said, "We'll be lucky to get a definitive ID. I bet all Rangers look the same to old Mrs. McClatchy." "Only one way to find out," Monroe said, and opened his door. I got out on my side and waited while he looped around the stubby hood. He said, "I'll tell you something else that came up with cross-referencing. Something you might like to know. Sheriff Devereaux is not a lesbian. She's a notch on Riley's bedpost, too. Apparently they were dating less than a year ago." And then he walked on ahead of me, to Emmeline McClatchy's door. Emmeline McClatchy opened up after Monroe's second knock. She greeted us with polite reserve. She remembered me from before. She paid close attention as Monroe introduced himself, and then she invited us inside, to a small room that had 2 wooden wheelback chairs either side of a fireplace and a rag rug on the floor. The ceiling was low, and the dimensions were cramped, and the air smelled of cooked food. There were 3 framed photographs on the wall. One was Martin Luther King, and one was President Clinton, and the third was Rosemary McClatchy, from the same series as the pictures I'd seen in the Sheriff's Department's file, but possibly even more spectacular. A friend with a camera, 1 roll of film, a sunny afternoon, a frame, a hammer, and a nail. And that was all that was left of a life. Emmeline and I took the chairs by the fireplace and left Monroe standing on the rug. In the tiny room, he looked as big as I felt, and just as awkward, and just as clumsy, and just as alien. He took the photograph from his pocket again and held it face down against his chest. He said, "Mrs. McClatchy, we need to ask you about your daughter Rosemary's friends." Emmeline McClatchy said, "My daughter Rosemary had lots of friends." Monroe said, "In particular, one young man from the base she might have been seeing.
see it?
Stepping out with. Dating, in other words.
Let me see the picture.
Monroe bent down and handed it over. She held it this way and that in the light from the window. She studied it. She asked,
Is this man suspected of killing the white girl?
Monroe said, We're not sure. We can't rule him out.
Nobody brought pictures to me when Rosemary was killed. Nobody brought pictures to Mrs. Lindsay when Shauna was killed. Why is that?
Monroe said, Because the Army made a bad mistake. There's no excuse for it. All I can say is it would have been different if I'd been involved back then, or Major Reacher here. Beyond that, all I can do is to apologize. She looked at him, and so did I. Then she looked at the picture again and said,
This man's name is Reed Riley. He's a captain in the 75th Ranger Regiment. Rosemary said he commanded Bravo Company, whatever that is.
So they were dating?
Almost 4 months. She was talking about a life together.
Was he?
Men will say anything to get what they want.
When did it end?
2 weeks before she was killed.
Why did it end?
She didn't tell me.
Did you have an opinion? Emmeline McClatchy said,
I think she got pregnant.
Chapter 59. There was silence in the small room for a moment, and then Emmeline McClatchy said,
A mother can always tell. She looked different. She acted different. She even smelled different. At first she was happy, and then later she was miserable. I didn't ask her anything. I thought she would come to me on her own. You know, in her own good time. But she didn't get the chance.
Monroe was quiet for a beat, like a mark of respect, and then he asked, Did you ever see Captain Riley again after that? Emmeline McClatchy nodded.
He came by to offer his condolences a week after her body was found.
Do you think he killed her?
You're the policeman, young man, not me.
I think a mother can always tell.
Rosemary said his father was an important man. She wasn't sure where or how. Politics, perhaps. Something where image matters. I think a black girlfriend was a good thing for Captain Riley. But a pregnant girlfriend wasn't.
Emmeline McClatchy wouldn't be pushed any further. We said our goodbyes and walked back to the Humvee. Monroe said, This is looking real bad. I asked him, Did you speak to Shauna Lindsay's mother too? She wouldn't say a word to me. She chased me away with a stick. How solid is the information about Sheriff Devereaux? Rock solid. They dated, he ended it, she wasn't happy. Then Rosemary McClatchy was next up, as far as I can piece it together. Was it his car that got wrecked on the track? According to the Oregon DMV, it was. Via the plate you found. A blue 57 Chevy. A piece of shit, not a show car. Did he have an explanation? No, he had a lawyer. Can you prove he was Janice Chapman's boyfriend too? Not beyond a reasonable doubt. She was a party girl. She was seen with a lot of guys. She can't have been dating all of them. She was known as a party girl at Tulane, too. Is that where she went? Apparently. He smiled. If all the Tulane co-eds were laid end to end, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Did you know she wasn't really Janice Chapman? What do you mean? She was born Audrey Shaw. She changed her name 3 years ago. Why? Politics, I said. She was coming off a 2-year affair with Carlton Riley. I left him with that piece of information and walked away south. He drove away north. This time I didn't cut through anyone's yard. I walked around the block like a responsible citizen and stepped over the wire and hiked across the field and found the dirt track through the trees. I was back on Main Street less than 20 minutes later. 5 minutes after that, I was inside the sheriff's department. 1 minute after that, I was in Devereaux's office. She was behind her desk. The desk was covered in a sea of paper. I said, "We need to talk." Chapter 60. Devereaux looked up at me, a little alarmed. Something in my voice, maybe. She said,
"Talk about what?"
I asked her, "Did you ever date a guy from the base?"
"What base? You mean Kellum?"
"Yes, Kellum."
"That's kind of personal, isn't it?"
"Did you?"
"Of course not. Are you crazy? Those guys are my biggest problem. You know how it is between a military population and local law enforcement. It would have been the worst kind of conflict of interest."
"Do you socialize with any of them?"
"No, for the same reason."
"Do you know any of them?"
"Barely," she said. "I've toured the base and met some of the senior officers in a formal way, which is to be expected. They're trying to deal with the same kind of problems I am."
"Okay," I said.
"Why are you asking?"
Monroe was at the McClatchy place. Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay seemed to have dated the same guy. Janice Chapman also. Probably. Monroe heard you'd dated the guy, too.
"Oh, that's bullshit. I haven't dated a guy in 2 years, couldn't you tell?"
I sat down. "I had to ask," I said. "I'm sorry."
"Who was the guy?"
"I can't tell you."
"You have to tell me. Don't you think? McClatchy and Lindsay are my cases. Therefore, it's relevant information. And I have a right to know if some guy has taken my name in vain."
"Reed Riley," I said.
"Never heard of him,"
she said. Then she said,
"Wait a minute. Did you say Riley?"
I didn't answer. She said,
"Oh, my God. Carlton Riley's son? He's a Kellum? I had no idea."
I said nothing.
"Oh, my God,"
she said again.
"That explains a whole lot."
I said, "It was his car on the railroad track, and Emmeline McClatchy thinks he got Rosemary pregnant. I didn't ask her, she came right out with it."
"I need to talk to him."
"You can't. They just choppered him out of there."
"To where?"
"What's the most remote army post in the world?"
"I don't know."
"Neither do I, but a buck gets 10, that's where he'll be tonight."
"Why would he say he dated me?"
"Ego," I said. "Maybe he wanted his pals to believe he had collected the whole set, the 4 most beautiful women in Carter Crossing. The Brannon brothers at the bar told me he was a big dog and always had arm candy."
"I'm not arm candy."
"Maybe not on the inside."
"His father probably knows the guy Janice Chapman had the affair with. They're right there in the Senate together."
I said nothing. She looked right at me. She said,
"Oh, no."
I said, "Oh, yes."
"The same woman? Father and son? Ah, that's seriously messed up."
"Monroe can't prove it. Neither can we."
"We can infer it. This all is way too much hoopla for a theoretical worry about blowback in general."
"Maybe," I said. "Maybe not. Who knows how these people think?"
"Whatever. You can't go to D.C. Not now. It's far too dangerous. You'll be walking around with the world's biggest target on your back. Senate Liaison has got a lot invested in Carlton Riley. They won't let you screw things up. Believe me, you're nothing to them compared to a good relationship with the Armed Services Committee."
She said all that, and then her phone rang and she picked up and listened for a minute. She covered the mouthpiece with her palm and said,
"This is the Oxford PD asking about the dead journalist. I want to tell him the proven perpetrator was shot to death by police after resisting arrest. Case closed."
I said, "Fine with me." So she told him that, and then she had to call a whole long list of state departments and county authorities. So I wandered out of her office, and she got so busy I didn't talk to her again until dinner at 9 o'clock. At dinner, we talked about her father's house. She ordered her cheeseburger, and I got a roast beef sandwich, and I asked her, what was it like growing up here?
It was weird, she said. Obviously, I didn't have anything to compare it to, and we didn't get television until I was 10, and we never went to the movies. But even so, I sensed there had to be more out there. We all did. We all had island fever.
Then she asked me where I grew up, so I went through as much of the long list as I could remember. Conceived in the Pacific, born in West Berlin when my father was assigned to the embassy there, a dozen different bases before elementary school, education all over the world, cuts and bruises picked up fighting in hot, wet alleys in Manila, healing days later in cold, wet quarters in Belgium near NATO headquarters, then running across the original assailants a month later in San Diego and resuming the conflict. Then eventually West Point, and a restless, always-moving career of my own, in some of the same places, but in many new and different places, too, in that the Army's global footprint was not identical to the Marine Corps. She said,
What's the longest you were ever in one spot?
I said, less than 6 months, probably.
What was your dad like?
He was quiet, I said. He was a bird watcher. But his job was to kill people as fast and efficiently as possible, and he was always aware of it.
Was he good to you?
Yes, in an old-fashioned way. Was yours? She nodded.
Old-fashioned would be a good way to describe it. He thought I'd get married, and he'd have to come all the way to Tupelo or Oxford to visit me.
Where's your house?
South on Main Street until it curves, and then first on the left. Little dirt road, fourth house on the right.
Is it still there?
Just about.
Didn't it rent again?
No. My dad was sick for a spell before he died, and he let the place go. The bank that owned it wasn't paying attention. It's more or less a ruin now.
All overgrown, with slime on the walls and a cracked foundation, big old hedge in the back, 8 letters on the mailbox.
How do you know all that?
I was there, I said. I passed by on my way to the McClatchy place. She didn't answer. I said, I saw the deer trestle. She didn't answer. I said, and I saw the dirt in the trunk of your car when you gave me the shotgun shells. Chapter 61. The waitress came by and picked up our empty plates and took our orders for pie. Then she went away again, and Devereaux was left looking at me, a little crestfallen, a little embarrassed, I thought. She said,
I did a stupid thing.
I said, what kind of stupid thing?
I hunt, she said. Now and then, just for fun. Deer, mostly. Just for something to do. I give the meat to the old folks, like Emmeline McClatchy. They don't eat well otherwise. Pork sometimes, if a neighbor is butchering a pig. If the neighbor thinks to share. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the neighbors can't afford to share.
I remember, I said. Emmeline had deer meat in the pot when we were there the first time. She offered us lunch. You declined. She nodded.
No point in giving and then taking away. I got that deer a week ago. I couldn't take it back to the hotel, obviously. So I used my dad's place. I always have, since I came back here. That's a good trestle. But then you came up with your theory about Janice Chapman. I didn't know you very well at that point. I thought you might get on the phone to HQ. I had visions of Blackhawks in the air, finding every trestle in the county. So I sent you off to ID the wrecked car so you'd be out of the way for an hour, and I went over and dug up the blood.
Tests would have proved it came from an animal.
I know,
she said.
But how long would that have taken? I don't even know where the nearest lab is. Atlanta, maybe? It could have taken 2 weeks or more. And I can't afford to be under a cloud for 2 weeks or more. I literally can't afford it. This is the only job I have. I don't know where I'd get another one. And voters are weird. They always remember the suspicion, and they never remember the outcome.
I thought about my old pal Stan Lowry back on post with his want ads. A brave new world for all of us. Okay, I said. But it was a fairly dumb thing to do.
I know it was. I panicked a little bit.
Do you know other hunters? And other trestles?
Some?
Because I still think that's how those women were killed. I don't see how it could be done any other way.
I agree, which is why I panicked.
So sooner or later we might need to get those Blackhawks in the air.
Unless we find Reed Riley first and ask him some questions.
Reed Riley is gone, I said. He's probably Army liaison at Thule Air Force Base by now.
Which is where?
Northern Greenland, I said. The top of the world. It's certainly the Air Force's most remote place. I was there once. I was on a C-5 that had a problem. We had to land there. It's part of the distant early warning system. No sunlight for 4 months of the year. They got radar that can see a tennis serve 3,000 miles away.
Did you get their phone number?
I smiled. We're going to have to do it another way. I'll see what comes out of the woodwork the day after tomorrow. She said nothing in reply to that. We ate our pie slowly. We had time to kill. At that point, the midnight train was probably just easing its way out of the yards in Biloxi. Devereaux was still worried about the old man in the hotel, and she didn't want to repeat her charade at the top of the stairs, so I gave her my key, and we left the diner separately, 10 minutes apart, which left me with the check and time for a third cup of coffee. Then I strolled down the street and nodded to the guy behind the desk and headed up the stairs and tapped on my own door. Devereaux opened up instantly, and I stepped inside. She had taken her shoes and her gun belt off, but everything else was still in place. Uniform shirt, uniform pants, ponytail. All good. We went at it like a junkie heats a spoon. Half fast, half slow. Full of intense anticipation. Willing to make the investment. Barely able to wait for the payoff. She started by taking the elastic out of her hair, shaking it loose, smiling at me from behind its thick dark curtain. She undid the first 3 buttons on her shirt, and the weight of her nameplate and badges and stars dragged the loose material askew and showed me a deep triangle of bare skin. I took off my shoes and my socks and pulled my shirt tails out of my pants. She put one hand on the 4th button on her shirt and the other on the button on the waistband of her pants, and she said,
"Your choice."
Which was a tough choice to make. But I thought long and hard about it and came to a firm conclusion. I said, pants. And she popped the button, and a long minute later she was barefoot and bare-legged in just her tan uniform shirt. I said, "Now you get the same choice." And she went the other way, and I took off my shirt. This time she asked about my shrapnel scar, and I gave her the short version, which was all about unfortunate timing at the start of my career and a routine liaison visit to a Marine encampment in Beirut, Lebanon, and being passed by a truck which then blew itself up near the barracks entrance 100 yards from where I was standing. She said,
"I heard about an Army MP there. That was you?"
I said, "I'm not sure who else was there."
"You went into the ruin and helped people."
"Only by accident," I said. "I was looking for a medic, for myself. I could see what I had eaten for dinner the night before."
"You got the Silver Star."
"And blood poisoning," I said. "I could have done without either thing." I undid my waistband button, and she undid the last of her shirt buttons, and then we were in nothing but our underwear. That state of affairs did not endure long. We set my shower running and climbed into the tub together and pulled the curtain. We grabbed soap and shampoo and lathered up and washed each other up and down, side to side, inside and out. No one on earth could have faulted our standards of hygiene, or our approach to ensuring them. We stayed in the shower until Toussaint's tank ran cool, and then we grabbed enough towels to make sure we wouldn't put puddles in my bed, and then the serious business began. She tasted warm and slick and soapy, and I'm sure I did too. She was lithe and strong and full of energy. We were very patient. I figured the midnight train was by then north of Columbus, south of Aberdeen, maybe 40 miles and 40 minutes away. And 40 minutes is a good long time. Halfway through it, there was precious little we didn't know about each other. I knew the way she moved, and what she liked, and what she loved. She knew the same about me. I got to know the way her heart hammered against her ribs, and the way her ribs moved as she panted, and the difference between one kind of panting and another. She got to know equivalent facts about me, the early warning catch in my throat, the things to do to make my skin flush red, where I liked to be touched, and what drove me absolutely crazy. Then we began, a long, slow build-up, with a time certain in mind, like an invading army approaching a D-Day H-hour, like infantrymen watching the beach come closer, like pilots seeing the target grow large in the bomb sights. Long and slow, closer and closer, long and slow for 5 whole minutes. Then eventually faster and harder, faster and harder, faster and harder. The glass on my bathroom shelf began to tinkle right on cue. It shook and rattled. The pipes in the walls made muffled metallic sounds. The French doors shook, one sound from the wood, another from the glass, a third from the latch. The floorboards vibrated like drum skins. A discarded shoe rolled right side up. Her sheriff's star beat a tiny tattoo against the wood. The Beretta in my pocket thumped and bounced. The bedhead beat on the wall in a rhythm not our own. The midnight train, right on time. All aboard. But this time it was different. And wrong. Not us, but the train. Its sound was not the same. Its pitch was low. It was suddenly slowing hard. Its distant rumble was overlaid with the binding, grinding, screeching howl of brakes. I saw in my mind iron blocks jammed against the rims, locked wheels, long showers of superheated sparks in the nighttime air, one car after the other slamming and buffeting the next in front, as the mile-long length telescoped together behind the slowing locomotive. Devereaux slipped out from under me and sat up straight, her eyes nowhere, listening hard. The grinding howl kept on going, loud, mournful, primitive, impossibly long. And then eventually it started to fade, partly because the train's momentum had carried it far beyond the crossing, and partly because it was finally almost at a stop. By my side, Devereaux whispered,
"Oh, no."
Chapter 62. We dressed fast and were out on the street 2 minutes later. Devereaux stopped and took 2 flashlights from her trunk. She lit one up and gave one to me. We used the alley between the hardware store and the pharmacy, past Janice Chapman's sad pile of sand, between the loan office and Brannon's bar, and out to the beaten earth beyond. She walked on ahead of me, almost limping, which didn't surprise me. I was on my knees. But she kept on going, dogged, committed, reluctant but determined to serve. She was going to the railroad track, of course. She scrambled up the packed stones and stepped over the bright steel onto the ties. She turned south. I followed her. I figured the engineer would be about 20 minutes behind us. I figured his train would weigh about 8,000 tons. And I knew a little bit about trains that weigh 8,000 tons. Sometimes MPs are traffic cops like any other cops, but our traffic is specialized, in that it includes tank trains, which usually weigh about 8,000 tons. And part of directing traffic at that level is understanding it takes a tank train about a mile to stop, even in a panic. And it takes an average man 20 minutes to walk a mile, so we would get there 20 minutes before the engineer did. Which was not a privilege. Although I doubted there would be much left to find. We pressed on, almost jogging, trying to match awkward strides to the intervals between the ties. Our flashlight beams bounced and swung through a fading cloud of smoke left behind by the train's tortured brakes. I figured we were headed right where I had already walked twice that day, where the path through the field to the east crossed the track before heading into the woods to the west. Devereaux's own childhood street, in effect, more or less. She must have been thinking about the same place, because as we approached the spot she slowed right down and started playing her flashlight beam carefully left and right. I did the same thing, and it fell to me to find it. All that was left. Except, I supposed, a red pulverized mist that must have filled the air and touched everything within 100 yards. A molecule here, a molecule there. It was a human foot, amputated just above the ankle. The cut was clean and straight, not ripped or torn and ragged. It was a neat straight line. That line had been hit by some unbelievable instantaneous shock wave, some kind of savage subsonic pulse, like an acoustic weapon. I had seen such a thing before, and so had Devereaux. Most traffic cops have. The shoe was still in place. A polished black item, plain and modest, with a low heel and a strap and a button. The stocking was still in place under it. Its top edge looked like it had been trimmed with scissors. Under its beige opacity was dark ebony skin, ending neatly in what looked like a plaster-cast cross-section displayed in a medical school lecture hall. Bone, veins, flesh.
"Those were church shoes,"
Devereaux said.
"She was a nice woman at heart. I am so sorry this happened."
I never met her, I said. She was out. That was the first thing that kid ever said to me. "My mom's out," he said. We sat on a tie about 5 yards north of the foot and waited for the engineer. He joined us 15 minutes later. There wasn't much he could tell us. Just the lonely glare of the headlight and the briefest subliminal flash of a white lining inside a black coat falling open, and then it was all over long ago.
"Her church suit,"
Devereaux said.
"Black gabardine, white lining."
Then the engineer had slammed on the brakes, as he was required to by railroad policy and federal regulations and state laws, all of which were a totally pointless waste of time, in his opinion. Stress on the train, stress on the track, and for what? A mile's walk and nothing when he got there. It had happened to him before. He and Devereaux exchanged various reference numbers and names and addresses, again as per regulations, and Devereaux asked him if he was okay or wanted help in any way, but he brushed the concerns aside and set off walking north again, a mile back to his cab. Not at all shaken up, just weary with routine. We walked back to Main Street, past the hotel, to the sheriff's department. No one was on duty at night, so Devereaux let us in with a key and turned on the lights. She called Pellegrino and told him to come back in on overtime, and she called the doctor and told him he had more duties to perform. Neither one was happy, but both were quick. They arrived almost together within a matter of minutes. Maybe they had heard the train, too. Devereaux sent them off together to collect the remains. We waited, not saying much, and they were back within half an hour. The doctor left again for his office, and Devereaux told Pellegrino to drive me to Memphis. Much earlier than I had planned, but I would have wanted it no other way. Chapter 63. I didn't go back to the hotel. I left directly from the sheriff's department, with nothing except cash in one pocket and the Beretta in the other. We saw no passing traffic. No big surprise, it was the dead of night and we were far from anywhere. Pellegrino didn't talk. He was mute with fatigue, or resentment, or something. He just drove. He used the same route I had come in on, First the straight-shot east-west road through the forest, then the minor road I had ridden in the old Chevy truck, and then the dusty two-lane I had ridden in the sagging Buick sedan. We crossed the state line into Tennessee and passed by Germantown, where I'd gotten out of the lumber guy's pickup, and then we headed through the sleeping southeast suburb and arrived in downtown Memphis, still well before dawn. I got out at the bus depot, and Pellegrino drove away without a word. He went around a block, and I heard his motor beating between buildings, and then it faded to nothing and he was gone. The early start gave me a big choice of buses, but the first of them didn't leave for an hour. So I quartered the surrounding low-rent blocks, looking for an all-night diner, and I found a choice of two. I picked the same place I had used for lunch 3 days previously. It was cheap, and it hadn't killed me. I got coffee from a crusted pot, and bacon and eggs from pans that had been hot since the Nixon administration. 50 minutes later, I was in the back of a bus, heading north and east. I watched the sun come up through the window on my right, and then I slept for the rest of the 6-hour ride. I got out at the same place I had gotten in 3 days before, at the depot on the edge of town close to the post where I was based. The town bore no obvious similarity to Carter Crossing, but all the same elements were there. Bars, loan offices, auto parts, gun shops, used stereo stores, each one of them thriving on the supportive stream of Uncle Sam's military dollars. I walked past them all and headed into open country, stopping at the diner half a mile out for lunch, then continuing onward. I was back on post and in my quarters before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was much earlier than I had expected, and which gave me the chance to improve my plan a little. The first thing I did was take a long hot shower. Devereaux's scent came up at me in the steam. I dried off and dressed in full-on Class A uniform, soup to nuts. Then I called Stan Lowry and asked him for a ride back to the bus depot. I figured if I hurried, I could get to D.C. by dinner time, which was about 12 hours ahead of schedule. And I told Lowry to make no secret of where I was going. I figured the more people who knew, and the longer I was there, the better chance things would have to come crawling out of the woodwork. Washington, D.C. at 7 o'clock on a Monday evening was going quiet. A company town, where the company was America, and where the work never really stopped, but where it moved into quiet, confidential locations after 5 in the afternoon. Salons, bars, fancy restaurants, townhouse parlors. Those locations were unknown to me, but I knew the neighborhoods most likely to contain them. So I skipped the kind of distant chain hotels a lowly 04 like me would normally use, and I headed for the brighter lights and the cleaner streets and the higher prices south of DuPont Circle. Not that I was intending to pay for anything. Legend had it that there was a fancy place on Connecticut Avenue with a glitch in its back office, whereby uniformed guests were automatically billed to the Department of the Army. Some one-time conference arrangement that had never been canceled, or some embittered veteran in charge of the ledgers. No one knew. But the legend said you could be in Arlington Cemetery before the charges caught up with you. I walked there slowly, in the center of every sidewalk I used. I was vigilant without appearing to be so. I used store windows as mirrors and gazed around innocently at every crosswalk light. No one was paying me any attention. I was crowded and jostled at times, but only by normal, busy people rushing ahead to the next thing on their long agendas. I got to the hotel without any trouble and checked in under my real name and rank, and the legend held up, in that I was asked for no charge card or deposit. All I had to do was sign a piece of paper, which I did, as clearly and legibly as possible. No point in being the bait in a trap and then hiding your light under a bushel. Not that I had ever been sure what a bushel was. Some kind of a small barrel, I assumed. In which case the light would go out anyway, for want of oxygen. I rode the elevator to my room and hung my Class A coat on a hanger and called down and asked for dinner to be delivered. 30 minutes later I was eating a sirloin steak, which would also be billed to the Pentagon. 30 minutes after that, I left the tray in the corridor and went out for a walk, just trawling, just seeing if my passage would pull anyone out of the shadows behind me. But no one reacted, and no one followed. I walked around the circle and then quartered the blocks beyond it, passing the Iraqi embassy at one extreme and the Colombian at the other. I saw men and women I took to be federal agents of various kinds, and men and women out of uniform but clearly military, and men and women in uniform from all four branches of the service, and numerous private citizens in serious suits. But none of them made a move against me. None of them was even slightly interested. I was part of the furniture. So I went back to the hotel, and I went to bed in my luxurious room, and I waited to see what would happen the next day, which would be Tuesday, the 11th of March, 1997. Chapter 64. I woke up at 7 and let the Department of the Army buy me a room service breakfast. By 8, I was showered and dressed and out on the street. I figured this was when the serious business would begin. A noon appointment at the Pentagon for a guy based as far away as I was made it likely I would have stayed in town the night before, and Washington hotels were easily monitored. It was that kind of a city. And I wasn't hiding my light under any kind of a small barrel. So I half expected opposition in the lobby, or right outside the street door. I found it in neither place. It was a fresh spring morning. The sun was out, the air was warm, and everything I saw was benign and innocent. I made a show of strolling out to a newspaper kiosk, even though the hotel supplied publications of every type. I bought a Post and a Times, and I lingered and loitered over making change, all slow and unconcerned. But there was no approach and no attack. I carried the papers to a coffee shop and sat at an outside table, in full view of the whole world. No one looked at me. By 10 o'clock I was full of coffee and had read the ink off both broadsheets, and no passerby had shown any interest in me. I began to think I had outsmarted myself with my choice of hotel. A transient 04 would normally stay in a different kind of place, of which there were simply too many to call. So I began to think it likely the opposition would be focusing on the end of my journey, not a stop along the way, which would be more efficient for them anyway. They knew exactly where I was going, and exactly when, which meant they would be waiting for me in or around the Pentagon at or before 12 o'clock. The belly of the beast. Much more dangerous. Less than 3 miles away, but a different planet in terms of how they would do things. It was still a beautiful morning, so I walked. Any day could be the last of life or liberty, so small pleasures were always worth pursuing. I went south on 17th Street, past the executive office building next to the White House, down the side of the Ellipse and onto the Mall. I turned away from George Washington's monument and headed for Abraham Lincoln's. I looped left of the old guy and found my way onto the Arlington Memorial Bridge and stepped out over the broad waters of the Potomac. Plenty of people were making the same trip by car. No one else was doing it on foot. The morning joggers were long gone, and the afternoon joggers were still at work. I stopped halfway across and leaned on the rail. Always a wise precaution on a bridge. Nowhere for a follower to hide. They had to keep on coming. But there was no one behind me. No one ahead of me either. I gave it 5 minutes, resting on my elbows like a contemplative soul, but no one came. So I moved on again, another 300 yards, and I arrived in Virginia. Straight ahead of me in the distance was Arlington National Cemetery, the main gate. I was there 5 minutes later. I walked into the sea of white stones. Immediately, there were graves all around me. Always the best way to approach the Department of Defense, through the graveyard, for purposes of perspective. I detoured once to pay my respects to JFK, and again to pay my respects to the unknown soldier. I walked behind Henderson Hall, which was a high-level marine place, and I came out the cemetery's south gate, and there it was, the Pentagon, the world's largest office building, 6.5 million square feet, 30,000 people, more than 17 miles of corridors, but just 3 street doors. Naturally, I wanted the southeast entrance, for obvious reasons. So I looped around, staying alert, keeping my distance, until I was able to join the thin stream of people coming in from the metro station. The stream got thicker as it funneled towards the doors. It turned out to be a decent crowd, the right kind of people for my particular purposes. I wanted witnesses. Arrests go bad all the time, sometimes accidentally, sometimes on purpose. But I got in okay, despite a little uncertainty in the lobby. What I thought was an arrest team turned out to be a new watch coming on duty. A temporary manpower surplus. That was all. So I made it to 3C315 unmolested. 3rd floor, C ring, nearest to radial corridor number 3, bay number 15. John James Fraser's office, Senate liaison. There was no one in there with him. He was all alone. He told me to close the door. I did. He told me to sit down. I did. He said, "So what do you got for me?" I said nothing. I had nothing to say. I hadn't expected to get that far. He said, "Good news, I hope." "No news," I said. "You told me you had the name. That's what your message said." "I don't have the name." "Then why say so? Why ask to see me?" I paused a beat. "It was a shortcut," I said. And right there, the meeting died on its feet. There was really nothing more to say. Fraser put on a big show of being tolerant and patient. He called me paranoid. Then he laughed a little, about how I couldn't even get arrested. Then he tried to look concerned, about my state of health maybe, and certainly about my appearance, the hair and the stubble. He put on the kind of brusque and manly voice an uncle uses with a favorite nephew. He said, "You look terrible. There are barbershops here, you know. You should go use one." "I can't," I said. "I'm supposed to look like this." "Because of the undercover role?" "Yes." "But you're not really undercover, are you? I heard the local sheriff rumbled you immediately." "I think it's worth continuing for the general population. The Army is not real popular with them at the moment." "Anyway, I expect you'll be withdrawn now. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't been withdrawn already. When did you last get orders?" "Why would I be withdrawn?" "Because matters appear to be resolved in Mississippi." "Do they?" "I think so. The shootings outside of Kellam were clearly a case of an excess of zeal from an unofficial and unauthorized paramilitary force from another state. The authorities in Tennessee will take care of all that. We can't really stand in their way. Our powers are limited." "They were ordered there." "No, I don't really think so. Those groups have extensive underground communications. We think it will prove to be a civilian initiative." "I don't agree." "This is not debate class. Facts are facts. This country is overrun with groups like that. Their agendas are decided internally. There's really no doubt about that." "What about the 3 dead women?" "Their perpetrator has been identified, I believe." "When?" "The news became public 3 hours ago, I think." "Who is it?" "I don't have all the details." "One of ours?" "No, I believe it was a local person, down there in Mississippi." I said nothing. Fraser said, "Anyway, thank you for coming in." I said nothing. Fraser said, "This meeting is over, Major." I said, "No, Colonel, it isn't." Chapter 65. The Pentagon was built because World War II was coming, and because World War II was coming, it was built without much steel. Steel was needed elsewhere, as always in wartime. Thus, the giant building was a monument to the strength and mass of concrete. So much sand was needed for the mix, it was dredged right out of the Potomac River, not far from the rising walls themselves. Nearly 1 million tons of it. The result was extreme solidity and silence. There were 30,000 people the other side of Fraser's closed door, but I couldn't hear any of them. I couldn't hear anything at all. Just the kind of hissing quiet typical of a C-ring office. Fraser said, "Don't forget you're talking to an officer senior to you in rank." I said, "Don't forget you're talking to an MP authorized to arrest anyone from a newborn private to a 5-star general." "What's your point?" "The Tennessee Free Citizens were ordered to kill him. That's clear, I think. And I agree, they acted with an excess of zeal when they got there. But that's on the guy who gave the order as much as it's on them. More so, in fact. Responsibility starts at the top. No one gave any orders. They were dispatched at the same moment I was, and Monroe. We all converged. It was one single integrated decision. Because Reed Riley was there. Who knew that? Perhaps it was a local decision. What was your personal position? Purely passive and reactive. I was ready to handle the fallout, if any. Nothing more. You sure? Senate liaison is always passive. It's about putting out fires. Is it never proactive? Never about cutting fire breaks ahead of time? How could I have done that? You could have seen the danger coming. You could have made a plan. You could have decided to defend Kellam's fence from pesky civilians asking awkward questions. But you couldn't ask the Rangers to do that themselves. No commander on Earth would recognize that as a legal order. So you could have called some unofficial buddies, from Tennessee, say, which is your home state, where you know people. That's possible, isn't it? No, that's ridiculous. Do you deny it? Of course I deny it. So humor me, I said. Let's talk theoretically. If a person did those two things, what would you think? What two things? Called Tennessee and tapped phones, what would you think? That laws were broken. Would a person do one thing and not the other? Speaking as a professional soldier? Well, he couldn't afford to. He couldn't afford to have an unauthorized force in the field without a way of knowing if it was close to being discovered. I agree, I said. So whoever deployed the Yahoos also tapped the phones, and whoever tapped the phones also deployed the Yahoos. Am I making sense, theoretically? I suppose so. Yes or no, Colonel? Yes. I asked, how good's your short-term memory? Good enough. What was the first thing you said to me when I came in here today? I told you to close the door. No, you said hello, and then you told me to close the door. And then I told you to sit down. And then? He said, I don't recall. We had a minor discussion about how busy this place is at noon. Oh, yes, I remember. And then you asked me what news I had. And you didn't have any. Which surprised you, because I had left a message in which I told you I had the name. I was surprised, yes. What name? I wasn't sure. It might have concerned anything. In which case you would have said a name, not the name. Or perhaps I was humoring your delusion that someone did in fact send those amateurs to Mississippi, because it seemed important to you. It was important to me, because it was true. Okay, I respect your convictions. I suggest you find out who. I have found out who. He didn't reply. You slipped up, I said. He didn't answer. I didn't leave you a message, I said. I made an appointment with your scheduler. That was all. I didn't give a reason for it. I just said I needed to see you at noon today. The only time I mentioned anything about names and the Tennessee Free Citizens was on a completely separate call with General Garber, which evidently you were listening to. The hissing quiet in the little office seemed to change in pitch. It went low and ominous, like a real thrumming silence. Fraser said, "Some things are too big for you to understand, son." "Probably," I said. "I'm not too clear about what happened in the first trillionth of a second after the Big Bang. I can't make quantum physics work, but I can get by with a lot of other things. For instance, I understand the Constitution of the United States pretty well. You ever heard of the First Amendment? It guarantees the freedom of the press, which means any old journalist is entitled to approach any old fence he likes. That guy was from some radical pinko rag in a college town. And I understand you're lazy. You've spent years kissing Carlton Riley's ass, and now you don't want to start over with a new guy. Not now, because that would involve actually doing your damn job." No reply. I said, "The second human being your boys killed was an underage recruit. He was on his way to try to join the army. His mother killed herself the same night. I understand both of those things, because I saw what was left. First one, and then the other." No reply. I said, "And I understand you're doubly arrogant. First you thought I wouldn't figure out your genius scheme, and then when I did, you thought you could deal with me all by yourself. No help, no backup, no arrest teams, just you and me here and now. I have to ask, how dumb are you?" "And I have to ask, are you armed?" "I'm in Class A uniform," I said. "No sidearm is carried with Class A uniform. You'll find that in the regulations." "So how dumb are you?" "I didn't expect to be in this situation. I didn't expect to get this far." "Take my advice, son. Hope for the best, plan for the worst." "You got a gun in your desk?" "I have 2 guns in my desk." "You gonna shoot me?" "If I have to." "This is the Pentagon. There are 30,000 military personnel outside your door. They're all trained to run towards the sound of gunfire. You better have a story ready." "You attacked me." "Why would I?" "Because you're obsessed about who shot some ugly black kid in the back of Beyond." "I never told anyone he was ugly. Or black. Not on the phone. You must have gotten that from your Tennessee buddies." "Whatever. You're obsessed. I ordered you to leave, but you attacked me." I leaned back in his visitor chair. I stretched my legs out in front of me. I let my arms hang down. I got good and relaxed. I could have fallen asleep. I said, "This doesn't look like a very threatening posture, does it? And I weigh about 250. You'll have a problem moving me before the 3C-314 and 3C-316 get in here, which will take them about a second and a half. And then you'll have to deal with the MPs. You kill one of their own in dubious circumstances, they'll tear you apart." "My neighbors won't hear. No one will hear a thing." "Why? You got suppressors on those guns?" "I don't need suppressors. Or guns." Then he did a very strange thing. He stepped over and took a picture off his wall. A black and white photograph. Himself and Senator Carlton Riley. It was signed. By the senator, I assumed. Not by him. He stepped away from the wall and laid the picture on his desk. Then he stepped back again and pincered his fingertips and worried the nail out of the plaster. "Is that it?" I said. "You're going to prick me to death with a pin?" He put the nail next to the photograph. He opened a drawer and took out a hammer. He said, "I was in the middle of rehanging the picture when you attacked me. Fortunately, I was able to grab the hammer, which was still close at hand." I said nothing. "It will be very quiet," he said. "One solid blow should do it. I'll have plenty of time to arrange your body whatever way I need to." "You're insane," I said. "No, I'm committed," he said, "to the future of the Army." Chapter 66. Hammers are very evolved items. They haven't changed for years. Why would they? Nails haven't changed. Nails have been the same forever. Therefore, a hammer's necessary features were worked out long ago. A heavy metal head and a handle. All you need and nothing you don't. Fraser's was a claw design, a framing hammer, maybe 28 ounces. A big, ugly thing. Total overkill for picture hanging, but such mismatches of tool and purpose are common in the real world. It made for a decent weapon, though. He came at me with it cocked in his right hand like a nightstick. I scrambled up out of my chair pretty fast, any idea of embarrassing him with an inappropriate post-mortem position abandoned long ago. Sheer instinct. I don't scare easy, but humans are very evolved, too. A lot of what we do is hardwired right back to the mists of time, right back to where my pal Stan Lowry liked to start a story. Fraser's office was small. Its free floor space was smaller still, like fighting in a phone booth. How it was going to go would depend on how smart Fraser was. And I figured he was plenty smart. He had survived Vietnam and the Gulf and years of Pentagon bullshit. You don't do any of that without brains. I figured he was an easy 7 out of 10, maybe an 8. In no imminent danger of winning the Nobel Prize, but definitely smarter than the average bear. Which helped me. Fighting morons is harder. You can't guess what they're going to do. But smart people are predictable. He swung the hammer right to left, waist height, a standard opening gambit. I arched back and it missed me. I figured next he would slash back the other way, left to right, same height, and he did, and I arched back again, and he missed again. An exploratory exchange, like moving pawns on a chessboard. He was breathing strangely. Ferocity, not a throat problem. Nothing for St. Audrey to worry about. It was ferocity and excitement. He was a warrior at heart, and warriors love nothing more than the fight itself. It consumes them. They live for it. He was smiling, too, in a feral way, and his eyes were seeing nothing except the hammerhead and my midsection beyond it. There was a sharp tang of sweat in the air, something primitive, like a nighttime rodent's lair. I dodged forward half a step, and he matched it with a backward move of his own that left us in the middle of the floor, which was important. To me. He wanted me back against the wall, and I didn't want to be there. Not yet, anyway. He swung the hammer a third time, scything it hard, making it look like he meant it. Which he didn't. Not yet. I could read the pattern. It was in his eyes. I arched back, and the hammerhead buzzed by an inch from my coat. 28 ounces on a long handle. The momentum of the miss carried it way around. His shoulders turned 90 degrees, and he twisted at the waist. He used the torque to come right back at me, with some arm extension this time. He forced me back. I ended up close to the wall. I watched his eyes. Not yet. He was a warrior. I wasn't. I was a brawler. He lived for the tactical victory. I lived to piss on the other guy's grave. Not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. a different focus. He swung for the fourth time, same angle, same height. He was like a fastball pitcher, getting me used to one thing before unleashing another thing entirely. Inside, 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 and then the splitter away. But Fraser wouldn't go low. He would go high. Low would be better, but he was only a 7 out of 10, maybe an 8, but not a 9. He swung a fifth time, same height, same angle, so hard that the tines of the claw made a raw thrumming sound as they moved through the air, stopping as the hammer stopped. He swung a sixth time, same height, same sound, more extension. I was very close to the wall, no real place to go. Then came the seventh swing, same height, same angle, same sound. Then came his eyes. They flicked upward, and the eighth swing aimed high, right at the side of my head, right at my temple. I saw a glint off the hammer's inch-wide striking face, 28 ounces, nearly 2 pounds in weight. It would have punched a very neat hole through the bone. But it didn't, because my head wasn't there when it arrived. I dropped vertically, 8 inches onto bent and preset knees, 4 inches so the swing would miss me, and another 4 as a margin of safety, and I heard the rush of air above me, and I felt the mist drag him around in a wild part circle, and I started back up, and then we were into a whole new set of calculations. We had done the 3 dimensions. We had done in and out, back and forth, and up and down. Now we were ready for the 4th dimension. Time. The only remaining questions were how fast could I hit him, and how fast was he spinning. And they were crucial questions. For him especially. I was twisting as I rose, and my elbow was already moving fast, and it was a certainty I was going to hit him with it in the neck. A mathematical certainty. But which part of the neck? The answer was whichever part of it was there when the blow landed. Front, side, back, it was all the same to me. But not to him. For him, some parts would be worse than others. The 28 ounces had first pulled his arms away from his shoulders in a kind of Olympic hammer-throwing way, and then they had pulled his trailing shoulder hard in a kind of whip-cracking way, so he was well into a serious but uncontrolled spin by then. And my elbow was doing pretty well by that point. A muscle memory thing. It happens automatically. If in doubt, throw the elbow. Maybe a childhood thing. My weight was behind it, my foot was braced, and it was going to land, and it was going to land hard. In fact, it was going to land very hard. It was already scything and clubbing downward, and it was accelerating. It was going to be a vicious blow. It was going to be the kind of vicious blow he might survive if he took it on the side of the neck, but not on the back. A blow like that on the back of the neck would be fatal. No question. Something to do with how the skull joins the vertebrae. So it was all about time, and speed, and rotation, and eccentric orbits. It was impossible to predict. Too many moving parts. At first I thought he was going to take it mostly on the side. On the angle, really, but with the ratio tilted towards maybe surviving it. Then I saw it was going to be closer to 50-50. But the 28 ounces suddenly pulled him off in some new direction, and from that point onward, there was no doubt he was going to take it on the back of the neck and nowhere else. No doubt at all. The guy was going to die. Which I didn't regret. Except in a practical sense. Chapter 67. Fraser went down by his desk, not hitting it, making a sound no louder than a fat guy sitting down on a sofa. Which was safe enough. No one calls the cops when a fat guy sits down on a sofa. There was carpet on the floor, some kind of a Persian thing most likely left behind by a previous occupant long dead of a heart attack. Under the carpet would be pad, and under that was solid Pentagon concrete. So sound transmission was strictly contained. "No one'll hear a thing," Fraser had said. "You got that right," I thought. Asshole. I pulled the illicit Beretta from my Class A coat pocket and held it on him for a long moment. just in case. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. But he didn't move. No way could he. Maybe his eyelids. His neck was loose, right at the top. He had taken no vertebrae with him. His skull was attached to the rest of him by nothing but skin. I left him where he was for the time being, and was about to step into the center of the room to start scoping things out, when the door opened. And in walked Frances Neagley. She was in woodland-patterned BDUs, and she was wearing latex gloves. She glanced around the room once, twice, and she said,
"We need to move him near where the picture was."
I just stood there.
"Quickly,"
she said. So I got myself going, and I hauled him over to where he might plausibly have fallen while he was hanging the picture. He could have gone over backward and hit his head on the edge of the desk. The distances were about right. But why would he? I said.
"He was banging in the nail,"
Neagley said.
"He flinched when he saw the claw coming at him on the backswing. Some knee-jerk reaction, a reflex. He couldn't help it. He got his feet tangled up in the rug, and over he went."
So where's the nail now? She took it off the desk and dropped it at the base of the wall. It tinkled faintly against the gutter of tile beyond the edge of the rug. And where's the hammer?
"It's near enough," she said. "Time to go."
I have to erase my appointment. She showed me diary pages from her pocket.
"Already in the bag," she said. "Let's go."
Neagley led me down 2 flights of stairs and through the corridors at a pace somewhere between moderate and brisk. We used the southeast entrance to get outside, and then we headed straight for the parking lot, where we stopped among the reserved spaces, and Neagley unlocked a large Buick sedan. It was a Park Avenue, dark blue, very clean, maybe new. Neagley said,
"Get in."
So I got in, onto soft beige leather. Neagley backed up and swung the wheel and headed for the exit, and then we were through the barrier, and pretty soon after that we were on a bunch of highway ramps, and then we were through the last of them and on a 6-lane road heading south. Just one car among a rolling 1,000. I said, "The inquiry desk has a record of me coming in."
"Wrong tense,"
Neagley said.
"It had a record. It doesn't anymore."
"When did you do all that?"
"I figured you were okay as soon as you were one-on-one with the guy, although I wish you hadn't talked so much. You should have moved to the physical much sooner. You have talents, honey, but talking ain't top of the list."
"Why are you even here?"
"I got word."
"What word?"
"The story of this crazy trap, walking into the Pentagon like that."
"Word from where?"
"From way down in Mississippi, from Sheriff Devereaux herself. She asked for my help."
"She called you?"
"No, we had a seance."
"Why would she call you?"
"Because she was worried, you idiot. As was I as soon as I heard."
"There was nothing to worry about."
"There could have been."
I asked, "What did she want you to do?"
"She wanted me to watch your back, to make sure you were okay."
"I don't think I told her what time the appointment was."
"She knew what bus you were on. Her deputy told her what time he'd gotten you to Memphis, and so it was easy enough to figure out what line you would take."
"How did that help you this morning?"
"It didn't help me this morning. It helped me yesterday evening. I've been on you since you left the bus depot, every minute. Nice hotel, by the way. If they ever catch up with me for the room service, you owe me big money."
I said, "Whose car is this?"
"It belongs to the motor pool, as per procedure."
"What procedure?"
"When a senior staff officer passes away, his department-owned car is returned to the motor pool, where it is immediately road-tested to determine what remedial work needs to be done before it can be reissued. This is the road test."
"How long will it last?"
"About 2 years, probably."
"Who was the officer?"
"It's a fairly new car, isn't it? Must have been a fairly recent death."
"Fraser?"
"It's easier for the motor pool to do the paperwork first thing in the morning. We were all counting on you. If anything had gone wrong, we'd all have had red faces."
"I might have arrested him instead."
"Same thing. Dead or busted. Makes no difference to the motor pool."
"Where are we going?"
"You're due on post. Garber wants to see you."
"Why?"
"I don't know."
"That's 3 hours away."
"So sit back and relax. This might be the last rest you get for a spell."
"I thought you didn't like Devereaux."
"Doesn't mean I wouldn't help her if she was worried. I think there's something wrong with her, that's all. How long you known her?"
4 days, I said.
"And I bet you could already tell me 4 weird things about her."
I said, I should try to call her if she's worried.
I already tried, Neagley said, from the scheduler's phone. While you were giving Fraser all that theoretical shit. I was going to tell her you were nearly home and dry, but she didn't answer. A whole sheriff's department and no one picked up.
Perhaps they're busy.
Perhaps they are. Because there's something else you need to know. I checked a rumor from the sergeant's network. The ground crew at Benning says the Black Hawk that came in from Kellam on Sunday was empty. Apart from the pilots, of course. No passenger is what they meant. Reed Riley didn't go anywhere. He's still on the post.
Chapter 68. I took Neagley's advice and relaxed through the rest of the ride. It took a lot less than 3 hours. The Buick was much faster than the bus, and Neagley pushed it much harder than a bus driver would. I was back on post by 3:30. I had been gone exactly 24 hours. I went straight to my quarters and took off the fancy Class A's and cleaned my teeth and took a shower. Then I put on BDUs with a T-shirt and went to see what Garber wanted. Garber wanted to show me a confidential file from the Marine Corps. That was the purpose of his summons. But first came a short question-and-answer session. It didn't go well. It was very unsatisfactory. I asked the questions, and he refused to answer them. And he refused to make eye contact. I asked, "Who did they arrest in Mississippi?" He said, "Read the file." "I would like to know." "Read the file first." "Do they have a good case, or is it bullshit?" "Read the file." "Was it the same guy for all 3 women?" "Read the file first." "Civilian, right?" "Read the damn file, Reacher." He wouldn't let me take the file away. It had to remain under his personal control at all times, under his eye throughout, technically, but he didn't follow the letter of the law on that point. He stepped out of his office and closed the door quietly and left me alone with it. It was about 1/4 of an inch thick, cased in a jacket that was a different shade of khaki than the Army uses. Better quality, too. It was smooth and crisp, only a little scraped and scuffed by the passage of time. It had red chevrons on all 4 edges, presumably denoting some elevated level of secrecy. It had a white stick-on label with a USMC file number printed on it and a date 5 years in the past. It had a second label with a name printed on it. Devereaux, E. Her name was followed by her rank, which was CW05, and her service number, and her date of birth, which was fairly close to mine. Near the bottom edge of the jacket was a third stick-on, slightly misaligned, taken from a long roll of pre-printed tape. I guessed it was supposed to say, "Do not open unless authorized," but it had been cut at the wrong interval, so that in reality it said, "Open unless authorized, do not." Bureaucracy can be full of accidental humor. But the contents of the file were not funny. The contents started with her photograph. It was in color, and maybe a little more than 5 years old. Her hair was buzzed very short, like she had told me. Probably a number 2 clipper, grown out a week or so. Like a soft dark halo, like moss. She looked very beautiful, very small and delicate. The short hair made her eyes enormous. She looked full of life, full of vigor, in control, in command. Some kind of a mental and physical plateau. Late 20s, early 30s. I remember them well. I laid the photograph face down on my left and looked at the first sheet of printed words. They were typewritten. An IBM machine, I guessed, with the golf ball, common in 1992. And there were still plenty around in 1997. Computer word processing was happening, but like everything else in the military, it was happening slowly and cautiously, with a great deal of doubt and suspicion. I started reading. Immediately it was clear that the file was a summary of an investigation conducted by a USMC brigadier general from their provost marshal's office, which oversaw their MP business. The one-star's name was James Dyer, a very senior man for what appeared to be nothing more than a personnel issue. A personal dispute, in fact, between 2 Marine MPs of equal rank, or, technically, a dispute between 1 Marine MP and 2 others for a total of 3. On one side of the issue were a woman named Alice Bouton and a man named Paul Evers, and on the other side of the issue was Elizabeth Devereux. Like every summary I had ever read, this one began with a bald narrative of events, written neutrally and patiently, without implication or interpretation, in language anxious to be clear. The story was fairly simple, like a subplot from daytime TV. Elizabeth Devereux and Paul Evers were dating, and then they weren't, and then Paul Evers and Alice Bouton were dating, and then Paul's car got trashed, and then Alice got dishonorably discharged after a financial irregularity came to light. That was the narrative of events. Next came a digression into Alice Bouton's situation, like a sidebar. Alice was indisputably guilty, in General Dyer's opinion. The facts were clear, the evidence was there, the case was solid, the prosecution had been fair, the defense had been conscientious, the verdict had been unanimous. The amount in question had been less than $400, in cash taken from an evidence locker. Proceeds from an illegal weapons sale, confiscated, bagged up, logged in, and awaiting exhibition in an upcoming court-martial. Alice Bouton had taken it and spent it on a dress, a purse, and a pair of shoes, in a store close to where she was based. The store remembered her. $400 was a lot of money for a jarhead to spend on an outfit back in 1992. Some of the larger denomination bills were still in the store's register when the MPs came calling, and the serial numbers matched the evidence log. Case closed. Sidebar over. Next up was General Dyer's interpretation of the three-way turmoil. It was painstaking. It was prefaced with a cast-iron guarantee that all conclusions were amply supported by data. Conversations had been had, interviews had been conducted, information had been gathered, witnesses had been consulted, and then everything had been cross-referenced and cross-checked, and anything supported by fewer than 2 independent sources had been omitted. A full court press, in other words. You could take it to the bank. The guarantee ended with a long, emphasized paragraph. I could picture the IBM machine bucking and rocking on the desk as the golf ball slammed back and forth, supplying the furious underline. The paragraph confirmed Dyer's belief that everything about to be described was courtroom ready, should further action be deemed necessary or desirable. I turned the page and started in on the analysis. Dyer wrote in a plain style and did not inject himself into the narrative. Given the preceding page, any reader would understand that the content might not be 100% forensically proven fact, but that equally it was very far from scuttlebutt or rumor. It was solid information. It was known as much as anything was knowable. Hence, Dyer never wrote, "I believe," or "I think," or "it seems likely." He just told the story. Which went like this. Elizabeth Devereux had been seriously pissed when Paul Evers dumped her for Alice Bouton. She had felt slighted, disregarded, disrespected, and insulted. She was a woman scorned, and her subsequent behavior seemed determined to prove the cliché true in every respect. She victimized the new couple by bad-mouthing them everywhere she could, and by manipulating workloads whenever she could, to stop them getting downtime together. Then she drove Paul Evers' car off a bridge. Evers' car was nothing special, but it represented a significant investment on his part, and it was essential to his social life, given that no one wants to stay on post all the time. Devereux had retained a key for it, and late one night had driven it away and steered it carefully beyond a bridge abutment and let it roll over a 30-foot drop into a concrete flood sluice. The impact had almost totaled the car, and heavy rain later that night had finished the job. Then Devereux had turned her attention to Alice Bouton. She had started by breaking her arm. General Dyer's 2 independent sources rule meant that the circumstances were not precisely described, because the attack had not been witnessed. But Bouton claimed Devereux had been the assailant, and Devereux had never denied it. The medical facts were beyond dispute. Bouton's left elbow had been dislocated, and both bones in her left forearm had been snapped. She had been in a hard cast for 6 long weeks. And Devereux had spent those 6 long weeks pursuing the theft allegation with demonic intensity. except that pursuing was the wrong word initially, because at the outset there was nothing to pursue. No one knew anything had been stolen. Devereaux had first inventoried the evidence lockers and audited the paperwork. Only then had she discovered the discrepancy. And then she made the allegation. And then she had pursued it, like an obsession, with the ultimate result being as described in General Dyer's sidebar: the court-martial and the guilty verdict. There was a huge uproar in the Marine MP community, of course, but Bouton's guilty verdict had insulated Devereaux from any kind of formal criticism. What would have looked like a vendetta, had the verdict been different, was left looking like a good piece of police work entirely in keeping with the Marine Corps' sense of ethics and honor. But it was a fine line. General Dyer had been in no doubt that the case involved major elements of personal retribution. And, unusually for such reports, he had attempted to explain why. Again, he confirmed that conversations had been had, and interviews had been conducted, and information had been gathered, and witnesses had been consulted. The participants in these new discussions had included friends and enemies, acquaintances and associates, and doctors and psychiatrists. The salient factor was held by all to be Alice Bouton's unusual physical beauty. All were agreed that Bouton had been an exceptionally good-looking woman. Words quoted included gorgeous, stunning, spectacular, heartbreaking, knockout, and incredible. All the same words applied equally to Devereaux, too, of course. All were agreed on that point also, no question. The psychiatrists had concluded that therein lay the explanation. General Dyer had translated their clinical language for the casual reader. He said Devereaux couldn't take the competition. She couldn't stand not to be clearly and definitively the most beautiful woman on the post. So she had taken steps to make sure she was. I read the whole thing one more time, front to back, and then I butted all the pages neatly together and closed the jacket on them, and Garber came back into the room. Chapter 69. The first thing Garber said was, "We just heard from the Pentagon. John James Fraser was found dead in his office." I said, "Dead how?" "Looks like a freak accident. Apparently he fell and hit his head on the desk. His staff got back from lunch and found him on the floor. He was doing something with a picture of Carlton Riley." "That's bad." "Why?" "This is not a great time to lose our Senate liaison." "Did you read the file?" I said, "Yes, I did." "Then you know we don't need to worry about the Senate anymore. Whoever replaces Fraser will have plenty of time to learn the job before the next thing comes along." "Is that going to be the official line?" "It's the truth. She was a Marine, Reacher, 16 years in. She knew all about cutting throats. She knew how to do it, and she knew how to pretend she didn't. And the car alone proves it. Right there. What more is there to say? She wrecks Paul Evers's car, she wrecks Reed Riley's. Same M.O., same exact reason. Except this time, she's only one of 4 beautiful women. And Monroe says Riley dates her and then dumps her for the other 3 in succession. So this time she's 3 times as mad. This time she goes beyond breaking arms. This time she has her own private deer trestle behind an empty house." "Is that going to be the official line?" "It's what happened." "So what next?" "It's purely a Mississippi matter now. We have no dog in the fight, and we have no way of knowing what will happen. Most likely nothing'll happen. My guess is she won't arrest herself, and she won't give the state police any reason to either." "So we're going to walk away?" "All 3 of them were civilians. They're nothing to do with us." "So the mission is terminated?" "As of this morning." "Is Kellum open again?" "As of this morning." "She denies dating Riley, you know." "She would, wouldn't she?" "Do we know anything about General Dyer?" "He died 2 years ago after a long and exemplary career. He never put a foot wrong. The man was stainless." "Okay," I said. "I'll take steps." "Towards what?" "Towards wrapping up my involvement." "Your involvement's already wrapped up, as of this morning." "I have private property to recover." You left something there? I thought I was heading right back. What'd you leave? My toothbrush. That's not important. Will the DOD reimburse me? For a toothbrush? Of course not. Then I have a right to recover it. They can't have it both ways. He said, Reacher, if you draw one iota more attention to this thing, there won't be anything I can do to help you. Right now, some very senior people are holding their breath. We're 1 inch away from news stories about a senator's son dating a 3-time killer. Except neither one of them can afford to say anything about it. Not him for one reason, and not her for another. So we'll probably get away with it. But we don't know yet. Not for sure. Right now, it's still in the balance. I said nothing. He said, You know she's good for it, Reacher. A man with your instincts? She was only pretending to investigate. I mean, did she get anywhere with it? And she was playing you like a violin. First she was trying to get rid of you, and when you wouldn't go, she switched to keeping you close. So she could monitor your progress, or the lack of it. Why else would she even talk to you? I said nothing. He said, The bus is long gone anyway, to Memphis. You'd have to wait until tomorrow now. And you'll see things differently tomorrow. I asked, Is Neagley still on the post? He said, Yes, she is. I just made a date to have a drink with her. Tell her she's taking the bus home. Tell her I'm taking the company car. He asked, Do you have a bank account? I said, How else would I get paid? Where is it? New York, from when I was at West Point. Move it to somewhere near the Pentagon. Why? Involuntary separation money comes through quicker if you bank in Virginia. You think it'll come to that? The Joint Chiefs think war is over. They're singing along with Yoko Ono. There are big cuts coming. Most of them will fall on the Army. Because the Marines have better PR, and because the Navy and the Air Force are a whole different thing altogether. So the people right above us are making lists, and they're making them right now. Am I on those lists? You will be, and there will be nothing I can do to stop it. You could order me not to go back to Mississippi. I could, but I won't. Not you. I trust you to do the right thing. Chapter 70. I met Stan Lowry on my way off the post, my old friend. He was locking his car just as I was unlocking the Buick with the key I'd collected from the motor pool. I said, Goodbye, old pal. He said, That sounds final. You may never see me again. Why? Are you in trouble? Me? I said, Nah, I'm fine. But I heard your job is vulnerable. You might be gone when I get back. He just shook his head and smiled and walked on. The Buick was an old lady's car. If my grandfather had had a sister, she would have been my great-aunt, and she would have driven a Buick Park Avenue. But she would have driven it slower than me. The thing was as soft as a marshmallow and twice as buttery inside, but it had a big motor and government plates, so it was useful on the highway. And I got on the highway as soon as I could, on I-65 to be precise, heading south down the eastern edge of a notional corridor, not down the western edge through Memphis. I would be approaching from a side I had never seen before, but it was a straighter shot, and therefore faster. 5 hours, I figured, maybe 5.5. I would be in Carter Crossing by 10:30 at the latest. I went south all the way through Kentucky in the last of the daylight, and then it got dark pretty quickly as I drove through Tennessee. I hunted around for a mile and found the switch and turned on my headlights. The broad road took me through the bright neon of Nashville, fast and above the fray, and then it took me onward through open country, where it was dark and lonely again. I drove like I was hypnotized, automatically, not thinking anything, not noticing anything, surprised every time I came to by the 100-mile bites I'd been taking out of the journey. I crossed the line into Alabama and stopped at the second place I saw for gas and a map. I knew I would need to head west off an early Alabama exit, and I needed a map with local details to show me where. Not the kind of large-scale plan you can buy ahead of time. The sheet I bought unfolded neatly and showed me every farm track in the state. But it showed me nothing more than that. Mississippi was just a blank white space on the edge of the paper. I narrowed down my target area and found a choice of 4 east-west routes. Any one of them might have been the road that led onward past Kellam's Gate to Carter Crossing, or none of them might. There could have been all kinds of dog-leg turns waiting for me on the other side of the line, a regular maze, no way of knowing. Except that Kellam had been built in the 1950s, which was still a time of big wars and mass mobilizations, and DOD planners have always been a cautious bunch. They didn't want some reservist convoy from New Jersey or Nebraska getting lost in unfamiliar parts. So they put discreet and coded signs here and there, marking the way to and from every major installation in the nation. Their efforts intensified after the interstate system was begun. The interstate system was formally named for President Eisenhower for a very good reason. Eisenhower had been Allied Supreme Commander in Europe during World War II, and his biggest problem had not been Germans. It had been getting men and material from point A to point B across lousy and unmarked roads. He was determined his successors should not face similar problems should land war ever come to America. Hence the interstate system. Not for vacations, not for commerce, for war. And hence the signs. And if those signs had not been shot up or trashed or stolen by the locals, I could use them like homing beacons. I found the first of the signs at the next exit I came to. I came off the ramp and struck out west on a concrete ribbon lined here and there with low-rent malls and auto dealers. After a time, the commercial enterprises died back, and the road reverted to what I guessed it had been before, which was a meandering rural route through what looked like pretty country. There were trees and fields and the occasional lake. There were summer camps and vacation villages and the occasional inn. There was a bright moon high in the sky, and it was all very picturesque. I drove on, but saw no more DOD signs until I was in Mississippi, and only one more after that. But it was a bold and confident arrow pointing straight ahead, with the number 17 embedded in the code below it, indicating just 17 more miles to go. The clock in my head said 10:05. If I hustled, I would arrive ahead of schedule. Chapter 71. Evidently, the DOD engineers had been just as concerned about the westward approach to Kellam as the eastward. The road was the same in both directions. Same width, same material, same camber, same construction. I recognized it 10 miles out. Then I sensed the trees and the fence in the darkness to my right. Kellam's southeastern corner. Bottom right on a map. The southern perimeter slid by my window, and I waited for the gate to arrive. I saw no reason why it wouldn't be at the exact midpoint of the fence. The DOD liked neatness. If there had been a hill in the way, Army engineers would have removed it. If there had been a swamp in the way, Army engineers would have drained it. In the end, I guessed that actually there had been a small valley in the way, because after a couple of miles the road stayed level only by mounting a causeway about 6 feet high. The land all around was lower. Then the causeway widened dramatically on my right and became a huge fan-shaped concrete elevation floating above the grade. Like a gigantic turn-in, like the mouth of a wide new road. It started out about the size of an end-on football field, maybe wider, but then it got a little narrower. It met the old road at a right angle, but there were no sharp edges, no sharp turns. The turns were shallow, easing gently through graceful, generous curves. To accommodate tracked vehicles, not Buicks, however lumbering. But if the fan shape was the mouth of a new road, then that new road dead-ended 50 yards later at Fort Kellam's Gate. And Fort Kellam's Gate was a heavy-duty affair. That was for damn sure. Physically, it was stronger than anything I had seen outside a combat zone. It was flanked by fortifications and the guardhouse, which was also a serious affair. It had 9 personnel in it. The county's interests were represented by the lone figure of Deputy Geezer Butler. He was sitting in his car, which was parked at an angle on the cusp of the farther curve, in a kind of no-man's land, where the county's road became the Army's. But the Army's heavy steel barriers were wide open, and the Army's road was in use. The base was all lit up and alive, and the whole scene looked exactly like business as usual. People were coming and going, not a big crowd, but no one was lonely. Most were driving, but some were on motorbikes. More were coming than going, because it was close to 10:30, and there were early starts tomorrow. But some hardy souls were still venturing out. Instructors, probably, and officers. Those who had it easy. I braked behind two slower cars, and someone came out the gate and pulled in behind me, and I found myself stuck in a little 4-car convoy. We were swimming against the tide, going west, heading for the other side of the tracks. Possibly the last of many such convoys that evening. I sensed the bottom left corner coming up, Kellam's southwestern limit, and I tried to identify the blind spot I had used 2 days before, but it was too dark to see. Then we were out in the open scrub. I saw Pellegrino in his cruiser coming the other way, driving slow, trying to calm the returning traffic with his presence alone. Then we were rolling through the black half of town, and then we were bouncing over the railroad track, and then we were pulling a tight left in behind Main Street, and then we were parking on the beaten earth in front of the bars and the auto parts places and the loan offices and the gun shops and the second-hand stereo stores. I got out of the Buick and stood on the open ground halfway between Brannan's bar and the lines of parked cars. The open ground was being used as a kind of common thoroughfare. There were guys in transit from one bar to another, and there were guys standing around talking and laughing, and both groups were merging and separating according to some complex dynamic. No one was walking directly from place to place. Everyone was looping back towards the cars, pausing, shooting the shit, slapping backs, comparing notes, shedding one buddy and picking up another. And there were plenty of women, too. More than I would have believed possible. I had no idea where they had all come from. Miles around, probably. Some were paired off with soldiers, others were in larger mixed groups, and some were in groups of their own. I could see about 100 guys in total, and maybe 80 women, and I guess there might be similar numbers inside. The men were from Bravo Company, I assumed, still on leave and anxious to make up for lost time. They were exactly what I would have expected to see. Good guys, well-trained, by day performing at 100% of their considerable capacities, by night full of energy, full of goodwill, and full of high spirits. They were all in their unofficial off-duty uniform of jeans, jackets, and T-shirts. Here or there, a guy had looked a little pinched and wary compared to the others, which most likely meant he was on the promotion track. And clearly some guys needed the spotlight more than others. But overall, they were precisely what a good infantry unit looks like when it comes out to play. There was plenty of buzz going on and plenty of noise, but I sensed no frustration or hostility. There was nothing negative in the air. They didn't blame the town for their recent incarceration. They were just glad to get back to it. But even so, I was sure local law enforcement would be holding its breath. In particular, I was sure Elizabeth Devereaux would still be on duty. And I was definitely sure where I would find her. She needed a central location, and a chair, and a table, and a window, and something to do as time ticked away. Where else would she be? I eased my way through the thin crowd and stepped left of Brannan's bar and into the alley. I skirted Janice Chapman's pile of sand and followed the dogleg and came out onto Main Street between the hardware store and the pharmacy. Then I turned right and walked up to the diner. The diner was almost completely full that night. It was practically heaving compared to how I had seen it before. Like Times Square. There were 26 customers. 19 of them were Rangers, 16 of them in 4 groups of 4 at 4 separate tables. Big guys sitting tight together, shoulder to shoulder. They were talking loud and calling back and forth to each other. They were keeping the waitress busy. She was running in and out of the kitchen, and she probably had been all day long, dealing with the pent-up demand for something other than army chow. But she looked happy. The gates were finally open. The river of dollars was flowing again. She was getting her tips. The other 3 rangers were dining with their girlfriends, face-to-face at tables for 2, leaning in, heads together. All 3 men looked happy, and so did all 3 women. And why not? What could be finer than a romantic dinner at the best restaurant in town? The old couple from the hotel were in there, too, at their usual table for 4, almost hidden by the groups of rangers all around them. The old lady had her book, and the old guy had his paper. They were staying later than normal, and I guess they were the only service workers in town not at that very moment camped out behind their cash registers. But none of the guys from Kellam needed a bed for the night, and Toussaint's offered no other facilities, not even coffee. So it made sense for the owners to wait out the noise and the disruption somewhere safe and familiar, rather than listen to it all out their back windows. Then, deeper into the room and right of the aisle and alone at the rearmost table for 2, was Major Duncan Monroe. He was in BDUs and his head was bent over a meal. On the spot, just in case, even though his involvement in Kellam's affairs had been terminated hours before, presumably. He was a good MP, professional to the end. I guessed he was on his way back to Germany and was waiting for transport. And Elizabeth Devereaux was there, of course. She was on her own at a table closer to the window than I had seen her choose before. On the spot, vigilant, just in case, paying attention. Not willing to let the mayhem filter out from behind Main Street onto Main Street itself. Because of the voters. She was in uniform, and her hair was up in its ponytail. She looked tired, but still spectacular. I watched her for a beat, and then she looked up and saw me and smiled happily and kicked a chair out for me. I paused another beat, thinking hard, and then I stepped over and sat down opposite her. Chapter 72. Devereaux didn't speak at first. She just looked me over, top to bottom, head to toe, maybe checking me for damage, maybe adjusting to the sight of me in uniform. I was still in the BDUs I had put on that afternoon after getting back from D.C. A whole new look. I said, "Busy day?" She said,
"Real busy since 10 o'clock this morning. They opened the gates and out they came, like a flood."
"Any trouble?"
"None of them had passed a field sobriety test on their way home, but apart from that, everything's cool. I've got Butler and Pellegrino out and about just to show the flag, just in case."
"I saw them," I said.
"So how did it go up there?"
"Inconclusive," I said. "Very bad timing on my part, I'm afraid. Just one of those freak things. The guy I went to see died in an accident, so I got nothing done."
"I figured," she said. "I was getting regular updates from Francis Neagley until things got busy here. From 8 until 10 this morning, you were drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. But something must have happened during those hours. My guess would be around 9 o'clock. Mail call, maybe? But whatever, somebody must have reached a conclusion about something, because an hour later it all let loose. It was back to business as usual here."
I nodded. "I agree," I said. "I think new information was released this morning. Something definitive, I guess."
"Do you know what it was?"
I said, "By the way, thank you for worrying. I was very touched."
"Neagley was just as worried as I was," she said. "Once I told her what you were doing, that is. She didn't need much persuading."
"In the end, it was safe enough," I said. "It got a little tense around the Pentagon. That was the worst of it. I hung around there for quite a time. I came in through the cemetery, behind Henderson Hall. You know that place?"
"Of course I do. I was there 100 times. They have a great PX. Feels like Saks Fifth Avenue."
"I got talking with a guy there. About you and a one-star called James Dyer. This guy said Dyer knew you."
"Dyer?" she said. "Really? I knew him, but I doubt if he knew me. If he did, then I'm flattered. Oh, he was a real big deal. Who was the guy you were talking to?"
"His name was Paul Evers."
"Paul?" she said. "You're kidding. We worked together for years. In fact, we even dated once. One of my mistakes, I'm afraid. But how amazing that you bumped into him. It's a small world, right?"
Why was he a mistake? He seemed okay to me.
Oh, he was fine. He was a really nice guy. But we didn't really click.
So you dumped him?
More or less. But it felt close to mutual. We both knew it wasn't going to work. It was just a question of who was going to speak first. He wasn't upset anyway.
When was this? She paused to calculate.
5 years ago?
She said.
Feels like yesterday. Doesn't time fly?
Then he said something about a woman called Alice Bouton. His next girlfriend after you, apparently.
I don't think I knew her. I don't recall the name. Did Paul seem happy?
He mentioned something about car trouble. Devereaux smiled.
Girls and cars, she said. Is that all guys ever talk about?
I said, reopening Kellam means they're sure the problem is on your side of the fence, you know. They wouldn't have done it otherwise. It's a Mississippi matter now. That'll be the official line from this point forward. It's not one of us, it's one of you. You got any thoughts on that?
I think the Army should share its information, she said. If it's good enough for them, it'd be good enough for me, too.
The Army is moving on, I said. The Army won't be sharing anything. She paused a beat.
Monroe told me he got new orders, she said. I suppose you have, too.
I nodded. I came back to tie up a loose end. That's all, really.
And then you'll be moving on to the next thing. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I'll think about Janice Chapman tomorrow.
And Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay.
And Bruce Lindsay and his mother. I'll do my best for all of them.
I said nothing. She asked,
Are you tired?
I said, not very.
I have to go help Butler and Pellegrino. They've been working since dawn. And anyway, I'm going to be on the road when the last of the stragglers start to head home. They're always the toughest guys, and the drunkest.
Will you be back by midnight? She shook her head.
Probably not, she said. We'll have to manage without the train tonight.
I said nothing in reply to that, and she smiled once more, a little sadly, and then she got up and left. The waitress finally got to me 5 minutes later, and I ordered coffee, and pie as an afterthought. She treated me a little differently from before, a little more formally. She worked near a base, and she knew what the black oak leaves on my collar meant. I asked her how her day had gone. She said it had gone very well, thank you. No trouble at all? I asked.
None, she said.
Even from that guy in back, the other major? I heard he could be a handful. She turned and looked at Monroe. She said,
I'm sure he's a perfect gentleman.
Would you ask him to join me? Get him some pie, too. She detoured via his table, and she delivered my invitation, which involved a lot of elaborate pointing, as if I was inconspicuous and hard to find in the crowd. Monroe looked over quizzically, and then he shrugged and got up. Each of the 4 ranger tables fell silent as he passed, one after the other. Monroe was not popular with those guys. He had had them sitting on their thumbs for 4 solid days. He sat down in Devereaux's chair, and I asked him, How much have they told you? Bare minimum, he said. Classified, need to know, eyes only, the whole 9 yards. No names? No, he said. But I'm assuming that Sheriff Devereaux must have given them solid information that clears our guys. I mean, what else could have happened? But she hasn't arrested anybody. I've been watching her all day. What has she been doing? Crowd control, he said, watching for signs of friction. But it's all good. No one is mad at her or the town. It's me they're gunning for. When are you leaving? First light, he said. I get a ride to Birmingham, Alabama, and then a bus to Atlanta, Georgia, and then I fly Delta back to Germany. Did you know Reed Riley never left the base? Yes, he said. What do you make of that? It puzzles me a little. In what way? Timing, he said. At first I thought it was a decoy move, like politics as usual. But then I got real. They wouldn't burn 100 gallons of Jet A on a decoy move, senator's son or not. So he was still scheduled to leave when the Black Hawk departed Benning, but by the time it arrived at Kellam the orders had changed.
which means some big piece of decisive information came in literally while the chopper was in the air, which was 2 days ago, on Sunday, right after lunch. But they didn't act on it in any other way until this morning, which is Tuesday.
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. I see no reason for a delay. It feels to me like they were evaluating the new data for a couple of days, which is usually wise. Except in this instance, it makes no sense at all. If the new data was strong enough to make a snap decision to keep Riley on the post Sunday afternoon, why wasn't it strong enough to open the gates Sunday afternoon? It doesn't add up. It's as if they were ready to act privately on Sunday, but they weren't ready to act publicly until this morning. In which case, what changed? What was the difference between Sunday and today?
Beats me, I said.
Which was disingenuous, because there was really only one answer to that question. The only material difference between Sunday afternoon and Tuesday morning was that I had been in Carter Crossing on Sunday afternoon, and I had been 800 miles away on Tuesday morning. And no one had expected me to come back again. What that meant, I had no idea.
Chapter 73. The waitress was overworked and slow, so I left Monroe to receive the pies alone, and I headed back to the Dogleg Alley. I came out between Brannon's bar and the loan office and saw that a few cars had left and the crowd on the open ground had thinned considerably, much more so than the few absent cars could explain. So I figured people were inside at that point, drinking away their last precious minutes of freedom before heading home for the night. I found most of them inside Brannon's bar itself. The place was packed. It was seriously overcrowded. I wasn't sure if Carter County had a fire marshal, but if it did, the guy would have been having a panic attack. There must have been 100 rangers and 50 women in there, back to back, chest to chest, holding their drinks up neck high to avoid the crush. There was a roar of sound, a loud generalized amalgam of talk and laughter. And behind it all I could hear the cash drawers slamming in and out of the register. The river of dollars was back in full flow. I spent 5 minutes fighting my way to the bar, on a random route left and right through the crowd, checking faces as I went, some up close, some from afar. But I didn't see Reed Riley. The Brannon brothers were hard at work, dealing beer in bottles, taking money, making change, dumping wet dollar bills into their tip jar, passing and repassing each other in their cramped space with moves like dancers. One of them saw me and did the busy barman thing with his chin in his eyes and the angle of his head. And then he recognized me from our earlier conversation. And then he remembered I was an MP, and he leaned in fast like he was prepared to give me a couple of seconds. I couldn't remember if he was Jonathan or Hunter. I asked him, "Have you seen that guy Reed? The guy we were talking about before?" He said, "He was in here 2 hours ago, but by now he'll be wherever the shots are cheapest." "Which is where?" "Can't say for sure. Not here, anyway." Then he ducked away to continue his marathon, and I fought my way back to the door. I got back to the diner 16 minutes after I left it and found that the pies had been delivered in my absence and that Monroe was halfway through eating his. I picked up my fork and he apologized for not waiting. He said, "I thought you were gone." I said, "I often take a walk between courses. It's a Mississippi thing, apparently. Always good to blend in with the local population." He said nothing in reply to that. He just looked a little bemused. I asked, "What are you doing in Germany?" "Generally?" "No, specifically. As in, when you get there first thing in the morning the day after tomorrow, what's on your desk?" "Not very much." "Nothing urgent?" "Why?" "3 women were killed here," I said, "and the perp is running around free as a bird." "We have no jurisdiction." "Remember that picture in Emmeline McClatchy's parlor, Martin Luther King? He said, all that needs to happen for evil to prevail is that good men do nothing." I'm a military cop, not a good man. "He also said the day we see the truth and cease to speak is the day we begin to die." That stuff is way above my pay grade. "He also said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to stay here," I said. "One more day." Then I finished my pie and went looking for Elizabeth Devereaux again. It was 11:31 when I left the diner for the second time. I turned right and walked up to the sheriff's department. It was locked up and dark, no vehicles in the lot. I kept on going and turned the corner onto the Kellam Road. There was a stream of traffic coming out from behind Main Street, one car after another. Some were full of women and turning left, most were full of rangers and turning right, at least 3 and sometimes 4 guys in each car. Bravo Company, going home. Maybe they had a midnight curfew. I glanced down to the acre of beaten dirt and saw every single car except my Buick in motion. Some were just starting up and backing out. Others were maneuvering for position, getting in line, getting ready to join the convoy. I kept on walking, on the left-hand shoulder, keeping my distance from the traffic heading for Kellam. A lot of beer had been consumed, and the designated driver concept was not big in 1997. Not in the Army, anyway. Dust was coming up off the road, and bright headlight beams were cutting through it, and motors were roaring. 200 yards ahead of me, cars were thumping over the railroad track and then accelerating away into the darkness. Devereaux was right there, sitting in her car on the far side of the crossing. She was facing me. She was parked with her wheels on the shoulder of the road. I walked towards her, with Bravo Company overtaking me all the way, maybe 90 of them in 30 cars in the minute it took me to reach the railroad. By the time I got there, the stream was already thinning behind me. The last of the stragglers were passing me by, 5 and 10 and 20 seconds between each one. They were driving fast, chasing after their more punctual friends. I waited for a break in the traffic long enough to get me safely over the track, and Devereaux opened her door and got out to meet me. We stood there together, lit up bright by the oncoming headlights. She said,
5 more minutes and they'll all be gone. But I have to wait until Butler and Pellegrino get back. I can't go off duty before they do. That wouldn't be fair.
I asked, when will they get back?
The train takes a whole minute to pass a given point, which doesn't sound like much, but it feels like an hour when you've been working all evening, so they'll try to make it before midnight.
How long before midnight? She smiled.
Not long enough, I'm afraid. 5-2, maybe? We wouldn't get home in time.
I said, pity. She smiled wider. She said,
Get in the car, Reacher.
She started the motor and waited a moment as the last of the Bravo Company stragglers sped by. Then she eased off the shoulder and maneuvered out to the humped crown of the pavement, and then she turned a tight right that put us up on the crossing, sideways to the road, facing north up the railroad track directly in line with it. She put a light foot on the gas and steered carefully and got her right-hand wheels up on the right-hand rail. Her left-hand wheels were down on the ties. The whole car was tilted at a decent angle. She drove on, not fast, not slow, but decisive and confident. She went straight, one hand on the wheel, one hand in her lap, past the water tower, then onward. Her left-hand wheels pattered over the ties. Her right-hand wheels ran smooth. A fine piece of car control. Then she braked gently, one side up, one side down, and she came to a neat stop. On the track. 20 yards north of the water tower. Right where Reed Riley's car had waited for the train. Where the broken glass began. I said, You've done this before. She said,
Yes, I have.
Chapter 74. She said,
This is the tricky part. It's all about momentum now.
She turned the wheel hard to the left, and just as the front right-hand tire came down off the right-hand rail, she hit the gas, and the pulse of acceleration popped the front left-hand tire up over the left-hand rail. The whole car squirmed for a second, and she kept her foot light on the pedal, and the other wheels followed suit. 2, 3, 4, with separate squelching sounds, sidewall rubber against steel. And then she stopped again and parked in the dirt very close to and exactly parallel with the track. The first of the ballast stones were about 5 feet from my window. She said,
I love this spot. No other way to get to it, because of the ditch. But it's worth the trouble. I come here quite often.
At midnight? I asked.
Always,
she said. I turned and looked out the back window. I could see the road. More than 40 yards away, less than 50. At first there was nothing happening. No traffic. Then a car flashed past east to west, left to right, away from Kellam towards town, moving fast. A big car, with lights on its roof and a shield on its door.
Pellegrino,
she said. She was watching too now. Right at my side. She said,
he was probably holed up 100 yards away, and as soon as that last straggler passed him, he counted 10 and hightailed it for home.
I said, Butler was parked right at Kellam's gate.
Yes, Butler is the one with a race on his hands. And our fate in his hands. As soon as he passes us, I guarantee we're alone in the world. This is a small town, Reacher, and I know where everyone is.
The clock in my head said 11:49. Butler's plight involved a complex calculation. He was 3 miles away and wouldn't hesitate to drive at 60, which meant he could be home in 3 minutes. But he couldn't start that 3-minute dash until the last straggler got at least within headlight range of Kellam. And that last straggler might be driving pretty slow at that point, having had a skinful of beer and having seen Pellegrino parked menacingly on the side of the road. My guess was Butler would be through in 11 minutes, which would be midnight exactly, and I said so.
No, he'll have jumped the gun,
Devereaux said.
The last 10 minutes have been fairly quiet. He'll have moved off the gate 5 minutes ago. That's my guess. He might not be far behind Pellegrino.
We watched the road. All quiet. I opened my door and got out of the car. I stepped right on the edge of the rail bed. The left-hand rail was no more than a yard away. It was gleaming in the moonlight. I figured the train was 10 miles south of us, passing through Marietta maybe, right at that moment. Devereaux got out on her side, and we met behind the Caprice's trunk. 11:51. 9 minutes to go. We watched the road. All quiet. Devereaux stepped back around and opened a rear door. She checked the back seat. She said,
just in case. We might as well be ready.
Too cramped, I said.
You don't like doing it in cars?
They don't make 'em wide enough. She checked her watch. She said,
we won't make it back to Two Saints in time.
I said, let's do it right here, on the ground. She smiled. Then wider.
Sounds good to me,
she said.
Like Janice Chapman.
If she did, I said. I took off my BDU jacket and spread it out on the weeds, as long and wide as it would go. We watched the road. All quiet. She took off her gun belt and stowed it on the rear seat of the car. 11:54. 6 minutes. I knelt down and put my ear on the rail. I heard a faint metallic whisper. Almost not there at all. The train, 6 miles south. We watched the road. We saw a hint of a glow in the east. Headlights. Devereaux said,
good old Butler.
The glow grew brighter, and we heard rushing tires and a straining engine in the silence of the night. Then the glow changed to delineated beams, and the noise grew louder, and a second later Butler's car flashed left to right in front of us and thwacked over the crossing without slowing down at all. He went airborne on the lee side and crashed back to earth with a yelp of rubber and a cloud of dust. Then he was gone. 4 minutes to go. We were neither refined nor elegant. We wrenched our shoes off and pulled our pants down and abandoned all adult sophistication in favor of pure animal instinct. Devereaux hit the deck and got comfortable on my jacket, and I went down right on top of her and propped myself up on my palms and watched for the glimmer of the train's headlight in the distance. Not there yet. 3 minutes to go. She wrapped her legs around my hips and we got going, fast and hard from the first moment, anxious, desperate, insanely energetic. She was gasping and panting and rolling her head from side to side and grabbing fistfuls of my t-shirt and hauling on it. Then we were kissing and breathing both at the same time, and then she was arching her back and grinding her head on the ground, straining her neck, opening her eyes, looking at the world behind her upside down. Then the ground began to shake. As before, just faintly at first, the same mild, constant tremor, like the beginning of a distant earthquake. The stones in the rail bed next to us started to scratch and click. The ties started to tremble. The rails themselves started to sing, humming and keening and whispering. The ties jumped and shuddered. The ballast stones crunched and hopped. The ground under my hands and knees danced with big bass shudders. I looked up and gasped and blinked and squinted and saw the distant headlight. 20 yards south of us, the old water tower started to shake, and its elephant trunk started to sway. The ground beat on us from below. The rails screamed and howled. The train whistle blew, long and loud and forlorn. The warning bells at the crossing 40 yards away started to ring. The train kept on coming, unstoppable, still distant, then right next to us, then right on top of us, just as insanely massive as before and just as impossibly loud. Like the end of the world. The ground shook hard under us, and we bounced and bucketed whole inches in the air. A bow wave of air battered us. Then the locomotive flashed past, its giant wheels 5 feet from our faces, followed by the endless sequence of cars, all of them hammering, juddering, strobing in the moonlight. We clung together, the whole long minute, 60 long seconds. Deafened by the squealing metal, beaten numb by the throbbing ground, scoured by dust from the slipstream. Devereaux threw her head back under me and screamed soundlessly and jammed her head from side to side and beat on my back with her fists. Then the train was gone. I turned my head and saw the cars rolling away from me into the distance at a steady 60 miles an hour. The wind dropped and the earthquake quieted down, first to gentle tremors again, and then to nothing at all. And the bells stopped dead, and the rails stopped hissing, and the nighttime silence came back. We rolled apart and lay on our backs in the weeds, panting, sweating, spent, deaf, completely overwhelmed by sensations internal and external. My jacket had gotten balled up and crumpled under us. My knees and hands were torn and scraped. I imagined Devereaux was in an even worse state. I turned my head to check, and saw she had my Beretta in her hand. Chapter 75. The Marine Corps never liked the Beretta as much as the Army did, so Devereaux was handling mine with proficiency but less than total enthusiasm. She dumped the magazine, ejected an unfired round, checked the chamber, racked the slide, and then put the whole thing back together again. She said,
"I'm sorry. It was in your jacket pocket. I wondered what it was. It was digging into my ass. I'm going to have a bruise."
"In which case it's me that's sorry," I said. "Your ass deserves nothing but the best. It's a national treasure, or a regional attraction at the very least." She smiled at me and stood up, unsteady, and went in search of her pants. Her shirt tail hung down, but not far enough. "No bruise yet." She asked,
"Why did you bring a gun?"
"Habit," I said.
"Were you expecting trouble?"
"Anything's possible."
"I left mine in the car."
"So did lots of dead people."
"It's just the two of us here."
"As far as we know."
"You're paranoid."
"But alive," I said, "and you haven't arrested anyone yet."
"The Army can't prove a negative," she said. "Therefore they must know who it was. They should tell me."
I said nothing in reply to that. I followed her lead and staggered to my feet and picked up my pants. We got dressed, hopping from foot to foot together, and then we perched side by side on the Caprice's rear bumper and laced our shoes. Getting back to the road was no real problem. Devereaux did it in reverse, backing up onto the track like parallel parking, then backing all the way to the crossing, and then turning the wheel and taking off forward. We were in my hotel room 5 minutes later, in bed. She went straight to sleep. I didn't. I lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and thought. Mostly I thought about my last conversation with Leon Garber, my commanding officer, an honest man and my friend, as far as I knew. But cryptic. "It's the truth," he had said. She was a Marine reacher, 16 years in. She knew all about cutting throats. She knew how to do it, and she knew how to pretend she didn't. Then he had gotten a little impatient. "A man with your instincts," he had said about me. Later I had pushed the issue. "You could order me not to go back to Mississippi," I had said. "I could," he had said, "but I won't. Not you. I trust you to do the right thing." The conversation replayed endlessly in my head. The truth. Instincts. The right thing. In the end, I fell asleep very late and completely unsure whether Garber had been telling me something or asking me something. My long-held belief that there is no better time than the second time was put to a severe test when we woke up, because the fifth time was also pretty terrific. We were both a little stiff and sore after our outdoor extravaganza, so we took it gently, long and slow, and the warmth and comfort of the bed helped a lot. Plus, neither one of us knew whether there would ever be a sixth time, which added a little poignancy to the occasion. Afterwards, we lay quiet for a while, and then she asked me when I was leaving, and I said I didn't know. We ate breakfast together in the diner, and then she went to work and I went to use the phone. I tried to call Frances Neagley at her desk in D.C., but she wasn't back yet. Probably still on an all-night bus somewhere. So I called Stan Lowry instead and got him right away. I said, "I need you to do something else for me." He said, "No jokes this morning? About how you're surprised I'm still here?" I didn't have time to think of any. I wanted Neagley, not you. You should try to get hold of her as soon as you can. She's better than you at this kind of shit. "Better than you, too. What do you need?" "Fast answers," I said. "To what questions?" "Statistically speaking, where would we be most likely to find U.S. Marines and concrete flood sluices in close proximity?" "Southern California," Lowry said. "Statistically speaking, almost certainly Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego." "Correct," I said. "I need to trace a jarhead MP who was there 5 years ago. His name is Paul Evers." "Why?" "Because his parents were Mr. and Mrs. Evers and they liked the name Paul, I guess." "No, why do you want to trace him?" "I want to ask him a question." Lowry said, "You're forgetting something." "Like what?" "I'm in the Army, not the Marine Corps. I can't get into their files." "That's why you need to call Neagley. She'll know how to do it." "Paul Evers," he said slowly like he was writing it down. "Call Neagley," I said. "This is urgent. I'll get back to you." I hung up with Lowry and shoveled more coins into the slot and called the Kellum number Monroe had given Devereaux, right back at the beginning. The call went through to some guy who wasn't Monroe. He told me Monroe had left at first light in a car to Birmingham, Alabama. I said I knew that had been the plan. I asked the guy to check if it had actually happened. So the guy called the visiting officer's quarters and came back to me and said no, it hadn't actually happened. Monroe was still on the post. The guy gave me a number for his room, and I hung up and redialed. Monroe answered, and I said, "Thank you for sticking around." He said, "But what am I sticking around for? Right now I'm just hiding out in my room. I'm not very popular here, you know." "You didn't join the Army to be popular." "What do you need?" "I need to know Reed Riley's movements today." "Why?" "I want to ask him a question." "That could be difficult. As far as I know, he's going to be pretty much tied up all day. You might be able to grab him over lunch. If he gets time for lunch, that is. And
And if he does, it'll be very early.
No, I need him to come to me, in town.
You don't understand. The mood has changed here. Bravo Company is out from under the cloud. Riley's father is flying in for a visit.
The senator? Today?
ETA close to 1 o'clock this afternoon. Billed as an off-the-record celebration of what the guys are doing in Kosovo.
How long will it last?
You know what politicians are like. The old guy is supposed to watch some training crap in the afternoon, but dollars to donuts he'll get a real hard-on and want to hang around all night drinking with the boys.
Okay, I said. I'll figure something out.
Anything else?
Well, since you got nothing to do except sit around all day, you could tell me a couple of things.
What things?
The phone started beeping at me, and I said, "Why don't you call me back on the government's dime?" I read out the number from the dial and hung up. I walked to my table to pay the breakfast check, and by the time I got back to the phone, it was ringing.
What things?
Monroe said again. Impressions, mainly. About Kellum.
As in, is there a good reason for Alpha Company and Bravo Company to be based there? As opposed to where else?
Anywhere else east of the Mississippi River.
Kellum is pretty isolated, Monroe said. Helps with the secrecy thing.
That's what they told me, too, but I don't buy it. There are secrets on every base. They could keep the lid on this thing anywhere. Kosovo's not even interesting. Who would even listen? But they chose Kellum a year ago. Why did they do that? Have you seen anything about Kellum that would make it the only choice?
No, Monroe said. Not really. It's adequate, no question, but not essential. I assume it was about sending 400 extra wallets to a dying town.
Exactly, I said. It was political.
What isn't?
One more thing, I said. You're clear about how Janice Chapman ended up in that alley, right?
I hope so, he said. Based on what I saw last night, Chief Devereaux operates an exclusion zone in terms of Main Street itself. She makes sure all the action happens between the bars and the railroad track. Therefore, both Main Street and the alley would have been deserted. Therefore, the perp must have stopped on Main Street and carried the corpse in from that direction.
How long would it have taken?
Doesn't matter. No one was there to see. Could have been a minute, could have been 20.
But why there? Why not somewhere else 10 miles away?
The body was supposed to be found, I guess.
Plenty of lonelier places it still would have been found. So why there?
I don't know, Monroe said. Maybe the perp was constrained in some way. Maybe he had company somewhere close by, like the diner or one of the bars. Maybe he had to duck out and take care of it real fast. Maybe he couldn't be gone for long without somebody noticing. So maybe he had to trade safety for speed, which would dictate a nearby location.
Can you give me another day? I said. Can you be here tomorrow?
No, he said. I'm going to get my butt kicked bad for being 1 day late. I can't risk 2.
Pussy, I said.
He laughed. Sorry, man, but if you don't get it done today, you're on your own.
Chapter 76. Senator Carlton Riley's impending visit kept the town very quiet. It was as if Kellum's gates were locked again. I doubted that the leave order had been formally rescinded, but Rangers are good soldiers, and I was sure the base commander had dropped heavy hints about 100% participation in the hoopla. I left the diner and found Main Street back to its previous torpor. My borrowed Buick was the only car parked on the block behind. It looked lonely and abandoned. I unlocked it and drove it around to the hotel and retrieved my toothbrush and settled my account at the desk. Then I got back behind the wheel and went exploring. I started opposite the vacant lot between the diner and the sheriff's department. I headed south from there for 200 yards to where Main Street started to bend, driving fast but not stupid fast. I made the left into Devereaux's childhood street and hustled along to her old house, fourth on the right. Total elapsed time, 45 seconds. I turned in over the dried mud puddle and drove down the overgrown driveway, past the tumble-down house, through the backyard, past the wild hedge to the deer trestle. I swung left and backed up and popped the trunk and got out. Total elapsed time, 1 minute and 15 seconds. There were trees to my left and trees to my right and trees ahead of me. A lonely spot, even in the bright daylight. I mimed supporting a body's weight, cutting the wrist straps, cutting the ankle ties, carrying the body to the car, lowering it into the trunk. I fiddled around 4 more times, taking off imaginary pads and straps and belts and scarves from 2 wrists and 2 ankles. I stepped back to the trestle and picked up an imaginary bucket of blood and heaved it over to the car and wedged it in the trunk alongside the body. I closed the trunk lid and got back in the driver's seat. Total elapsed time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I backed up and turned and drove the length of the driveway again and headed back to Main Street. I drove the same 200 yards I had driven before and stopped on the curb between the hardware store and the pharmacy, right at the mouth of the alley. Total elapsed time, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Plus 1 minute to put the blood in the alley, plus another minute to put Janice May Chapman in the alley. Plus 15 seconds to get back where I started. Total elapsed time, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Touch and go. Maybe long enough to stick in someone's mind, in a social situation, or maybe not. I rewound the clock in my head to 4 minutes and 25 seconds and drove on north and then east to the railroad crossing. I came to a stop right on top of it. New total, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Plus a minute to carry Rosemary McClatchy to the ditch, and 30 seconds to get back to the car, and 20 seconds to get back where I started. Total elapsed time, 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Fractionally longer, but in the same ballpark. I didn't drive up to where Shauna Lindsay had been dumped, on the pile of gravel. No point. That destination was in a whole different category. That was a 20-minute excursion right there. It was the sole exception to the hurry-up rule. Therefore, it had been undertaken under different circumstances. No company, no social situation. Plenty of time to thread cautiously along dark dirt roads between ditches, turning right, turning left, doing the deed, and then coming back again. Just as slow, just as cautious. But what was interesting about Shauna Lindsay's resting place was the car that carried her there. What kind of car could get through that neighborhood twice without attracting notice or comment? What kind of car was entitled to be there at that time of night? I sat in the Buick for a spell, and then I parked it outside the diner and went in and bought a new roll of quarters for the phone. I tried Neagley first and found her at her desk. I said, "You're late to work today." She said,
"But not by much. I've been here half an hour."
"I'm sorry about the bus."
"It was okay," she said.
Public transportation was tough for Neagley. Too much chance of inadvertent human contact. I asked, "Did you get a message from Stan Lowry?"
"Yes, and I already traced the name for you."
"In half an hour?"
"It was easy, I'm afraid. Paul Evers died a year ago."
"How?"
"Nothing dramatic. It was an accident. A helicopter crashed at Lejeune. It was in the newspaper, actually. A Seahawk lost a rotor blade. 2 pilots and 3 passengers died, one of which was Evers."
I said, "Okay, plan B. The other name I want is Alice Bouton." I spelled it out. I said, "She's been a civilian for the last 5 years. She was discharged from the Corps without honor, so you better call Stan back. He's better than you at this kind of shit."
"The only thing Lowry has that I don't is a friend at a bank."
"Exactly," I said. "That's why you need to call him. Corporations know about civilians better than we do."
"Why are we doing this?"
"I'm checking a story."
"No, you're clutching at straws. That's what you're doing."
"You think?"
"Elizabeth Devereaux is as guilty as sin, Reacher."
"You've seen the file?"
"Only the carbons."
I said, "But with a thing like this you have to flip a coin."
"As in?"
"As in maybe she did it, maybe she didn't. We don't know yet."
"We know, Reacher."
"Not for sure." Neagley said,
"It's a good thing you don't own a car."
I hung up with her, and before I was a step away, the phone rang on the wall, with the first good news of the day. Chapter 77. It was Monroe on the phone, and he wanted to tell me he had had a cup of coffee. Or more specifically, he wanted to tell me he had talked to the steward who had brought him the cup of coffee. The conversation had been on the subject of the day's upcoming festivities, and Monroe said the stewards expected to be very busy until after dinner, but no later than that, because the mess bar would be deserted all evening, because the last time the senator visited, he had hosted everybody in town at Brannan's bar, because politically it seemed more authentic, and no doubt the old guy would do the same thing again. "Okay," I said, "that's good. Riley'll come to me after all, and his father. What time will dinner finish?" "Scheduled to be over by 8 o'clock, according to the steward." "Okay," I said again. "I'm sure father and son will leave the base together. I want you on them from the moment they drive through the gate, but unobtrusively. Can you do that?" "Could you?" "Probably." "Then what makes you doubt I could?" "Innate skepticism, I suppose," I said. "But whatever, keep your ear to the ground until 8 tonight, and use this phone number as a contact if you need me. I'll be in and out of this diner all day long." "Okay," Monroe said. "I'll see you later. But whether or not you'll see me is a different question altogether." I hung up with Monroe, and I asked the waitress to answer the phone for me if it rang again. I asked her to write down the callers' names on her order pad. Then it was all about waiting. For information, and for face-to-face encounters, and for decisive conclusions. I stepped out to the Main Street sidewalk and stood in the sun. Across the street, the guy from the shirt store was doing the same thing, taking a break and tasting the air. On my left, 2 old guys were on a bench outside the pharmacy, 4 hands piled on 2 canes between 2 sets of knees. Apart from the 4 of us, the town was deserted. No hustle, no bustle, no traffic. All quiet. Until the goon squad from Kellam showed up. There were 4 of them in total. They were Kellam's own local version of Senate liaison, I guessed, preparing the ground the same way a Secret Service advance team prepares the ground ahead of a presidential visit. They came out of the mouth of the alley beyond the 2 old guys on the bench. I guess they'd just called on the Brannan brothers and alerted them to what was going to happen that night. Maybe they had made invoicing arrangements. In which case I wished the Brannan brothers the very best of luck. I imagined billing a Senate office was a long and frustrating experience. The 4 guys were all officers, 2 lieutenants, a captain, and a light colonel in the lead. He was 50-ish and fat. He was the kind of soft staff officer who looks ludicrous in battle-dress uniform, like a civilian at a fancy dress party. He stopped on the sidewalk and put his knuckles on his hips. He looked all around. He saw me. I was in battle-dress uniform, too. On the face of it, I was one of his. He spoke over his shoulder to a lieutenant behind him. Too far to hear his voice, but I could read his lips. He said, "Tell that man to get his ass over here double quick." I guessed he would want to know why I wasn't back on the base, getting myself ready for 100% participation in the hoopla. The lieutenant's eyesight was not as good as mine. He approached most of the way full of one kind of body language, which changed fast when he got close enough to read my rank insignia. He stopped a respectful 4 feet away and saluted and said, "Sir, the colonel would like a word with you." Normally I'd treat lieutenants well. I was one myself not so very long ago. But right then I wasn't in the mood for nonsense. So I just nodded and said, "Okay, kid, tell him to step right up." The kid said, "Sir, I think he would prefer it if you went to him." "You must be confusing me with someone who gives a shit what he prefers." The kid went a little pale and blinked twice and about turned and headed back. He must have spent the walk time translating my response into acceptable terms, because there was no instant explosion. Instead, the colonel paused a beat and then set off waddling in my direction. He stopped 3 feet away, and I saluted him very smartly, just to keep him confused. He returned the salute and asked, "Do I know you, Major?" I said, "That depends on how much trouble you've been in, Colonel. Have you ever been arrested?" He said, "You're the other MP. You're Major Monroe's opposite number." "Or he's mine," I said. "Either way, I'm sure we both hope you have a great day." "Why are you still here?" "Why wouldn't I be?" "I was told all issues had been resolved." "The issues will be resolved when I say they are. That's the nature of police work." "When did you last get orders?" "Some days ago," I said. "They came from Colonel John James Fraser at the Pentagon, I believe." "He died." I'm sure his successor will have new orders for me in due course. It could take weeks to install a successor. Then I guess I'm stuck here. Silence. Then the fat guy said, "Well, stay out of sight tonight. Understand? The senator must not see a CID presence here. There are to be no reminders of recent suspicions. None at all. Is that clear?" I said, "Request noted." "It's more than a request." "Next up from a request is an order. But you're not in my chain of command." The guy rehearsed a reply, but in the end he didn't come out with anything. He just turned on his heel and waddled back to his pals. And at that point I heard the phone ring inside the diner, very faintly through the door, and I beat the waitress to it by a step. Chapter 78. It was Frances Neagley on the line from her desk in D.C. She said,
"Bhutan is a very uncommon name, apparently."
I said, "Did Stan Lowry tell you to say that?"
"No. Stan wants to know if she's related to Jim Bhutan, the baseball pitcher, which she probably is, at least distantly, given how rare the name is. I, however, am basing my conclusion on an hour's solid work, which turned up no Bhutans at all, much less any Alice Bhutans. Having said that, right now I can't get any further than 3 years back with the Marines, which would miss her anyway, and if she was dishonorably discharged, she probably didn't get the kind of job or income that would show up in too many other places."
"She probably lives in a trailer park," I said. "Nowhere near Pendleton, either. Southern California is too expensive. She must have moved."
"I have a call into the FBI, and to a pal in USMC Personnel Command for the ancient history. And Stan is hassling his banker friend for the civilian stuff, although she might not have had a bank account. Not if she lived in a trailer park. But whatever, I just wanted to let you know we're on it, that's all. We'll have more later."
"How much later?"
"Tonight, I hope."
"Before 8 o'clock would be good."
"I'll do my best."
I hung up the phone and decided to stay in the diner for lunch. And inevitably Devereaux came in less than 10 minutes later, in search of her own lunch, and possibly in search of me. She stepped inside and paused in front of the window with the light behind her. Her hair lit up like a halo. Her shirt was very slightly translucent. I could see the curve of her waist, or sense it at least, because I was familiar with it. I could see the swell of her breast. She saw me staring, and she started towards me, and I kicked the opposite chair out an inch. She sat down and brought the backlight with her. She smiled and said,
"How was your morning?"
I said, "No. How was yours?"
"Busy,"
she said. "Making any progress?"
"With what?"
"Your 3 unsolved homicides."
"Apparently the Army solved those homicides," she said, "and I'll be happy to do something about them as soon as the Army shares its information."
I said nothing. She said,
"What?"
"You don't seem very interested in finding out who did it, that's all."
"How can I be interested?"
"The Army says it was a civilian."
"I understand that."
"Do you know who it was?"
"What?"
"Do you know who it was?"
"Are you saying I do?"
I said, "I'm saying I know how these things work. There's some people you just can't arrest. Mrs. Lindsay would have been one of them, for instance. Suppose she'd gone the other way and gotten tooled up and gone and shot somebody. You wouldn't have arrested her for it."
"What are you saying?"
"I'm saying in any town there are people the sheriff won't arrest." She was quiet a long moment.
"Maybe," she said. "Old man Clancy might be one of them. But he didn't cut any throats. And I'd arrest anyone else, whoever they were."
"Okay," I said.
"Maybe you think I'm bad at my job."
I said nothing.
"Or maybe you think I've lost my edge because we have no crime here."
"I know you have crime here," I said. "I know you always did. I'm sure your father saw crimes I can't even imagine."
"But?"
"You don't have investigation here, and you never did. I bet 99 times out of 100 your father knew exactly who did what right down to the details. Whether he could do anything about it was a different issue. And I bet the one case in 100 where he didn't know who did it, it went unsolved."
"You're saying I'm a bad investigator?"
I'm saying county sheriff is not an investigator's job. It needs other skills, all kinds of community stuff, and you're good at it. You have a detective for the other things, except right now you don't.
Any other issues before we order?
Just one, I said.
Which is?
Tell me again. You never dated Reed Riley, right?
Reacher, what is this?
It's a question.
No, I never dated Reed Riley.
Are you sure?
Reacher, please.
Are you?
I didn't even know he was here. I told you that.
Okay, I said. Let's order. She was mad at me, obviously, but she was hungry, too. More hungry than mad, clearly, because she stayed at the table. Changing tables wouldn't have been enough. She would have had to storm out emphatically, and she wasn't prepared to do that on an empty stomach. She ordered the chicken pie, of course. I ordered grilled cheese. She said,
There are things you aren't telling me.
I said, You think?
You know who it is.
I said nothing.
You do, don't you? You know who it is. So this whole thing wasn't about me knowing who it is. It was about you knowing who it is.
I said nothing.
Who is it?
I didn't answer.
Are you saying it's someone I won't arrest? Who won't I arrest? It makes no sense. I mean, obviously it's a great idea for the Army to dump the blame on someone they know will never be arrested. I get that. Because if there's no arrest, there can be no charge, no interview, no trial, and no verdict. Hence no facts. So everyone can just walk away and live happily ever after. But how could the Army know who I wouldn't arrest? Which is nobody, by the way, so this whole thing is crazy.
I don't know who it is, I said. Not for sure. Not yet. Chapter 79. We finished our lunch without saying much more. Then we had pie. Peach, naturally. And coffee. I asked her, Did the Killam PR squad come see you? She nodded.
Just before I came out for lunch.
So you know what's happening tonight?
8 o'clock,
she said.
Everyone on best behavior.
You okay with that?
They know the rules. If they stick to them, I won't give them any trouble.
Then the phone rang. Devereaux whipped around and stared at it, as if she had never heard it ring before. Which was possible. I said, It's for me. I walked over and picked up. It was Monroe. He said, I have the transportation details if you're interested. Reed Riley doesn't own a car anymore, as you know, so he's borrowing a plain olive drab staff car. He'll be driving with his father as his only passenger. The motor pool has been told to have the car ready at 8 o'clock exactly. Thanks, I said. Good to know. Is there a return ETA?
There's an 11 o'clock curfew tonight. Unofficial. All done in whispers, but it'll happen. A few beers is authentic, too many is embarrassing. That's the thinking. So people will be leaving town from 10:30 onwards. The senator's plane is scheduled to be wheels up at midnight.
Good to know, I said again. Thanks. Has he arrived yet?
20 minutes ago, in an Army Lear.
Has the hoopla started yet?
First pitch in about an hour.
Will you bring me your interview notes?
Why?
There are a couple of things I want to check. As soon as the senator looks like he's going to stay put for 10 minutes, would you bring him down to me in the diner? Monroe agreed to do that, so I hung up the phone and walked back to the table. But by then Devereaux was already getting up to leave. She said,
I'm sorry, I have to get back to work. I've got a lot to do. I have 3 homicides to solve.
Then she pushed past me and walked out the door. Waiting. I passed some of the time by taking a walk. I looped around the sheriff's department building and entered the acre of beaten earth behind Main Street from the top. The railroad track on my left was silent. The stores and bars on my right were all open, but they had no customers. The bars all had cleaners working in them, all of them black women over 40, all of them bent low over mops and pails, all of them supervised by anxious owners, well aware that a U.S. senator would be passing by and maybe even dropping in. Brennan's was getting more attention than most. Furniture was being moved, refrigerators were being topped off, trash was being hauled out. Even the windows were being wiped. Across the alley from Brannan's, the loan office was doing no business at all. Shauna Lindsay had worked there before she died, and evidently she'd been replaced by another young woman, less beautiful, but possibly just as good with her numbers. She was sitting on a high stool behind a counter, with a lit-up Western Union sign behind her head. I had time to kill, so on a whim I went inside. The woman looked up as the door opened, and she smiled like she was happy to see me. Maybe I was the only customer of the day so far. I asked her how the system worked, and after a little back and forth I understood I could call my bank on the phone and order money to be sent to any such office in America. I would need a password for the bank and either ID or the same password for the office. This was 1997, remember. Things were still pretty casual back then. I knew there were all kinds of banks close to the Pentagon, because 30,000 people all in one place was a big market to exploit. I decided next time I was in D.C. I would move my account to one of them and find out its phone number and register a password. Just in case. I thanked the young woman and moved on, to the next place in line, which was a gun shop. I bought spare ammunition for the Beretta, 9mm parabellums in a box of 20, and a spare magazine to put 15 of them in. I checked that it fit and worked, which it did. Most guys who don't check new equipment are still alive, but by no means all of them. I replaced the round I had put through the skinny runt's head, and then I put the gun back in one pocket, and the new magazine and the 4 loose rounds in the other. And that was it for shopping. I didn't need a used stereo, and I didn't need auto parts. So I doglegged through Janice Chapman's alley and walked back to the diner. The waitress met me at the door and told me she had taken no calls for me. I stood there for a second, unsure, and then I picked up the phone, fed it a quarter, and dialed the Treasury Department switchboard. The same number I had called from the old yellow phone in the Lindsay kitchen. The same woman answered, middle-aged and elegant. She asked, "How may I direct your inquiry?" I said, "Joe Reach's office, please." I heard the same scratching and clicking, and the same minute of dead air. Then the young woman I was sure wore a plaid skirt and a white sweater picked up and said, "Mr. Reacher's office." I asked, "Is Mr. Reacher there?" She recognized my voice immediately, probably because it was just like Joe's. She said, "No, I'm sorry, he's not back yet. He's still in Georgia, I think. At least I hope." "You sound worried," I said. "I am a little." "Don't be," I said. "Joe's a big boy. He can handle whatever Georgia throws at him. I don't even think he's allergic to peanuts." Then I hung up and walked deep into the room and holed up at the rearmost table for 2. I just sat there, waiting for Monroe, counting off the time in my head. Monroe showed up more or less exactly as promised, an hour after our earlier phone call, plus 5 minutes for the drive. He parked in a plain car on the curb and came in and found me in the gloom at the back of the room. He unbuttoned his top pocket and slid out the slim black notebook I'd seen before. He put it on the table and said, "Keep it. No one else is going to want it. No one is saving a permanent place for it in the National Archives." I nodded. "Some colonel just told me there are to be no reminders of recent suspicions." Monroe nodded in turn. "I just got the same speech. And that guy is really mad at you, by the way. Did you offend him somehow?" "I certainly hope so." "He's writing a report for Garber. We always need toilet paper. Plus copies all over. You're going to be famous." He looked straight at me for a second, perhaps regretfully, and then he headed back to his car. I opened the little black book and started to read. Chapter 80. Monroe's handwriting was cramped and neat and meticulous. It filled about 50 of the small pages. His method was to record 2 or 3 conversations at a time, and then to summarize them before moving on to the next 2 or 3. That way both his raw materials and his conclusions were preserved side by side, the latter for ease of reference, the former for reconfirming the latter. A circular system, safe, diligent, and conscientious. He was a good cop. Reed Riley's photograph was still in the book, wedged tight into the spine after the last note and before the first blank page. I realized he'd been using it as a bookmark. The focus of all 50 pages was Janice May Chapman. It had emerged early on that she and Riley had been dating. Not that Riley had said anything about her, or about anything else either. He had lawyered up at the start and confined his answers to name, rank, and number. No big deal for an investigator of Monroe's quality. He had spoken to every man in Bravo Company and teased out the facts from the blind sides and the unguarded rear. He had taken fragments of passing mentions and put them all together and woven them into a solid and reliable narrative. Riley's men had talked about him in a way I had heard many times before. He was too young to be a legend, too unproven to be a star, but he had some kind of celebrity charisma, partly because of who his father was, and partly because of his own personality. But he wasn't liked. The conversations as recorded were loyal to a fault, but it was institutional loyalty, not personal loyalty. All of it filtered through any soldier's traditional hatred for the military police. No one had a bad thing to say about the guy, but no one had a good thing to say either. By reading between the lines of what was and wasn't said, I saw that Riley was a grandstander and a show pony, and that he was impatient, reckless, careless, and full of entitlement. No big deal in a low-temperature environment like Kosovo, but he would have been accidentally shot in the back or blown up with a faulty grenade on his first day if he'd been a generation older in Vietnam. That was for damn sure. Better men than Riley had suffered that fate. Before Chapman, it was clear he had dated Shauna Lindsay. They had been seen together many times. And before Lindsay, he had dated Rosemary McClatchy. They too had been seen together many times, in the bars, in the diner, riding around in the blue 57 Chevy. There was a faint, twice-removed reek of testosterone in Monroe's notes, as one young man after another had chortled about the big dog mowing 'em down in sequence. All the best-looking women in town. Just like that. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. And according to Bravo Company, that prestigious sequence had begun with Elizabeth Devereaux. She was well known at Kellam because of an early courtesy visit at the start of the mission. Back then, training had been intense, and there had been no leave or downtime, but the big dog had snuck out at night and nailed the prize. That triumph had been revealed one evening during Bravo Company's first tour to Kosovo, over drinks around a fire. Again, I could almost hear the voices firsthand, full of chuckling delight at the way the rest of the regular 75th training grunts thought Devereaux was a lesbian, and at the way the boys of Bravo Company secretly knew better because of their big dog, their alpha male, and his irresistible ways. They didn't like the guy, but they admired him. Personality and charisma. And hormones, too, I guessed. There was nothing else of interest in the notebook. I spent some time looking at Riley's picture again, and then I squared the whole thing away in my own top pocket, and I went back to waiting. The rest of the afternoon was long and fruitless. The hours passed, and no one called, and no one came, and the town stayed quiet. At one point I heard some faint live firing noise from the east, and I guessed the hoopla at Kellam was going swimmingly. From time to time I drank a cup of coffee and ate a slice of pie, but mostly I just rested in a semi-vegetative state, eyes open but half asleep, breathing low, saving energy, like hibernation. Local people came and went in ones and twos, and at 6 o'clock Jonathan and Hunter Brannon came in for an early dinner to fuel up ahead of their busy evening, which I thought was wise. And 2 or 3 others that I took to be bar owners did the same thing. And some of what I took to be their cleaners stopped by before heading home. And at 7 o'clock, Main Street went dark outside the window. And at 7:30, the old couple from the hotel came in for their meal, she with her book, he with his paper. Then a minute later, Stan Lowry called on the phone, and the evening began to unravel. Chapter 81. Lowry started out by apologizing for the extreme lateness of his warning, and then he said he had just heard from an MP friend at Fort Benning in Georgia, where the 75th Ranger Regiment was based. Apparently, a lieutenant colonel from their remote detachment at Kellam had phoned home and told his bosses there were still 2 CID majors on the scene locally, one on the post itself and one in town, the latter a prize pain in the ass, and because his bosses were determined that Senator Riley be shown nothing but a good time, they had dispatched a babysitting squad to muzzle the said CID majors for the remaining duration of the senator's visit. Just in case. Lowry said the squad had left Benning in a Black Hawk helicopter some time ago, and therefore might well have already arrived at Kellam. MPs, I said. They won't mess with me. Not MPs, Lowry said. Regular Rangers. Real tough guys. How many? 6, Lowry said. 3 for you and 3 for Monroe, I guess. Rules of engagement? I don't know. What does it take to muzzle you? More than 3 Rangers, I said. I scanned the street out the window and saw nothing moving. No vehicles, no pedestrians. I said, "Don't worry about me, Stan. It's Monroe I'm concerned about. I need 2 pairs of hands tonight. It's going to make it harder if he gets hung up." "Which he will," Lowry said. "You will too, probably. Word is, these guys aren't kidding around." "Would you call him for me and give him the same warning?" I asked. "If they haven't already gotten to him, that is." I recited Monroe's VOQ number, and then I heard the scratch of a pencil as Lowry wrote it down. Then I asked, "Has your pet banker come through on Alice Bouton yet?" "Negative," Lowry said. "He's been busy all day, but Neagley is still on it." "Call her and tell her to take her thumb out of her ass and get me some results. Tell her if I'm busy with the G.I. Joes when she calls, she's authorized to leave a message with the waitress." "Okay, and good luck," Lowry said, and hung up. I stepped out to the sidewalk and looked up and down the street. Nothing doing. I guess the Rangers would look for me first in one of the bars. Probably Brennan's. If I was planning to make trouble, that was where I would be. So I looped around through the dogleg alley and scanned the acre of ground from deep in the shadows. And sure enough, there was a Humvee parked right there, big and green and obvious. I guessed the plan was to frog march me over to it and throw me in the back and drive me out to Kellam, and then to stash me in whatever room Monroe was already locked up in. Then the plan would be to wait until the senator's Lear left at midnight and let us out again, and apologize most sincerely for the misunderstanding. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. I eased out around the corner of Brandon's bar and looked in through the window. The place was sparkling clean. Tables and chairs were neatly arrayed, all around a focal point I assumed would be occupied by the senator and his son. Acolytes would sit close by, and there was plenty of open space where the less well-connected could stand. Jonathan and Hunter Brennan were behind the bar, looking well-rested and well-nourished after their early dinner. 3 guys in BDUs were talking to them. They were Rangers, each one of them a decent size, and none of them a rookie. One of them was a sergeant, and 2 of them were specialists. Their uniforms had seen plenty of wear, and their boots were clean but creased. Their faces were tanned and lined and blank. They were professional soldiers, pure and simple. Which was a dumb expression, because professional soldiers were all kinds of things, none of which was pure and none of which was simple. But ultimately it didn't matter exactly what 2 of them were, because the sergeant was in charge. And I had never met a sergeant who was less than well aware that there were 18 ranks above him in the hierarchy, all the way up to the commander-in-chief, and that they all made more money than he did in exchange for making policy decisions. In other words, whatever a sergeant did, there were 18 groups of people ready, willing, and waiting to criticize him. I eased back into the shadows and headed back to the diner. There were 3 customers still in the place. The old couple from Two Saints and the guy in the pale suit I'd seen once before. 3 was a good number, but not a great number. On the other hand, the demographics were close to perfect. Local business people, solid citizens, mature, easily outraged. And the old couple at least were guaranteed to stay for hours, which was good, because I might need hours, depending on Neagley's progress or the lack of it. I came in the door and stopped by the phone, and the waitress shook her head at me to tell me there had been no incoming calls. I used the phone book and found the number for Brannon's bar, and then I put a quarter in the slot and dialed. One of the Brannon brothers answered, and I said, "Let me speak to the sergeant." I heard a second of surprise and uncertainty, and then I heard the phone being reversed on the bar, and then I heard the click of nails and the thump of palms as the receiver was passed from hand to hand, and then a voice said, "Who is this?" I said, "This is the guy you're looking for. I'm in the diner." No answer. I said, "This is the part where you put your hand over the mouthpiece long enough to ask the barman where the diner is so you can send your guys to check while you keep me talking on the phone, but I'll save you the trouble. The diner is about 20 yards west of you and about 50 yards north. Send one guy through the alley on your left and the other counterclockwise out of the lot and around the sheriff's department building. You personally can come in through the kitchen door, which should be pretty close to where you parked your truck. That way you got me covered in every direction. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for you right here. You'll find me at a table in back." Then I hung up and walked to the rearmost table for four. Chapter 82. The sergeant was the first in. Shortest distance, biggest investment. He came through the kitchen door slowly and cautiously and let it swing shut behind him. I half turned in my seat and raised my hand in greeting. I was about 7 feet away from him. Then one of the specialists came in the front. From the alley, I assumed. Second shortest distance. A minute later, the third guy was there, a little out of breath. Longest distance, biggest hurry. They stood there, filling the aisle, 2 to my right and 1 to my left. "Sit down," I said. "Please." The sergeant said, "Our orders are to take you to kill him." I said, "That isn't going to happen, Sergeant." No answer. The clock in my head showed 7:45. I said, "Here's the thing, guys. To take me out of here against my will would involve a considerable amount of physical commotion. At a rough guess, we would bust up at least 3 or 4 tables and chairs. There might be personal injuries, too. And the waitress will assume we're Bravo Company personnel, because no one else from Kellam has leave right now. Believe me, she keeps track of stuff like that, because her income depends on it. And she knows Bravo's company commander is expected right there in Brannon's bar at any minute, so it would be entirely natural for her to head around there to complain. And to get that done, she'd almost certainly have to interrupt a moment of intimacy between father and son, which would be a big embarrassment for all concerned, especially you." No answer. "Sit down, guys," I said. They sat down, but not where I wanted them to. They weren't dumb. That was the problem with the volunteer army. There were selection criteria. I was in an aisle seat at my table for 4, facing the door. If they had all joined me at the same table, I would have had freedom of movement. But they didn't all join me at the same table. The sergeant sat down face to face with me, but the specialists sat across the aisle, 1 each side of a table for 2. They pulled their chairs out at an angle, one of them ready to intervene if I made a break one way, and the other ready if I broke the other way. "You should try the pie," I said. "It's really good." "No pie," the sergeant said. "You better order something, or the waitress might throw you out for loitering, and if you refuse to go, she knows who to call." No answer. I said, "There are members of the public here, too. You really can't afford to attract attention." Stalemate. 10 minutes to 8. The phone by the door stayed silent. The waitress came by, and the sergeant shrugged and ordered 3 pies and 3 cups of coffee. 2 more people came in the door, both of them civilians, one of them a young woman in a nice dress, the other a young man in jeans and a sport coat. They took a table for 2, 3 along from the specialists and directly opposite the old couple from the hotel. They didn't look much like the kind of folks who would get straight on the phone with their congressman because of a little public mayhem, but the more warm bodies in the room, the better. The sergeant said, "We're happy to sit here all night if that's what it takes." "Good to know," I said. "I'm going to sit here until the phone rings, and then I'm going to leave." "I'm sorry, but I can't let you communicate with anyone. Those are my orders." I said nothing. "And I can't let you leave, unless you agree to go to kill him." I said, "Didn't we just have this discussion?" No response. The phone didn't ring. 5 minutes to 8. At 8 o'clock, the guy in the pale suit paid his check and left, and the old lady from the hotel turned a page in her book. Nothing else happened. The phone stayed quiet. At 8:05, I began to hear noise outside, behind me, the sound of cars and crunching tires, and I sensed a change in the nighttime air, like pressure building, as Bravo companies started to arrive in town, first in ones and twos, then by the dozens. I assumed Reed Riley had led the parade in his borrowed staff car, with his father in the seat beside him. I assumed the old guy was at that moment stationed at Brannon's door, greeting his son's men, ushering them in, grinning like an idiot. The 3 Rangers boxing me in had eaten their pies one at a time, with the other 2 always alert and watchful. They were pretty good. By no means the worst I had ever seen. The waitress collected their plates. She seemed to sense what was going on. Every time she passed by, she gave me a concerned look. There was no doubt whose side she was on. She knew me, and she didn't know them. I had tipped her many times, and they hadn't, not even once. The noise from outside continued to build. The phone didn't ring. I spent the next few minutes thinking about their Humvee. I knew that like every other Humvee in the world, it would have a big General Motors diesel in it, and I knew that like every other Humvee in the world, it would have a 3-speed automatic transmission in it, and I knew that like every other Humvee in the world, it would weigh north of 4 tons, all of which I knew would make it good for about 60 miles an hour tops, which I knew wasn't race car fast, but which I knew was 15 times faster than walking, which I knew was a good thing. I waited. Then, just after 8:30, 3 things happened. The first was unfortunate, and the second was unprecedented, and the third was therefore awkward. First, the young couple left. The girl in the nice dress and the boy in the sport coat. He laid money on the table, and they got up together and walked out holding hands, fast enough to suggest that an evening prayer meeting was not the next item on their agenda. And second, the old couple left. She closed her book, he folded his paper, and they got up and shuffled out the door. Back to the hotel, presumably. Far earlier than ever before. No obvious reason, except possibly a sudden hopeless intuition that old man Riley would cancel the Lear and decide on an early night in town. At that point, the waitress was in the kitchen, which left just 4 people in the room, one of which was me, and 3 of which were my babysitters. The sergeant smiled and said, "Just us now." I didn't answer. He said, "No members of the public." I didn't answer. He said, "And I don't think the waitress is the complaining type. Not really. She knows this place could end up on the shit list easy as anything, for a month or 2, or for however long it takes to put her on welfare." He was leaning forward across the table, closer to me than before, looking straight at me. His 2 men were leaning forward across the aisle, elbows on knees, hands loose, feet planted, watching me. Then the third thing happened. The phone rang. Chapter 83. The 3 Rangers were good. Very good. The phone was a traditional old item with a big metal bell inside, which rang for a whole lazy second before adding a reverberation tail that took another whole lazy second to die away, whereupon the sequence would repeat itself endlessly until either the call was answered or the caller gave up. An old-fashioned, comforting sound, familiar for 100 years. But on this occasion, before the first ring was halfway over, all 3 Rangers were in motion. The guy directly to my left was instantly on his feet, lunging behind me, putting big hands on my shoulders, pressing me down into my seat, hauling me back past the vertical, keeping me in a weak and inefficient position. The sergeant opposite me was instantly leaning forward, grabbing my wrists, pressing them into the tabletop with the flat of his hands. The third guy came up out of his chair and balled his fists and blocked the aisle, ready to hit me anywhere he could if I moved. A fine performance. I offered no resistance. I just sat there. Everyone has a plan, me included. The phone rang on. 3 rings later, the waitress came out of the kitchen. She paused a beat and took one look and then pushed past the ranger in the aisle and headed for the phone. She picked up and listened and glanced my way and started talking, looking at me the whole time, as if she was describing my current predicament to someone. To Francis Neagley, I assumed. Or I hoped. The waitress listened again for a moment, and then trapped the phone between her ear and her shoulder and took out her order pad and her pen. She started writing, and kept on writing. Practically an essay. She started a second page. The guy behind me kept the pressure on. The sergeant kept hold of my wrists. The third guy moved closer. The waitress made shapes with her mouth as she concentrated on spelling unfamiliar words. Then she stopped writing and checked back through what she had, and she swallowed once and blinked twice, as if the next part of her task was going to be difficult. She hung up the phone. She tore out her 2 written pages and held them as if they were hot. She took a step towards us. The guy behind me took his weight off my shoulders. The sergeant let go of my wrists. The third guy sat down again. The waitress walked the length of the aisle, right into our little group, a 5th member, and she shuffled one written page on top of the other, and she checked the 3 guys' collars, and she focused on the sergeant, the man in charge. She said,
"I have a 2-part message for you, sir."
The guy nodded at her, and she started reading. She said,
"First, whoever you are, you should let this man go immediately, for both your own sake and the Army's. Because, second, whoever you are, and whatever your orders, and whatever you think on this occasion, he's likely to be right and you're likely to be wrong. This message comes from an NCO of equal rank, with nothing but the Army's and your best interests at heart."
Silence. The sergeant said, "Noted." Nothing more. Neagley, I thought. Good try. Then the waitress leaned forward and put her second handwritten page face down on the table and slid it towards me, fast and easy, the same way she had slid 1,000,000 diner checks before. I trapped it under my left palm and kept my right hand ready. No one moved. The waitress stood still for a second, and then she walked back to the kitchen. I used the ball of my left thumb and curled the top of the paper upward like a guy playing poker, and I read the first 2 lines of my message. 7 words. The first of them was a Latin preposition. Typical Neagley. Per. Meaning in this context, according to. The next 6 words were United States Marine Corps Personnel Command, which meant that whatever information was contained in the rest of the note had come straight from the horse's mouth. It would be reliable. It would be definitive. It would be solid gold. It would be good enough for me. I let the top of the paper slap back down against the tabletop. I spread my thumb and my first 2 fingers and pincered them together and folded the note one-handed, blank side out, message side in. I crisped the fold with my right thumbnail and jammed the note in my right top pocket behind Monroe's little black book below my name tape. 10 minutes to 9 in the evening. I looked at the ranger sergeant and I said, "Okay, you win. Let's go to Kellam." Chapter 84. We went out through the kitchen, single file, and we used the diner's rear door, because that was the fastest route back to their Humvee. The sergeant led the way. I was sandwiched between the 2 specialists. One of them kept his hand flat on my back, pushing, and the other had hold of the front of my jacket, pulling. The night air felt sharp, neither warm nor cold. The acre of bare ground was jammed with parked cars. There were people 50 yards to my right, all of them men, all of them in uniform, all of them quiet and on best behavior, all of them clustered in a rough semicircle around the front of Brannan's bar, like a living halo behind the head of a saint, or an overspill crowd watching a prize fight. Most had bottles of beer in their hands, probably purchased elsewhere and carried back within sight of the main attraction. I guess the senator was loving the attention, and I guessed his son was pretending not to. The Humvee looked wide and massive in among the regular rides, which it was. Parked next to it at a respectful interval was a plain sedan painted flat green. Reed Riley's borrowed staff car, I assumed, second into the lot and put next to the truck for the sake of the tough guy image. Instinctive for a politician. The sergeant slowed a step, and the rest of us bunched up behind him, and then we struck off again on a new vector, straight towards the truck, not fast, not slow. No one paid us any attention. We were just four dark figures, and everyone else was facing in the other direction. The Humvee was not locked. The sergeant opened the left rear door, and the specialists crowded behind me and left me no option but to get in. The interior smelled of canvas and sweat. The sergeant waited until the specialists were on board, one of them in the front passenger seat, the other across the wide transmission tunnel next to me in the back. Both of them turned watchfully towards me, and then he climbed into the driver's seat and hit the button and started the engine. It idled for a second with a hammer-heavy diesel rattle, and he settled himself in his seat and got ready to move off. He turned the headlights on. He put the transmission in gear. He rolled forward, the ride lumpy, the steering vague, the speed low. He headed north across the rough ground, towards the Kellam Road, past the ranks of parked cars, past the back of the sheriff's department building. He checked his mirror out of sheer habit, and he glanced left, and he prepared to turn right 30 yards ahead. I asked, "What are you guys trained for?" He said, "Man-portable shoulder-launched surface-to-air defense." "Not police work?" "No." "I could tell," I said. "You didn't search me. You should have." I came out with my Beretta in my right hand. I reached forward and bunched his collar in my left hand tight enough to choke him. I hauled him back hard against his seat. I jammed the muzzle of the gun hard into the back of his right shoulder, directly above his armpit. Humvees are built pretty solid, including the seat frames. I had the guy pulled and pushed rigid against an immovable object. He wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't even going to breathe, unless I let him. I said, "Let's all sit still and stay calm." They all did both things, because of where I had the gun. His ear or his neck would not have worked. They would not have believed I was prepared to shoot the guy dead. Not one soldier against another, however desperate I was supposed to be. But a non-fatal wound through the soft flesh just to the right of his shoulder blade was plausible. And terrible. It would have ended his career. It would have ended his life as he knew it, with nothing ahead of him but crippling pain and disability checks and left-handed household utensils. I let out half an inch of his collar, but kept him tight against the seat back. I said, "Turn left." He turned left, onto the east-west road. I said, "Drive on." He drove on, into the die-straight tunnel through the trees, away from Kellam, towards Memphis. I said, "Faster." He sped up, and pretty soon the big truck was rattling and straining close to 60 miles an hour. And at that point we entered the realm of simple arithmetic. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and that road was about 40 miles long, and the chances of meeting traffic on it were low. I figured a 30-minute, 30-mile drive would meet all our needs. "Keep on going," I said. The guy kept on going. 30 minutes later, we were at some featureless point 30 miles west of Carter Crossing and maybe 10 miles short of the minor road that led up towards Memphis. I said, "Okay, this is far enough. Let's stop here." I kept on hauling his collar one way, and I kept on pushing the other way with the gun, and the guy stepped off the gas and coasted and braked to a stop. He put the transmission in park and took his hands off the wheel and sat there like he knew what was coming next. Which maybe he did and maybe he didn't. I turned my head and looked at the guy next to me and said, "Take your boots off." And at that point, they all knew what was coming next. And there was a pause, like a mutiny brewing. But I waited it out until the guy next to me shrugged and bent to his task. I said, "Now your socks." The guy peeled them off and balled them up and stowed them in his boots, like a good soldier should. I said, "Now your jacket." He took his jacket off. I said, "Now your pants." There was another long pause, but then the guy hitched his butt up off the seat and slid his pants down over his hips. I looked at the guy in the front passenger seat and said, "Same 4 things for you." He got right to it, and then I made him help his sergeant out. I wasn't about to let the guy fold forward and away from me, not at that point. When they were done, I turned back to the guy next to me and said, "Now get out of the truck and walk forward 20 paces. His sergeant said, "You better hope we never meet again, Reacher." "No, I hope we do," I said, "because after suitable reflection I'm sure you'll want to thank me for not hurting you in any way at all. Which I could have, you hopeless amateur." No reply. "Get out of the truck," I said again. And a minute later, all 3 of them were standing on the road in the headlight beams, barefoot, pantless, in nothing but T-shirts and boxers. They were 30 miles from where they wanted to be, which under the best of conditions was a 7 or 8 hour walk, and going barefoot on a rural road was no one's definition of the best of conditions. And even if by some miracle there was passing traffic, they stood no chance of hitching a ride. No chance at all. No one in his right mind would stop in the dark for 3 wildly gesticulating bare-legged men. I climbed through to the driver's seat and reversed 100 yards, and then turned around and headed back the way we had come, with nothing but engine noise and the sour smell of boots and socks for company. The clock in my head showed 9:35, and I figured if the reduced payload let the Humvee hit 65 miles an hour, I would be in Carter Crossing again at 3 minutes past 10. Chapter 85. In the event, the big GM diesel gave me a little better than 65 miles an hour, and 2 minutes short of 10 o'clock I pulled up and hid the truck in the last of the trees and walked the rest of the way. A man on foot can be a lot stealthier than a 4-ton military vehicle, and safety is always the best policy. But there was nothing to hide from. Main Street was quiet. There was nothing to see except light in the diner's window and my borrowed Buick and Devereaux's Caprice parked nose to tail in front of it. I guess Devereaux was keeping half an eye on the situation, but not worrying too much about it. The senator's presence all but guaranteed a quiet and untypical night. I stayed on the Kellam Road and skipped Main Street itself and looped around behind it on a wide and cautious radius. I kept myself concealed behind the last row of parked cars and walked down level with Brannan's bar. The crowd at the door was still there. I could see maybe 50 guys clustered in the same semicircle I had seen before. Past them I could see a big crowd inside the bar itself, some guys standing and some, I assumed, sitting at the tables further into the room, although I had no direct view of the latter group. I moved closer, squeezing between parked cars and pickup trucks, with the hubbub ahead of me getting a little louder with each step. But not much louder. The noise was a lot lower in level and a lot more polite and restrained than it would have been on any other night. Best behavior. I crossed an open lane between the first row of cars and the second, and eased onward between a 20-year-old Cadillac and a beat-up GMC Jimmy, and a soft voice right next to me said, "Hello, Reacher." I turned and saw Monroe leaning against the far side of the Jimmy, neatly in the shadow, nearly invisible, relaxed and patient and vigilant. "Hello, Monroe," I said. "It's good to see you, although I have to say I didn't expect to." He said, "Likewise. Did Stan Lowry call you?" He nodded, but a little too late. "3 guys?" He nodded again. "Mortarmen from the 75th. Where are they now?" "Tied up with telephone wire, gagged with their own T-shirts, locked in my room." "Good work," I said. which it was. 1 against 3, no warning, taken by surprise, but a satisfactory result nonetheless. I was impressed. Monroe was nobody's fool. That was clear. He asked, "Who did you get?" "An anti-aircraft crew." "Where are they?" "Walking back from halfway to Memphis with no shoes and no pants." He smiled, white teeth in the dark. He said, "I hope I never get posted to Benning." I asked, "Is Riley in the bar?" "First to arrive, with his dad. They're holding court big time. Tab must be $300 by now." "Curfew still in place?" He nodded. "But it's going to be a last-minute rush. You know how it is. The mood turned out to be pretty good, and no one will want to be the first to leave." "Okay," I said. "Your job is to make sure Riley is the last to leave. I need him to be the very last car out of here. And not by a second or two, either. By a minute at least. Do whatever it takes to make that happen, will you? I'm depending on it." With anyone else, I might then have gone ahead and sketched out a few alternative ways to accomplish that goal, like suggestions, anything from puncturing a tire to asking for the old guy's autograph. But by then I was beginning to realize Monroe didn't need help. He would think of all the same things I could, and maybe a few more besides. He said, "Understood. And then your job is to go sit on Elizabeth Devereaux. I need her to be under your eye throughout, in the diner or wherever. Again, whatever it takes." "Understood," he said again. "She's in the diner right now, as it happens." "Keep her there," I said. "Don't let her go out on traffic patrol tonight. Tell her with the senator behind them the guys will behave." "She knows that. She gave her deputies the night off." "Good to know," I said. "And good luck. And thanks." I squeezed back between the Cadillac and the Jimmy, and crossed the open lane, and threaded through the rearmost rank of cars, and walked out of the lot the same way I had come in. 5 minutes later, I was just past the railroad crossing, hidden in the trees on the side of the road that led to Killam, waiting again. Monroe's assessment of the collective mood turned out to be correct. No one left as early as 10:30 because of the weird dynamic surrounding the senator. I had seen similar things before. I was pretty sure no one from Bravo Company would have pissed on the guy if he was on fire. But everyone seemed fascinated by his alien presence, and no doubt everyone still had the base commander's instructions ringing in his ears. Be nice to the VIP. Show him some respect. So no one peeled away early. No one wanted to go first. No one wanted to stand out. So 10:30 came and went with no movement on the road. None at all. As did 10:35. 10:40, likewise. Then, at 10:45, the dam broke, and they came in droves. I heard noise like a muted version of an armored division firing up, and I saw exhaust smoke and crisscross headlight beams far in the distance, as they all started jockeying for position and funneling out of the lot. Light swung towards me in an endless chain, and 30 seconds later the lead car thumped over the crossing and sped on by. It was followed by all the others in sequence, too many to count, each just yards from the one in front, like stock cars on a racetrack straightaway. Engines roared and wheezed, and worn tires pattered over the rails, and I smelled the sweet sharp tang of unleaded gasoline. I saw the old Cadillac and the GMC sport utility I had squeezed between, and I saw Chevys and Dodges and Fords and Plymouths and Jeeps and Chryslers, sedans and pickup trucks and four-wheel drives and coupes and two-seaters. They kept on coming, an unbroken stream, heading home, relieved, exuberant, their duty done. 10 minutes later, the stream was thinning, and the gaps between cars were lengthening, and in the distance I could see late stragglers moving out. The last dozen vehicles took a whole minute to pass me by. None of them was a flat green staff car. The final tail-end Charlie was an old Pontiac sedan, scarred and sagging. I watched it approach.
"As soon as he passes us, I guarantee we're alone in the world,"
Devereaux had said. The old Pontiac thumped quietly over the track on soft tires, and then it was gone. I stepped out of the trees and faced east and saw tiny red taillights disappearing into the darkness. The noise faded behind them, and the exhaust smoke drifted and cleared. I turned the other way, and far in the distance, and right on cue, I saw a lone pair of headlights click on. I saw their beams bounce and swing, side to side, up and down. And then I saw them lead the way north, out through the lot, and then I saw them swing towards me and bounce twice more as the wheels behind them climbed up off the dirt and onto the blacktop. The clock in my head showed 1 minute to 11. I walked west, back over the railroad crossing, 10 yards towards the town, and then I stopped and stepped out to the crown of the road and raised my hand high, palm out, like a traffic cop. Chapter 86. The headlight beams picked me up maybe 100 yards out. I felt the hot light on my face and on my palm, and I knew Reed Riley could see me. I heard him lift off the gas and slow down. Pure habit. Infantrymen spend a lot of time riding in vehicles, and many of their journeys are enabled or directed or otherwise interrupted by guys in BDUs waving them through, or pointing them left, or pointing them right, or bringing them to a temporary standstill. I stayed right where I was, my hands still raised, and the flat green staff car came to a stop with its front bumper a yard from my knees. By then my eyeline was high above the headlights, and I could see Riley and his father side by side behind the windshield glass. Neither one looked surprised or impatient. Both looked prepared to waste a minute on a matter of routine. Riley looked exactly like his photograph, and his father was an older version, a little thinner, a little larger in the ears and the nose, a little more powdered and presentable. He was dressed like a jerk, like every other visiting politician I'd ever seen. He was wearing a khaki canvas Ike jacket over a formal shirt with no tie. The jacket had a United States Senate roundel on it, as if that safe and insulated branch of the legislature was a combat unit. I stepped around to Reed Riley's door, and he wound his window down. His face started out one way, and then it changed when he saw the oak leaves on my collar. He said, "Sir?" I didn't answer. I took one more step and opened the rear door and got in the back seat behind him. I closed the door after me and shuffled over to the center of the bench, and both men craned around to look at me. "Sir?" Riley said again. "What's going on here?" his father asked. "Change of plan," I said. I could smell beer on their breath and smoke and sweat in their clothing. "I have a plane to catch," the senator said. "At midnight," I said. "No one will look for you before then." "What the hell does that mean? Do you know who I am?" "Yes," I said. "I do." "What do you want?" "Instant obedience," I said. I took out the Beretta for the second time that evening. Fast, smooth, like a magician. 1 minute my hand was empty, and the next it was full of dull steel. I clicked the safety to fire, a small sound, but ominous in the silence. The senator said, "You're making a very serious mistake, young man. As of right now, your military career is over. Whether it gets any worse than that is entirely up to you." "Be quiet," I said. I leaned forward and bunched Reed Riley's collar in my hand, the same way I had with the sergeant from Benning. But this time I put the muzzle of the gun in the hollow behind his right ear. Soft flesh, no bone. Just the right size. "Drive on," I said, very slowly. "Turn left on the crossing, head up the railroad line." Riley said, "What?" "You heard me." "But the train is coming." "At midnight," I said. "Now hop to it, soldier." It was a difficult task. Instinctively, he wanted to lean forward over the wheel for a better view out the front, but I wouldn't let him. I had him hauled back hard against the seat, pulled and pushed. But even so, he did okay. He rolled forward and spun the wheel hard and crabbed diagonally up onto the rise. He lined it up and felt his right front tire hit the groove in the pavement. He eased forward, dead straight, and the edge of the blacktop fell away under us. His right-hand tire stayed up on the rail. His left-hand wheels were down on the ties. A fine job. As good as Devereaux. "You've done this before," I said. He didn't answer. We rolled on, less than walking pace, radically tilted, the right side of the car up and running smooth, the left side down and rising and falling over the ties like a boat on a swell. We rolled past the old water tower, then 10 more yards, and then I said, "Stop." "Here?" "It's a good spot," I said. He braked gently, and the car stopped, right on the line, still tilted over. I kept hold of his collar and kept the gun in place. Ahead of me through the windshield, the rails ran straight north to a vanishing point far in the distance, like slim silver streaks in the moonlight. I said, "Captain, use your left hand and open all the windows." "Why?" "Because you guys already stink, and it's only going to get worse, believe me." Riley scrabbled blindly with his fingers, and first his father's window came down, then mine, then the one opposite me. Fresh night air came in on the breeze. I said, "Senator, lean over and turn the lights off." It took him a second to find the switch, but he did it. I said, "Now turn the engine off and give me the key." He said, "But we're parked on the railroad track." "I'm aware of that." "Do you know who I am?" "You asked me that before, and I answered. Now do what you're told. Or do I have to make a campaign contribution first? In which case, please consider my contribution to be not shooting your son through the knee." The old guy made a small sound in his throat, the kind of thing I had heard once or twice before, when jokes turned out not to be jokes, when dire situations turned from bad to worse, when nightmares were revealed to be waking realities. He leaned sideways and twisted the key and pulled it and held it out to me. "Toss it on the back seat," I said. He did so, and it landed next to me and skittered down the slope of the cushion made by the tilt of the car. I said, "Now both of you put your hands on your head." The senator went first, and I pulled the Beretta back to let his son follow suit. I let go of his collar and sat back in my seat and said, "What's the muzzle velocity on a Beretta M9? The senator said, "I have no idea." "But your boy should. We spent a lot of money and time training him." "I don't remember," Riley said. "Close to 1,300 feet per second," I said. "And your spinal cords are about 3 feet from me. Therefore, about 2,000th of a second after either one of you moves a single muscle, you're either dead or crippled. Get it?" No response. I said, "I need an answer." "We get it," Riley said. His father said, "What do you want?" "Confirmation," I said. "I want to be sure I have this thing straight." Chapter 87. I picked up the car key and put it in my pocket. I spread my left leg wide and braced my foot and got comfortable on the tilted bench. I said, "Captain, you lied to your men about dating Sheriff Devereaux, am I right?" Riley's father said, "What possible basis do you have for interrogating us?" 49 minutes, I said. Then the train gets here." "Are you mad?" "A little grumpy, that's all." He said, "Son, don't say a word to this man." I said, "Captain, answer my question." Riley said, "Yes, I lied about Devereaux." "Why?" "Command strategy," he said. "My men like to look up to me." I said, "Senator, why were Alpha Company and Bravo Company moved from Benning to Kellam?" The old guy huffed and puffed for a minute, trying to convince himself to hold fast. But in the end he said, "It was politically convenient. Mississippi always has its hand out, or in someone else's pocket." "Not because of Audrey Shaw? Not because you thought your boy deserved a little gift to celebrate his new command?" "That's ridiculous." "But it happened." "Purely a coincidence." "Bullshit." "Okay, it was a side benefit. I thought it might be fun. but nothing more. Decisions of that magnitude are not based on trivialities.
I said, Captain, tell me about Rosemary McClatchy.
Riley said, We dated. We broke up. Was she pregnant? If she was, she never said anything to me about it. Did she want to get married?
Come on, Major. You know any one of them would marry any one of us.
What was she like?
Insecure, he said. She drove me nuts.
How did you feel when she was killed?
Bad, he said.
It was a bad thing to happen. Now tell me about Shauna Lindsay.
But at that point, the senator decided they had taken all the shit they were going to take from me. He twisted around to dress me down, and then he remembered he was not supposed to move, and so he bounced back again like a stupid old mare against a new electric fence. He stared forward and breathed hard. His son didn't move. So they were taking a little shit from me at least. Mainly the part 9 millimeters wide. 3/500ths of an inch in real money. A little smaller than a 38, a lot bigger than a 25. That's how much shit they were taking. The old man took another breath. He said,
That matter has been resolved, I believe. The Lindsay girl, and the other one.
I said, Captain, tell me about the dead women in Kosovo.
His father said, There are no dead women in Kosovo.
I said, Seriously? What, they live forever?
Obviously they don't live forever.
Do they all die in their sleep?
They were Kosovan women, and it happened in Kosovo. It's a local matter, just like this is a local matter right here, right now. A local person has been identified. The army is not under a cloud. That's what we were celebrating tonight. You should have been there. Success is something to be happy about. I wish more people understood that.
I said, Captain, how old are you? Riley said, I'm 28. I said, Senator, how would you feel if your son was still a captain at 33? The old guy said,
I would be very unhappy.
Why?
It would represent failure. No one stays 5 years at the same rank. You'd have to be an idiot.
I said, that was their first mistake.
What?
You heard me.
What do you mean there? Who are they?
Do you have a grandfather?
Way back?
So did I. He was my granddad. But of course he was also lots of other kids' granddad, too. There were about 10 of us, I think. 4 separate families. It always came as a surprise to me, even though I knew.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's the same thing with Senate liaison. There's us, and there's the brass in Washington, and there's you. Like a grandfather. Except you're the Marine Corps' grandfather, too. And they have their own Senate liaison. They're probably a lot better than ours. They're probably willing to do whatever it takes. So you turn to them for help. But they made a number of mistakes.
I read the report. There were no mistakes.
5 years in the same rank? Devereaux is not the kind of person who spends 5 years in the same rank. Like you said, you'd have to be an idiot. And Devereaux is not an idiot. My guess is she was a CW03 5 years ago. My guess is she got 2 promotions since then. But your Marine Corps boys went ahead and wrote CW05 on a file that was supposed to be 5 years old. They used an old picture, but they didn't back off her terminal rank. Which was a mistake. They were in too much of a rush.
What rush?
Janice Chapman was white. Finally, you had one people were going to take seriously. And she was linked to you. There was no time to waste.
What are you talking about?
This whole thing was about too much rush. You worked like crazy and teased us about access to give yourself more time. But finally you got it done just after lunch on Sunday. The file was complete. The word came through while the chopper was in the air, so it went back empty. But then you waited until Tuesday before you released it for public scrutiny. I had a rather big-headed explanation for that. I thought it was because I was here on Sunday, but not on Tuesday.
But that wasn't the reason. You needed 2 days to make it look old. That was the reason. You had to scrape it up and scuff it around. Are you saying that file was a forgery? I know, you're shocked. Maybe you've known for 9 months, or 6, or maybe just a week or so. But we all know now. Know what? Reed Riley said. I turned towards him. He was staring forward too, but he knew I was talking to him. I said, maybe Rosemary McClatchy was insecure because her beauty was all she had. So maybe she got jealous, and maybe that's where you got the idea for the vengeful woman. And she was pregnant, too. And you'd already checked out the local sheriff because that's what an ambitious company commander does. And it was easier for you than most because of your connections. So you knew about the empty house, and you're a sick bastard. So you took poor pregnant Rosemary McClatchy there and you butchered her. No response. And you liked it, I said. No response. So you did it again. And you got better at it. No more dumping him in the ditch by the railroad track. You were ready for something more adventurous. Maybe something more appropriate. Maybe Shauna Lindsay also had delusions of marriage, and maybe she was talking about living in a little house together. So you dumped her on a construction site. You could drive through that neighborhood any time you liked. You always had. The big dog out on the prowl in his old blue car. Part of the scenery. He said, I broke up with Shauna weeks before she died. How do you explain that? You ask 'em back, they come running, right? No answer. I said, and you dumped Janice Chapman behind a bar for the same reason. She was a party girl, and maybe you set yourself a little extra challenge that night. 3rd time lucky. Variety is the spice of life. Maybe you told the guys you were hit in the head, and you snuck out and did it in the same time you need to take a leak. 6 minutes and 40 seconds would be my guess. Which is not plausible. Not for Devereaux. That's where the alternative theory starts to falter. Did nobody think about how she's built? She couldn't lift a full-grown woman off a deer trestle. She couldn't carry a corpse to a car. Senator Riley said, the file is genuine. I said, it started out with its feet on the ground. Someone thought up a neat little story, the jealous woman, the broken arm, the missing $400. It was quite subtle. Conclusions would be drawn by the reader. But then someone chickened out. They didn't want subtle anymore. They wanted a flashing red light. So you retyped the whole thing to include a car. Then you got on the phone and told your son to go put his own car on the train track. That's crazy. There was no other reason behind the stuff with the car. The car was senseless. It served no other purpose, other than to nail the lid shut on Devereaux as soon as anyone opened that file. That file is genuine. They went too far with the dead people. James Dyer, maybe. We could buy that. He was a senior officer, health maybe not the best. But Paul Evers? Too convenient. As if you were scared of people asking questions. Dead people can't answer. Which brings us to Alice Bouton. Is she going to be dead too? Or is she going to be still alive? In which case, what would she tell us if we asked her about her broken arm? The file is completely genuine, Reacher. Can you read, Senator? If so, read this for me. I slid the folded diner check from my pocket and tossed it in his lap. He said, I'm not allowed to move. I said, you can pick it up. He picked it up. It shook in his hand. He looked at the back. He looked at the front. He turned it right way up. He took a breath. He asked, have you read it? Do you know what it says? I said, no, I haven't looked at it. I don't need to know. Either way, I've got enough to nail you. He hesitated. I said, but don't fake anything. I'll read it right after you, just to check. He took a breath. He read out, "Per United States Marine Corps Personnel Command." He stopped. He said, "I need to know this is not classified material." "Does it matter?" "You're not cleared for classified material. Neither is my son." "It's not classified material," I said. "Keep reading." He said, "Per United States Marine Corps Personnel Command, there was no Marine named Alice Bouton." I smiled. "They invented her," I said. "She didn't exist. Very sloppy work. It makes me wonder if I was wrong. Maybe you watered down the subtlety in 2 separate stages. Maybe the car came first. Maybe it was Alice Bouton you wrote in at the last minute, without enough time to steal a real identity." The old guy said, "The Army had to be protected. You must understand that." "The Army's loss is the Marine Corps' gain, and you're their granddaddy, too. So professionally, you didn't give a damn. It was your son you were protecting." "It could have been anyone in his unit. We'd do this for anyone at all." "Bullshit," I said. "This was a fantastic amount of corruption. This was exceptional. This was unprecedented. This was about the 2 of you and no one else." No answer. I said, "By the way, it's me who's protecting the Army." I didn't want to shoot them, obviously. Not that there would be much left for the pathologist to examine, but a cautious man takes no unnecessary risks. So I dropped the gun on the seat beside me and came forward with my right hand open, and I got it flat on the back of the senator's head, and I heaved it forward and bounced it off the dashboard rail. Pretty hard. The human arm can pitch a baseball at 100 miles an hour, so it might get close to 30 with a human head. And the seatbelt people tell us that an untethered impact at 30 miles an hour can kill you. Not that I needed the senator dead. I just needed him out of the action for a minute and a half. I moved my right hand over and got it under Reed Riley's chin. His hands came down off his head to tear at my wrist, and I replaced them with my own left hand, open, jamming down hard on the top of his head. Push and pull, up and down, left hand and right hand, like a vice. I was crushing his head. Then I slid my right hand up over his chiseled chin until the heel of my hand lodged there, and I clamped my palm over his mouth. His skin was like fine sandpaper. He had shaved early that morning, and now it was close to midnight. I slid my left hand over his brow until its heel caught on the ridge below his hairline. I stretched down and clamped his nose between my finger and thumb. And then it was all about human nature. He thought he was suffocating. First he tried to bite my palm, but he couldn't get his mouth open. I was clamping too hard. Jaw muscles are strong, but only when they're closing. Opening was never an evolutionary priority. I waited him out. He clawed at my hands. I waited him out. He scrabbled in his seat and drummed his heels. I waited him out. He arched his back. I waited him out. He stretched his head up towards me. I changed my grip and twisted hard and broke his neck. It was a move I had learned from Leon Garber. Maybe he had seen it somewhere. Maybe he had done it somewhere. He was capable of it. The suffocation part makes it easy. They always stretch their heads up. Some kind of bad instinct. They put their necks on the line all by themselves. Garber said it never fails. And it never has for me. And it succeeded again a minute later, with the senator. He was weaker, but his face was slick with blood from where I had broken his nose on the dashboard rail, so the effort expended was very much the same. Chapter 88. I got out of the car at 11:28 exactly. The train was 32 miles south of us. maybe just crossing under Route 78 east of Tupelo. I closed my door, but left all the windows open. I tossed the key into Reed Riley's lap. I turned away and sensed a figure wide on my left and another wide on my right. Good moves by someone. I had the Beretta, and I could hit one or the other of them, but not both of them. Too much lateral travel between rounds. I waited. Then the figure on my right spoke. She said, "Reacher?" I said, "Devereaux?" The figure on my left said, "I'm Monroe." I said, "What the hell are you two doing here?" They converged on me, and I tried to push them away from the car. I said, "Why are you here?" Devereaux said,
"Did you really think I was going to let him keep me in the diner?"
"I wish he had," I said. "I didn't want either of you to hear anything about this."
"You made Riley open the windows. You wanted us to hear."
"No, I wanted fresh air. I didn't know you were there."
"Why shouldn't we hear?"
"I didn't want you to know what they were saying about you, and I wanted Monroe to go back to Germany with a clear conscience." Monroe said, "My conscience is always clear. But it's easier to play dumb if you really don't know the answer. I never had a problem playing dumb. Some folks think I am." Devereaux said,
"I'm glad I heard what they were saying about me."
11:31. The train was 29 miles south of us. We walked away, on the ties, between the rails, leaving the flat green staff car and its passengers behind us. We walked past the old water tower and made it to the crossing. We turned west. 40 yards away, Devereaux's cruiser was parked on the shoulder. Monroe wouldn't get in. He said he would walk on down to Brannan's bar, where he had left a car he had borrowed. He said he needed to get back to Kellam as soon as possible, to square things away with the captured mortarmen, and then to hit the sack ahead of his early start the next morning. We shook hands quite formally, and I thanked him most sincerely for his help, and then he moved away, and within 10 paces he was lost to sight in the dark. Devereaux drove me back to Main Street and parked outside the hotel. 11:36 in the evening. The train was 24 miles away. I said, "I checked out of my room." She said,
"I still have mine."
"I need to make a phone call first." We used the office behind the reception counter. I put a dollar bill on the desk and dialed Garber's office. Maybe the tap was still in place, and maybe it wasn't. It made no difference to me. I got a lieutenant on the line. He said he was a senior person on duty. He said, in fact, he was the only person on duty. Night crew. I asked him if he had a paper and pencil handy. He said yes to both. I told him to stand by to take dictation. I told him to mark the finished product urgent and to leave it front and center on Garber's desk for immediate attention first thing in the morning. "Ready?" I asked him. He said he was. I said, "A tragedy occurred late last night in Sleepy Carter Crossing, Mississippi, when a car carrying United States Senator Carlton Riley was struck by a passing train. The car was being driven by the senator's son, U.S. Army Captain Reed Riley, who was based at nearby Fort Kellam, Mississippi. Senator Riley of Missouri was chairman of the Senate's Armed Services Committee, and Captain Riley, described by the Army as a rising star, was in command of an infantry unit regularly deployed on missions of great sensitivity. Both men died instantly in the accident. Carter County Sheriff Elizabeth Devereaux confirmed that local drivers regularly attempt to beat the train across the road junction in order to avoid a long and inconvenient delay, and it is believed that Captain Riley, recently posted to the area and adventurous in spirit, simply mistimed his approach to the crossing." I paused. "Got that," the lieutenant said in my ear. "Second paragraph," I said. The senator and his son were returning to Fort Kellam after helping the nearby town celebrate Sheriff Devereaux's successful resolution of a local homicide investigation. The killing spree had lasted 9 months, and the 5 victims included 3 local women in their 20s, a local teenage boy, and a journalist from nearby Oxford, Mississippi. The male perpetrator, responsible for all 5 deaths, is described as a militia member and a white supremacist from neighboring Tennessee, and was shot to death earlier in the week in a wooded area close to Fort Kellam by local police while resisting arrest. "Got that?" the lieutenant said again. "Start typing," I said, and hung up. 11:42 in the evening. The train was 18 miles away. Room 17 was as plain as room 21 had been. Devereaux had made no attempt to personalize it. She had 2 battered suitcases propped open for clothes storage, and a spare uniform was hanging off the curtain rail, and there was a book on the night table. And that was it. We sat side by side on her bed, a little shell-shocked, and she said,
"You did everything you could. Justice is done all around, and the army doesn't suffer. You're a good soldier."
I said, "I'm sure they'll find something to complain about."
"But I'm disappointed with the Marine Corps. They shouldn't have cooperated. They stabbed me in the back."
"Not really," I said. "They tried their best. They were under tremendous pressure. They pretended to play ball, but they put in a bunch of coded messages. 2 dead people and an invented one? That thing with your rank? Those mistakes had to be deliberate. They made it so the file wouldn't stand up. Not for long. Same with Garber. He was ranting and raving about you, but really he was acting a part. He was acting out what the reaction was supposed to be. He was challenging me to think."
"Did you believe the file when you first saw it?"
"Honest answer?"
"That's what I expect from you."
"I didn't instantly reject it. It took me a few hours."
"That's slow for you."
"Very," I said.
"You asked me all kinds of weird questions."
"I know," I said. "I'm sorry." Silence. The train was 15 miles away. She said,
"Don't be sorry. I might have believed it myself."
Which was kind of her. She leaned over and kissed me. I went and washed the last dry traces of Carlton Riley's blood off my hands, and then we made love for the 6th time, and it worked out perfectly. The room began to shake right on cue, and the glass on her bathroom shelf began to tinkle, and her French door trembled, and her floor quivered, and her room door creaked, and our abandoned shoes hopped and moved, and her bed shook and bounced and walked tiny fractions. And at the very end of it, I was sure I heard a sound like a cymbal crash, vanishingly brief and faint and distant, like an instant metallic explosion, like molecules reduced to atoms. And then the midnight train was gone. Afterwards, we showered together, and then I dressed and got ready to head home, to face the music. Devereaux smiled bravely and asked me to drop by any time I was in the area, and I smiled bravely and said I would. I left the hotel and walked up to the silent diner and climbed into the borrowed Buick and drove east, past Fort Kellam's impressive gate, and then onward into Alabama, and then north. No traffic, nighttime hours all the way, and I was back on post before dawn. I hid out and slept 4 hours and emerged to find that my hasty dictation to Garber's night crew had been adopted by the Army more or less word for word as the official version of events. Tones everywhere were hushed and reverent. There was talk of a posthumous Distinguished Service Medal for Reed Riley, to recognize his time in an unspecified foreign country, and his father was to have a memorial service in a grand D.C. church the following week, to recognize who knew what. I got neither medal nor memorial. I got 30 minutes with Leon Garber. He told me right away the news was not good. The fat staff officer from Kellum's PR squad had done the damage. His call to Benning had bounced around, mostly upward, at a very bad time, and it had been followed by a written report. And as a result of both, I was on the involuntary separation list. Garber said under the circumstances it would be the work of a moment to get me taken off again. No doubt about that. I could extract a price for my silence. He would broker the deal, gladly. Then he went quiet. I said, "What?" He said, "But your life wouldn't be worth living. You'd never get promoted again. You'd be terminal at major if you lived to be 100. You'd be deployed to a storage depot in New Jersey. You can get off the separation list, but you'll never get off the shit list. That's how the Army works. You know that." I covered the Army's ass. And the Army will be reminded of that every time it sees you. I have a Purple Heart and a Silver Star. But what have you done for me lately? Garber's clerk gave me a sheet of paper explaining the procedure. I could do it in person at the Pentagon, or I could do it by mail. So I got back in the Buick and headed for D.C. I had to return the car to Neagley anyway. I got there a half hour before the banks closed, and I picked one at random and moved my account. They offered me my choice of a toaster oven or a CD player. I took neither one, but I asked for their phone number, and I registered a password. Then I headed over to the Pentagon. I chose the main concourse entrance, and I got halfway to the door, and then I stopped. The crowd carried on around me, oblivious. I didn't want to go in. I borrowed a pen from an impatient passerby, and I signed my form, and I dropped it in a mailbox. Then I walked through the graveyard and out the main gate to the tangle of roads between it and the river. I was 36 years old, a citizen of a country I had barely seen. And there were places to go, and there were things to do. There were cities, and there was countryside. There were mountains, and there were valleys. There were rivers. There were museums, and music, and motels, and clubs, and diners, and bars, and buses. There were battlefields, and birthplaces, and legends, and roads. There was company if I wanted it, and there was solitude if I didn't. I picked a road at random, and I put one foot on the curb and one in the traffic lane, and I stuck out my thumb.